court might and of course that classic Moonlit Shuriken, going to be drawing a couple more cards. But overall, again, this is another even game. It's going to come down, I think, like we saw in the first game, to the prize map.
Yeah, prize mapping is big. Having those cards unavailable for now is an advantage and a disadvantage. You're not going to have access to those or better outs of drawing them off concealed cards, but you will be able to take prize cards and draw them a little bit later. Also has the Hisuian Heavy Ball. So this is one of the advantages to having some Pokemon in the prize cards. Can now get access to this Palkia Beast, and then from there, it's just a piece that you don't have to grab off of something like Irida for your Pokemon of these. They're understanding that they've used Star Portal. They're accepting their Greninja will be knocked out and unavailable for the rest of the game. I understand it's a card I can get rid of, and they're understanding that they've used Star Portal. They're accepting their Greninja will be knocked out and unavailable for the rest of the game. I understand it's a card I can get rid of, and hey, I mean, you can grab that Greninja, but you can't power it up and you can't utilize concealed cards. It's sort of that dilemma of, what do I really do? And the fact that Likuto also prized the Sobble means that this is the only one available, is just the one copy on the bench that's now a Drizzile.
Ice Rider Calyrex V has to be the answer here, to have the option of a backup attacker. When you're this far behind, the very least you can do is just try to have a consistent attacking threat. Going to take down the Greninja, but it's already done everything it needs to do. Got the double KO with the Moonlit Shuriken, already drew cards with that concealed cards ability. So now Tristan just needs to close in on this game. We've got a pretty full bench, and as you said, Ethan, just a few more benches and a modifier in order to bring this math around.
Yep, nothing possible with how things stand right now, but of course down the line, and even not benching as aggressively and getting into a position where you're really setting up for a two-hit knockout is not terrible, as long as you also keep your bench down. You're ahead in the prize race. You're also going to be getting the first hit into the Palkia, as no Palkias have been damaged at this point in the matchup. But there's the Irida grabbing the Inteleon and a level ball, which will get even more Sobble into play. This is sort of risky in a sense. You're really not getting mana feed down and banking on a lot of these Sobbles and Drizziles. They're 90 HP Pokemon. There's a reason a lot of these Pokemon in the format are 90 HP. It's because the math lines up very well with the Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken, one of the most powerful Radiant cards we've gotten so far throughout the Astral Radiance format, and now the Pokemon Go expansion. It draws cards. It's a consistency staple, but it's also a solid attack as well. It provides both usages. We've seen how powerful cards have been in the past when they knock both of these checkboxes.
Taking down the Sobbles has been the key as well, again, for Tristan to just take over this game, cutting off Likuto's options with the Path to the Peak locking down. It's going to be a struggle for him to keep up these attackers, but with the Shady Dealings Inteleon, just getting the Scoop Up Net, Evolution Incense, we can scoop the Shady Dealings Inteleon, recycle the Drizzile, enjoying so much card search, so much card advantage from this spot, getting all of your pieces in play to get a second Origin Form Palkia V-Star ready to go. Again, Tristan not on the Ice Rider package, just playing the pure Palkia to carry.
Yeah, and that's all the Shady Dealings that can be utilized. 3 Sobble remain on the bench, and there is a Subspace Swell for 200 damage, putting this in range next turn to be knocked out by multiple attack options. And more importantly, keeping the bench at 4, it's a big deal. It means that Likuto's really going to have to work for this knockout, and there's no way, because there are no copies of Quick Shooting Inteleon, and as we mentioned before, no copies of Echoing Horn, and still does not have access to any of these powerful abilities on Rulebox Pokemon.
Just going to go for the retreat here. Going to make it a little bit harder to chase down this Palkia, but with Tristan, again, has the 3 Sobbles. You can just Drizzile, find the boss's orders, but just trying to buy some time here. You have to preserve this attacker with the Melanie to attach that energy, and then with one more attach for turn, we can get at least one attack with the Ice Rider Calyrex, but
wow, that's a big find.
At the end of the day, both of them are still just worth 2 prizes.
Yeah, that's a big find, though. Found the Shady Dealings Inteleon off of the Melanie. This can grab the pieces necessary to get the knockout. It's there in the deck, has the Choice Belt, and there it is. Yes, has the Choice Belt, has the energy already in hand, and the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. Max lands, discarding 2 energy with the additional 30 from the Choice Belt tool card. Will put the exact math needed on the table to knock out this Palkia V-Star if Rikuto chooses to.
The 280 damage, such an important number to hit. One of the reasons that this card was included in the list is for the mirror, and now we're finally seeing it employed. Having this big damage was one of the original reasons Calyrex VMAX used to rule the metagame.
And there's a time knockout, 2 prize cards taken onto this Origin form, Palkia V-Star. However, this Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX sort of stranded in the active, but it's still a big threat. There's no way, as it stands, for Tristan to take the knockout with only 4 bench Pokemon over on Rikuto's side. But listen,
Star Portal already used,
yeah, Star
just
Portal
a
used as
fresh, naked Palkia V, no energy on it.
Yeah, that's big as well, because it means if Tristan wants to attack this turn, we'll have to utilize Melanie as the supporter card of choice. It's down in energy advantage as things work. This is a scary spot. You know your supporter card for turn is going to be Melanie. Ooh, but understanding that I can't really let my opponent have this advantage when it comes to cards. They have no energy on their active Pokemon. They're even with where I am. I'm up prize cards behind, sure, but I've got a damaged Palkia V-Star on the bench. I've got this big Ice Horse in the active. I think I could be okay to take a turn off to build the board up. I can Melanie next turn. I think putting you at a lower hand size card-wise is a bigger importance.
Yeah, Rikuto has to start manually attaching to get this Ice Rider back up and making it into a threat. And Tristan, meanwhile, trying to buy some time to get set up in response. All of these Sobbles on the bench, all the potential for card search, but when you only have one attacking threat, Rikuto is already sculpting a game plan to take down this Palkia V-Star and leave Tristan without a response.
Yeah, that Sobble on the bench is making me a little nervous. You really don't want to bench 5 Pokemon if you don't need to. 3 down is more than enough to get the abilities you need to. And I'm sure Tristan wants to have another Palkia V on the bench to eventually go evolve into an Origin form Palkia V-Star. There's going to be some big 6 cards.
We saw a rare candy, and was that a water energy?
If there are a rare candy there, this Sobble can evolve into that Shady Dealings Inteleon.
If that's the next top deck, I'm going to lose it. To tie this together, we've seen Roxanne. Both of these players are immune to its effects, apparently.
Yeah, this game might come down to the same thing in game 1. Can Rikuto draw out another set of Roxanne supporter cards? If this Ice Rider Calyrex is unable to move, it's 3 prize cards taken. Tristan has the setup already. And yeah, what is the cards? I don't think there's a rare candy. Yeah, no rare candy. No way to do anything else. Just have to attach.
Yeah, getting the Melody back in. I like that to keep that energy acceleration going. The great part about this list is not only are the attacks big damage, but they're also pretty inexpensive. Just 2 energy to get the knockout with the prize map the way it is. If we can get this Palkia V-Star out of the way.
Doesn't have anything. The last card in hand is a rare candy. That's going to leave this Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX in the active. Pretty much accepting, I don't need to attach to this active. I think there's a potential I miss next turn.
Yeah.
Tristan has the Shady Dealings Inteleon in hand. This will open up plays for the turn, and there it is. This can now find the Melanie to get card advantage back into position, even looking at grabbing a level ball as well, and instantly says, I know I'm gonna play the Melanie down this turn, grabs it off the Shady Dealings, and also grabbing the level ball to get this Drizzile into play. this can find the ways to search out these basic Pokemon.
Cycling through and thinning. After we're done searching through here, there's going to be a shuffle, and Tristan will draw 3 cards. Going to try to assemble a combo. If for some reason this VMAX can go down, Tristan will take 3 prizes and be on 1 remaining.
Oh boy, we are Drizzile chaining in here. We're finding everything we need at this point. Quick balls, scoop up nets, doing it again, finding Melanie, getting these Pokemon to play. This hand, or rather, that's the deck. This deck is actually coming pretty thin at this point. Not too many cards in hand. And finally, was wondering when that piece would get grabbed. It is the quick ball. We haven't even seen the Melanie get played at this point. Tristan understands there's 1 copy left in the deck. I don't want to grab anything else with quick ball later down the line. Let me grab the Origin Form Palkia V right now, and hopefully, and now not have to risk drawing into it later.
When you have the Path to the Peak down, you know that Lickitung can't use that Star Portal ability. The Manaphy is no longer an issue. Go ahead and use that for quick ball fodder. And with the bench filled up, Tristan is, about to maybe get the quick shooting Inteleon beginning to threaten the Ice Rider, softening up this Palkia V-Star. Just a couple more big swings to close out this second game.
Yeah, 3 cards off Melanie does find the Palkia V-Star for the following turn. And there it is, just going to be a subspace swell, dealing 270 damage. There are a total of 9 bench Pokemon in play. And that's also important, the mat does not line up with quick shooting. And it's just a Palkia V as the top deck, going to have to pass the turn over. That's going to be another turn of energy cards. The Tool Scrapper just to be played. It's got no other usage at this point. Big find there, finds the Irida. That can grab something like the Capacious Bucket to get into play.
Get the quick shooting Inteleon as well to get that. To get that 20 damage, and it is going to be a big turn here to take down potentially the remaining 4 prizes all at once.
Yeah, don't know if Tristan has a way to get an energy attachment.
The benches are so full. This subspace swell is hitting like a truck. Just double checking the math here, double checking the HP.
Yep, it looks like just a little bit of a miscommunication at this point. That should have 270 damage on it in the active, so
yeah.
We'll make sure that gets resolved at this point. I think the main concern for Tristan, again, is getting an energy down, but, oh, wow. Gonna pass the turn, decides to not knock out this Ice Rider.
With the Ice Rider stranded, Tristan's actually not going to attack. Is just going to use the quick shooting to tenderize these Pokemon a little bit and take the prizes all in one go, staying at 4 to play around the Roxanne.
Yeah, this is an interesting line. I think the thought process there is, oh, well, it looks like you're not able to move this Pokemon right now, and if you want to, you're going to have to commit resources. But Tristan should know that Rikuto has showed that Escape Rope is in this deck. So there is a very easy way to pivot out of the active spot. And even thinking about just grabbing the Roxanne to try their luck at finding these pieces, only has access to the Drizzile Shady Dealings ability, and it will be that full art Roxanne going into the hand, debating benching another Pokemon, but nope, understands I've got enough prize cards left in play for my opponent to win the game, enough attackers that can be set up. Here we go, the Roxanne is in play, but actually with how things stand, that Roxanne should not have been able to be played. Tristan is still at 4 prize cards left, and ooh, wow, that is such an unfortunate scenario. Shuffled the hand into the deck.
Oh no! I was just talking about how Tristan was playing around that, leaving this Ice Rider stranded, but you just get so sucked into the moment, that excitement, that tunnel vision. I don't blame these players at all, but they're gonna try to get it sorted out.
Yeah, this is like a spot in the game where you'd assume your opponent to be at 3 prize cards or less, and
I thought I miscounted that there was an extra knock somewhere.
I didn't even think I had to check twice. I felt so comfortable with the Roxanne just being played at this point.
Yeah.
With how this is an unfortunate scenario.
It could have been caught, but as soon as you see the Roxanne, every Pokemon TCG player ever since this card was added into the format, it just sees the Roxanne and it's just automatic. You're just, okay, let me draw my 2 cards. Let me see if I can be a top deck lord to get out of this situation. But the judges are going to figure out the best way to resolve this.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think the way this usually works out is you can't really determine the cards in the hand, and most of the time, especially on this stage when you're this far in the tournament,
we'll run back the footage,
it can scale,
reconstruct the hands. Who knows? They'll figure it out.
Yeah,
we've still got plenty of time left here. 30 minutes on the clock. There might be a small extension to account for this, but Lickitung just again trying to close out. Ironically, this was kind of something I talked about before we jumped into the game, trying to get an advantage and close out this second game to end the set. Meanwhile, Tristan is in a fantastic position, doesn't even care about the Roxanne because has already set up the cards in play to end the game, and so wasn't really even minding shuffling my hand back into the deck and drawing two.
Yeah, it's a sketchy spot to be in at this point where, yeah, even throughout that entire game that I was commenting, I thought that Tristan had already taken enough prize cards to put this into play, but no, it just these matches can just feel so quick. It can feel so fast that you just think it's over. You think it's at 2 prize cards. Maybe Rikuto also got a little confused there and thought, okay, well, if this Palkia V-Star gets knocked out, I lose the game, so I've got to put together a play with my other Palkia V-Star. But things get settled out. In most cases, in my experience, these penalties can escalate to be anywhere from prize penalties to most likely something even as a game loss. It's just a situation where players can't really confirm the cards in the hand, but these judges are experienced. These are the best judges we have in the game. They're going to make the right call, and we're going to get things sorted and settled.
Yeah, the world-class players aren't the only ones here. We've got world-class judges. They're going to make sure that the situation is properly explained to our junior finalists. And of course, a situation like this won't happen again. But I think that if I had to speculate, if we had to extrapolate, Tristan was very much in a winning position. You know, again, had the Ice Rider Calyrex just stranded in the active and was slowly chipping away at Likuto's board with the quick shooting and was just trying to set up that a similar play that we saw in the first game where the quick shooting is the knockout. Your opponent has to promote another Pokemon that you can just knock out to take those final prizes.
And you can see that Likuto has gotten the bad news at this point that something is about to occur when it comes to penalties, and it just is a situation you're so laser focused into a situation like this, and you have the pressure and the nerves of being on stream. These juniors and seniors, these younger players don't get the chance to go on stream a lot. The only chances over on our Play Pokemon circuit are at the international championships and here at the world championships. It's not something they're used to, and it looks like it is going to be a game loss on that matter. Looks like we're scooping things up, and I think we're going to go into game 3.
Okay, we've got a third game. This is what I was hoping for, and all I can say is I am somewhat glad that the game state was somewhat already worked through and decided. It wasn't just going to be a really unfortunate where Likuto was about to win and then just had that unfortunate misplay. I think that Tristan was already in a position to pretty much seal the deal on that one.
I mean, yeah, in a way, yes, there were a lot of things going, but
of course, it's a card game, but
yeah, I mean, you change the supporter card for choice. There's escape rope. There's things that can go in. You don't want to ever lose that way, and you never want to see that happen on the world stage. We want to see 3 great games from these competitors, and unfortunately, to circumstances for what they are, we're going to get a third game. It's not the way we really wanted to, but this is what we wanted in the end of the day. We wanted to get to this intense third game. Likuto's finally going to get the option to go first. We're going to get to see how his deck operates under that ability of not playing supporter cards. Really value utilizing Irida on those early turns to get them into play. Some points utilizing Irida on those early turns to get them in.
See, this could be a very massively different game, especially with the threat, as we saw, of the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, having that Max Lance to get those big knockouts when, you know, the numbers that are on the bench are working against you.
All things to consider. Bench management has been a key piece for both players. We've seen how they've been punished for overbenching and how underbenching can be rewarding, but also stunt the setup and growth of their deck when it comes to getting ready to go.
There's a lot of theory there about how to how to approach the matchup. Do I just fill up my bench and throw caution to the wind and just try to play for just blowing my opponent out of the water? Or am I trying to limit their damage, force them to find those extra resources to make the combination happen?
Yeah, even talking to players in the Masters division, we'll take a look at the prize cards. Shady Dealings and Teleon in the prize cards. Prize the Radiant Greninja. Wow, that's a big piece to not have access to. We're getting into things. Game 3, let's get excited for this.
Game 3 at the World Championships. Our junior finalists have taken us to a Game 3. Tristan opening up with the Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, Rikuto just attached the energy for turn and passed it over. Did not get down a single copy of Sobble. Tristan,
quick turn
right
one.
away, got quick turn 1, not what you want to see. Has Irida for the following turn, but is unable to play it. On the other hand, Tristan right away getting down this Radiant Greninja, another copy of Palkia, has not even played a supporter card yet for turn.
We've seen these players be on a very even keel for most of these matches, but now we have the explosive start of the Battle VIP Pass to really pour some gasoline on this Game 3.
Oh boy, it's heating up. I'm getting excited.
There's the Irida as well, going to complete the rest of the setup. Radiant Greninja already on the bench for Tristan. Likuto has his in the prizes, has 2 Palkia V set up with an attachment, can get the first swing, but there's no Sobble, there's no supporting cast to shore up after this attack. What are you going to pivot to?
And this is a picture-perfect setup for Tristan turn 1. Getting a single Sobble down, exactly what you want to see. Maybe one more. Can also find Path to the Peak with the Rule the Region attack on this active Palkia. And sure, the cards can be there for Rikuto to attack into this Palkia, but with the bench management as well over on Tristan's side, it might be possible that this active Palkia doesn't even get knocked out because of how the damage will scale up. Currently, right now, Subspace Swell is dealing 140 damage. There needs to be a total of 8 bench Pokemon in play without modifiers for this Palkia V-Star over on Rikuto's side to get a knockout. Hand is actually looking pretty solid. Does have Irida to find a way to get access to energy like the Capacious Bucket, see it get grabbed right away, and maybe something like the Sobble to get down at this point already has access to at least a single copy of the Palkia V-Star. The problem from this point goes, you're not getting Mana Feed down, you're not getting multiple Sobble into play.
Yeah, once you get the Sobbles down like this, it goes over to Tristan. We have access to the Star Portal, Moonlit Shuriken to just knock those Sobbles out before you have the chance to evolve them into Drizziles to get that shady dealings, and Tristan is going to once again try to run away with the tempo. Is this going to be a 3rd game in a row where Likuto just gets locked out of Star Portal with Path to the Peak? I think that the training court is in the hand at the very least to try to get that bump.
Yeah, I think from game 1, the Rikuto is probably thinking at this point, yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea for me to play that training court early on in the game. Smartly holding it, doesn't have access to Radiant Greninja, and that is, again, a big-time miss. You're not going to be able to have access to the Concealed Cards ability to get those energy cards in the discard pile. And more importantly, and also an additional effect, is the draw of the cards as well. That's really why this card is solid. It's not just to discard energies from your hand. There's other cards in the format that can do that. But
Irida number 2 for Tristan, going to go back in. You can get that again, a water Pokemon and an item. And Ethan, what are you looking for here? Maybe another Sobble, you're looking for the Drizzile if you need it. And when it comes to items, you're trying to get aggressive here. You want to look for a boss's orders, try to keep Likuto in the back foot here. We've got tons of Palkia in play, no supporting cast. Maybe it's not even worth it. If you do boss up one of the Palkia V, that's less HP. You have to punch through with the Subspace Swell, but just going to find the Heavy Ball as well.
Yeah, even with this poor start, Rikuto's actually in a pretty solid spot because the first hit was put onto this opposing Palkia V-Star. There's no way for Tristan to take the knockout onto Rikuto's Palkia V-Star, and that's a big deal. I mean, you can get this set up, you can grab the energies out of the deck to attack with, start accelerating, but even if your opponent's board isn't as powerful, at the end of the day, this is a mirror match to an extent. These players are both playing very similar decks, a few differences here and there, but when it comes to strategy, it's as simple as you're going to keep hitting into these Palkia as long as they come into the active spot. You're not playing as aggressive Gus, no cross-switcher in these decks, as we've seen a lot of times in the Masters division. It's not possible. You're going to have more conservative plays. Sometimes it's just a back-and-forth slugfest between these 2 legendary Pokemon.
After we've seen such a back and forth, a lot of play and counterplay, the players have had a lot of time to kind of understand what their opponent's deck and what their strategy and play style is like. And with so much power in this Palkia V-Star deck, maybe we are just going to see just a straight up slugfest.
Yeah, importantly, did prize the Sobble, so able to get that off of the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Still at 4 bench Pokemon. Very good job of managing that. We'll see if the Palkia V-Star is available. There it is, going ahead and being put onto the active Palkia.
There's the attachment
as well. The attachment into play. Subspace Swell dealing a pretty solid 200 damage at this point.
We see the Choice Bell in hand.
Yeah, you can commit the Choice Bell to the active, but
this is the damaged Palkia V-Star as well. You don't want to put too many resources on it. Just going to get a little bit of damage onto Likuto's Palkia V-Star to just get it set up for a knockout down the road.
There is the Shady Dealings Inteleon. This can grab an array of pieces out of the deck. Interestingly enough, here's the first important appearance of Marnie. Marnie making an appearance on the main stage. Gonna disrupt this pretty solid hand size over on Tristan. It looks like 8 or so cards in the hand. We'll put those to the bottom of the deck. Only gonna grab 4 cards. And more importantly, those cards will not be any drawn off of the 4 that are drawn off Marnie because they go to the bottom of the deck. You're not gonna have access to those.
And
here we go.
Importantly as well, Likuto putting that training court down on the bottom, going to have to jump through a couple more hoops to get that back if that path to the peak does come through to stop the star portal. Evolution Incense digging through the list, that means that you get to reshuffle now after the Marnie, so that training court might be a little bit easier to access with something like a Melanie or a concealed card to just naturally draw it back into the hand.
Yeah, because of how the draws went early, Likuto was forced to get down a bunch of Palkia V on the early turns. You really want to be utilizing those spots for other Sobbles, and then slowly, as your Palkia V start getting knocked out, you can put some more into play, but that's how it works. Likuto's going to take the first 2 prize cards here of game number 3.
2 prizes now. We've seen, however, with this game, how you can take early prizes if you want, but that opens you up to potential Roxanne plays. This opens you up to potentially running out of attackers, and you can't take the final 1 or 2 prizes that you need.
Yeah, that's a big boss's orders. It's going to bring up that benched Palkia V. That is one of the things that are different between V-Max Pokemon and V-Star Pokemon. When V-Maxes are 3 prizes when they evolve from these Vs, and the V-Stars stay at 2. So you can bring up these non-evolved V Pokemon. They're going to give up the same amount of prize cards as these V-Stars, but they have a lot less HP. And let's see what the other cards left in hand are. Does have access. Oh, wow, there's nothing in there. It's just brought up to stall.
Training court.
And the pass back.
Passed back.
Irida top deck, he gets bailed out.
Let's go. The Irida top deck here in game 3 of the grand finals. You know you're going to find these clutch draws when you need them. Irida's going to open up this turn. We've got 2 fresh Sobbles ready to go, ready to evolve into Drizziles and put together the rest of this hand. There's the Palkia V-Star and the Evolution Incense going to find that next Drizzile. Could even be the Shady Dealings and Teleon to get the scoop up net, get this out of the active, bring up the Origin form Palkia. We still have access to the Star Portal ability to get another knockout.
Yeah, Rikuto has so many supporter cards in hand, but none of them can really be played. There's no ability to accelerate energies with Melanie because Radiant Greninja is in the prize cards. That's not been available to help Rikuto get set up, and this Inteleon can grab all the pieces necessary to get there. Has access to Star Portal, and the math actually lining up perfectly here. This is going to be a big time turn for Tristan. That Palkia V-Star on the bench, already damaged. There's no Manaphy in play. Moonlight Shuriken is looking like an excellent attack in this position. Tristan has the option to have that at the disposal. We are going to see the scoop up net, and there it is, the Greninja's going to the active. I think Tristan understands this is the best line. Has access to another Shady Dealings Inteleon. Things are lining up excellently here for Tristan in game 3.
When you take the knockout that you had set up on the previous turns and you're also cutting off your opponent's support engine at the same time, it's a beautiful sight to behold. Tristan about to not only take some important prizes, but be in a position to keep Likuto from even coming back into the game. And this is perhaps the 3rd time.
Wow. Rare candy as well. That's a big time find. Can go ahead and evolve, get 2 more trainer cards into the hand. Another thing that we haven't even mentioned yet, if the Moonlight Shuriken play is there,
path to the peak. There it is.
Wow.
3 games in a row, Tristan uses the Star Portal and immediately takes that powerful option off the table for his opponent.
I've done everything I want to do. I'm going to make sure you can't do what you want with your deck. And the Palkia V is still in the active stranded. There's the Star Portal, putting 3 water energy onto the active. Path to the peak. The scoop up net as well can pick the Inteleon back up. And here we go. What is this target down? Taking the knockout onto the Palkia V-Star and also damaging the other Palkia. A big turn here for Tristan. A big swing turn in this game 3.
Damaging the second Palkia V-Star means it'll be so much easier to knock out even if the bench is small, even if you cannot get the modifiers. But Likuto has the training court to bump the path to the peak, but needs a heavy ball to get the Radiant Greninja to find some card draw as well.
It was found off the prize cards. That's a big grab. Likuto has access to that and the training court. Gonna opt for the Melanie first. It's now available since that Palkia V-Star with the energy got knocked out. What is the draw? Finds Rare Candy Irida. Can't play the supporter for turn. The Ice Rider Calyrex can come down and slowly get powered up, but at this point, with how things are laying out, it may not even be favorable. The training court can come down, get the energy back for turn. Is there a Palkia V-Star in the hand? There's no Palkia V-Star in the hand. There's no way for this Pokemon to attack. by utilizing that as well, you can retreat and then utilize Star Portal, but at that point, you're bringing this damaged Palkia V-Star up into the active. There's going to be multiple ways that Tristan can get the bench filled up to take a knockout onto this Pokemon. Yeah, the prize map is there. There are two prize Pokemon remaining. Tristan, because of the setup, because of the offensive pressure here, is able to swing in on these and doesn't need to worry about the Roxanne, hopefully shutting down this train. Yep, so 90 damage on that active with the Moonlight Shuriken that came out. After the manual attach and the Melanie just has to put that energy right back in the discard pile with the retreat. Can't even use the Star Portal just yet. Yeah, there it is. Okay, going to try to power this one up then. So it will be interesting to see where the second energy goes onto it. It will be the Ice Rider. Ice Rider has been so clutch from game number 2, finding that max Lance to get another counter knockout. Radiant Greninja goes down. Likuto now to 3 prizes. This springs the trap for Tristan and maybe play that Roxanne to shut down this potential comeback. Yeah, not only are you in a great board position to go down to 2 prize cards this turn, but you also get to Roxanne your opponent before they Roxanne you. It can sort of be a back and forth fight between who really wants to take those prize cards to go down to 3 or less at this point. There is the Shady Dealings Inteleon, and we see it right away. The Choice Belt being put into hand may be needed to take this knockout as things stand right now. It is 200 damage, so it is plenty to get there, dealing enough damage to go down to 2 prize cards. But I mean, the options are there for Tristan. It feels a little bit dangerous, right? Because you're taking potentially the knockout on this V-Star, and we saw how devastating the Ice Rider Calyrex V-Max was. Tristan at 4 prizes, you know, it's a 2 plus a 3. You're forcing that 5 extra prizes, you know. And I think that we are hoping to maybe gust out a different target here. And this is smart. Tristan's going to eye up playing grabbing the Pal Pad and playing it. Understands that a counter Roxanne, if one gets played, or Roxanne in general, can be played the following turn. Wants to flood the deck with cards that are good draws off that Roxanne, cards that open plays up, open lines up. And that's going to be identified at this point. Yep. And we're actually going to see orders respects the Ice Rider. That very smart play, understands that the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX was a very solid line, and the line that Likuto was going for in this game. Can play the boss's orders, bring up this Ice Rider Calyrex. The Choice Belt means that the math is there, dealing 230 damage after the damage modifier. And that Palkia V-Star is still damaged on the bench. Tristan has put himself into an excellent spot, bringing the energy back from the training court as well. Keeping the bench low. 2 more Tristan's going down to 2 prize cards. Closing in on the conclusion of this game, Likuto promotes the damaged Palkia V-Star, and Tristan just needs to get a little bit more bench, and then the knockout is there. The math has already been done. That early on attack was just enough to fix that math. Yep, so Melanie is available. I think Likuto is pretty clear that attacking with this Palkia V-Star that's damaged is not really the line you want to take, but there is a benched Palkia V that can go ahead and be evolved and then potentially utilized with the Melanie supporter card. Scoop Up Net is the option as well, so it seems like those cards in hand for Likuto, comfortable enough. Puts also down the mana fee, trying to power up this Palkia V-Star. We know that means that Likuto's going to go aggressive here by filling up the bench. There's a Scoop Up Net resetting the Sobble, a Drizzile to dig and find more. Yeah, so this will grab, ooh, the Leon. Oh, wait, there may be a big swing turn at this point. Let's see if the cards are there. Taking the knockout here. This is Tristan's final attacking threat in play. So looking at the math right now, how things line up, there's a total of 8 bench Pokemon in place. This is 220 damage. If there's a Choice Belt with a Leon, there it is. There's the Choice Belt and the Leon. Knockout. Likuto goes down to 1 prize remaining. Tristan has to knock out this damaged Palkia V-Star, but doesn't have another attacker to pivot to. Likuto just needs 1 more turn to maybe knock out a Shady Dealings Inteleon for the final prize. And Star Portal is gone as well, so there's no way for Tristan to attack this turn. Can play level ball and search out something like the Drizzile for Roxanne, but does it really matter at this point? Subspace Swell is dealing more than enough damage to take knockouts onto almost any Pokemon in play. He's going to play to the outs, though. You have to in this point. Try and go for maybe a boss's order stall. And no, scoops it up. That's it. Likuto is our first world champion for the juniors division here in London 2022. What an incredible set between these competitors. Congratulations to Likuto, our first world champion in 3 years. What a great set, and what a way to kick things off here on Championship Sunday in London. Felt like he was down and out game after game after game, but managed to bring it back. Excellent top deck, great sequencing.
the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX inclusion helped him massively in this mirror.
Yeah, wow.
What a game.
That was an intense set. I don't think I was ready for that this early in the morning over here, but
we are just here getting excited. I mean, the players are young. That doesn't mean that they aren't skilled. That doesn't mean they can't bring the same level of excitement as the seniors and Masters finalists. What an excellent back and forth set. A pleasure to cast.
I was pleasantly surprised at the level of play. And even for Rikuto, you feel confident potentially going into that game too, and you get that game loss from making that gameplay error. And from there, with the mental to stay in this game, stay focused, come back after that super slow start in the game, prizing the pieces needed, prizing the Radiant Greninja, found what was needed at the end of the day, really saw the line of play. The opponent limited their bench. Tristan really tried to play around the fact that there would be able to do a one-hit knockout, and the fact that Rikuto kept the Leon hidden means that he was able to do 280 damage, take the knockout onto that Palkia V-Star. Tristan was left with no Pokemon left in play that could attack, and there we have it. Rikuto will be your first world champion here in London at the Pokemon World Championships 2022.
That was a perfect culmination of how the Palkia V-Star archetype has evolved. When the mirror match became more common, the players were trying to limit their benches, limit that damage of the subspace swell, and the Leon, beautiful example, and the Ice Rider as well, just so hype, that massive attacker. 2 energy to get that big swing, take those prizes, and these juniors are just, again, another tick on their resume. We're going to be seeing much more of them in the years to come.
Yeah, Ice Rider VMAX not putting in too much work at this point, but listen, it did enough where it was. It provided some support as well. But Palkia V-Star is the star of the show, the star of this format with the ability to just accelerate energies. And you saw in Game 3, when Rikuto was finally able to utilize Star Portal to open up a few lines of play, it really made things possible. Wow, what a game, what a way to start off the day. We have our first world champion in over 3 years.
The world champions locked in, and that is just the first of many more to come. When I cast a mirror match, that's exactly the sort of back and forth excitement I want to see.
Oh yeah, great action. We've had some unfortunate draws when streaming some mirror matches earlier on in the weekend. So much excitement. You could hear the energy from the crowd as well. We haven't had a World Championship stream in so long, a finals in so long. The crowd showed up today. They were eager, excited, brought great energy. I'm hoping we continue to see that throughout today. Championship Sunday, my favorite day, and I'm already excited for the rest of the matches we are going to show on the broadcast. And again, congratulations to both players. If you're Tristan, you're still walking away with an incredible accomplishment, 2nd place at the World Championships. This is the most prestigious event that we have in our circuit. Excellent performance, played an excellent deck, played well. This is how things work out here at the Pokemon World Championships. And I want to speak to our champion here, Ryuto. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage. Anna, let's hear what he's got to say.
Let's do just that. You are a world champion. How does that feel?
優勝おめでとうございます。チャンピオンになった気持ちはいかがですか？
ポケモンカードをしてきて今が一番嬉しいです。
I'm the happiest I've ever been since I played.
There are a lot of happy people here too. Who are you waving to?
すごく喜んでもらっている人たちがいますが、皆さんどなたですか？
同じ地域でポケモンカードをしてる仲間です。
They are my friends who I play Pokemon in Japan.
Who helped you get ready for this tournament?
友達や親御さんでどなたが今回いろいろ一緒にプレイして手伝ってくれましたか？友達とかお父さんとかお母さんとか誰が一緒に大会に向けて準備を進んで一緒に対戦してくれましたか？
お父さんが一緒に。
My father had helped me play.
Is there anyone you want to say hello to or thank you to?
感謝を伝えたい相手は誰かいますか？この中に。
その同じ地域で活動している友達とそのお父さんとか練習に一緒にしてくれたみんなに。
I'd like to say thank you to my friends who have continued to play with me at home, and also my father who continues to play and battle with me.
Now you get to celebrate because you're the world champion. What will you do to celebrate?
世界チャンピオンになった暁には何をしたいですか？どのようにセレブレーションしたいですか？
このままポケモンカードを続けていきたいです。
I want to continue playing Pokemon cards to celebrate.
That's a great thing to do. We're going to let you do it. We're going to take a brief break and we'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championship right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back into our World Championship for the Pokemon trading card game. I am Shelby Vu here with Kyle Pukasukovic, and that was an intense match. We now have our junior world champion, Kyle. Oh my gosh, I said yesterday I love watching the juniors play, but that match definitely did not disappoint for a finals.
That's everything you could ask for. Emotional highs and lows, back and forth. Extremely well played on both sides, and how much more fitting can it be using that card, Leon, the champion, the undefeated champion Leon, leading you to a world championship victory. It's like, couldn't have written it up any better.
Absolutely, this world championship has been poetic in so many ways. I mean, we have giant inflated Pikachus everywhere, and our Masters final has flying Pikachu in it, so the mirror, so it's going to be awesome. We have so much more coming today, though. But yeah, that match was great, Kyle. To see the juniors like play with so much composure on stream is always just like, wow, I can't believe it. I would be melting up there, and they perform so well too. Yeah,
what else can you say? Those are pros.
Yes, they are.
They're younger than probably most people watching right now, but I mean, you wouldn't know it.
No, absolutely.
Just flawless play from both sides. They kept their composure. There were, moments where things didn't go their way, and they still just kept it together, figured out the best lines to victory, and yeah, that was an excellent display of the Pokemon TCG, an awesome way to kick off our championship Sunday.
Ah, yes, but we are going to be heading into our senior finals as well. Are you excited, Kyle?
Absolutely. I mean, this is it. This is what these players came to do. You made it all the way to the finals. It's just one more match to become world champion. And this is as high stakes as you can get, right?
Yeah.
You play one more match of Pokemon. If you win, you're a world champion forever.
Oh my gosh, and it is going to be a great one to watch as well. I'm excited to get into the decks that these players are both playing, but I'm sure there was a lot of preparation put in maybe the night before, or maybe potentially just resting up as well. I'm sure a good night's rest and a good breakfast probably helps playing in the world champion match. You know, like you said, there's only one match in between you and being an infamous, like, being in the legendary books of Pokemon TCG. Yeah. So I'm sure these players definitely put a lot of work coming up to this as well. But hopefully all the stresses can be, you know, quelmed enough to keep it together and perform their best in this match.
Yeah, we'll get into more story about the players and the decks as we get a little closer to the match. But you know, the senior division is always really fascinating for me to watch because it's kind of a preview of what's to come in the future in the Masters division. We could take a look at the bracket that these players had to go through to get here. As we see, our players we are going to have in the finals will be Sebastian and Liam. You can see kind of their paths here. Lots of 2-1s all over the place, but for Sebastian, it's been nothing but 2-0s. I believe found some good matchups along the way, and hey, that's what you're hoping for, and some excellent play to back it up. So we see our 8 players from the senior division got whittled down to 2, and now we are Sebastian versus Liam.
Yeah, and you know, we don't get to watch all of the senior matches, so of course the finals are always a treat to watch because we don't always know what's going on as far as you know, what decks came in to the World Championship that we're going to see play, but this is definitely a great match that we have lined up for sure. And I'm excited to see the type of play that led both of these players to the position they're in right now, competing to be our senior world champion for the 2022 World Championships.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is that the metagame, the deck choices can differ wildly between the 3 age divisions. I think a lot of people feel like Masters is kind of the one where players go the deepest and figure out all the weirdest tech cards possible. You know, in the Masters finals, we have a deck with Jolteon and Memory Capsule, and it feels like they found the correct 17 tech cards to put into their deck. In the junior and senior divisions, sometimes it's not as convoluted. Sometimes a lot of the straightforward strategies are the most effective one, but there's still that room for counterplay. When you're in that kind of a meta game, you know, the skill is just a little different to figure out what the right deck is to use. So sometimes we see some of those simpler decks emerge in the younger age divisions. It's not because the players can't handle the more complicated strategies or anything like that, but, you know, if nobody else is doing crazy stuff, then you know, you might not have to either in order to win. So it's interesting to see how the decks are built differently between the different age divisions as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that as well, or how close it is to kind of what we've seen in our Masters games as well. I mean, I was able to cast a juniors match, and when I cast it, I was like, wow, it feels like I'm watching Masters level play here just because exactly. They are absolute pros on the table there, but we are ready to get into this matchup. So let's get down to our players because this is going to be a very exciting match, Kyle.
Absolutely. Let's get...
Welcome back. It is time for the grand final match of the senior division of the Pokemon trading card game. Are you ready to meet your players? From the United States, please welcome Sebastian Lashmet. Come on out, Sebastian. Welcome to the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause. And to challenge Sebastian from the United States, also Liam Halliburton. Have a great match, you two, and most of all, have fun. Let's get right into it, casters.
Yeah, let's get right into this match indeed. As you can see, at least on the floor here, how the cards are displayed with our players. We are going to have an Origin Form Palkia V-Star deck, which we should be very familiar with at this point on the stream, versus a Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX list. So
wild to see, yeah.
Yeah, this is something we have not seen yet, which is why I was so excited to cast this match, because we are going to get some new cards on the screen, some new gameplay techniques here. But here are these decks for you all. Oh, sorry, here are these placements for you all for both of our players.
Yeah, Sebastian, I think a relatively new player to the scene. If I understand correctly, it might be the first time playing at a World Championships and makes it all the way to the finals. Just one match away from being World Champion. That's an incredible run. Liam, you know, Liam, his dad, his brother, they're deeply rooted in the Pokemon TCG community, have been for a long time. A lot of people know them, who they are. And Liam has an excellent resume. Was a national champion in the US in the junior division in 2016. Has tons of top finishes. But I've heard there's a bit of a curse lately where it just keeps taking second place at tournaments. So trying to maybe break that curse here.
Yeah, maybe it's time to change that up here. But here are our cards, as I was just talking about, both of these players' decks. I'm so excited to get into this match, and we're going to see some really intricate plays from both of these players with these decks. There's a lot of intricacy to this matchup as far as delicate plays. Definitely not a matchup that you can really have a lot of slip-ups, make a lot of mistakes, because one small slip-up could lead to you potentially losing the match because of it, because it is that tight of a matchup for these players.
Yeah, Sebastian bringing that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. I believe Sebastian was playing a lot of online events during that era, and you know, I feel like we're getting transported back to kind of that Players' Cup era. Seeing this Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX deck once again, it looks very similar. There's not a ton of new cards featured in this deck. Lots of things that you would see in the past, things like the Octillery with Rapid Strike Search. You got the Inteleon line, and yeah, Rapid Strike, bringing it back. Got the Tower of Waters, all sorts of stuff. We do see the Manaphy in the prize cards. That could be a big deal.
Oh, that is definitely a big deal in this matchup, Kyle, because Manaphy is our bench protector Pokemon, and that's actually going to be a big deal for both players with the Manaphy, because there is potential to have bench damage on both sides. But here we go. We saw the fist bump, and we are getting into our match for our senior
Battle
finalists
VIP
here.
pass. Not a bad way to kick off the finals
You love
here.
to see it, absolutely. Liam popping off here with that Battle VIP. So searching out two basic Pokemon to put on the bench. Of course, as we've seen, the Origin Form Palkia deck. Lots of Pokemon need to be benched here, but especially making sure you have your engine, your draw engine, start going with that Radiant Greninja, of course, that we see drawn to the top, as well as potential recovery attackers, backup attackers that you prepare as well.
Yep, and we can talk about the deck lists a bit more as we get into this. Liam is playing one with the 4 Battle VIP pass, just looking to get off to these explosive starts. There are some interesting tech cards on both sides that will probably play a role in this matchup. One card I'll be interested to see if it pops up at all is the Crabominable V, one that we've seen be kind of used as a counter to that Mewtwo V Union. Can be another way to punch through big Pokemon VMAX that have 300 plus HP as well. So there's going to be a lot of play back and forth in these matchups. You know, we've seen a lot of games where, you know, the Palkia deck gets off to a fast start, maybe wins in 3-4 turns. I don't think that's what we're going to see here, at least if Sebastian has anything to say about it. It's going to be a slower matchup, using things like Cheryl to heal off damage and really try to grind out a win.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting version of the Urshifu VMAX deck. It does play 2 Cheryl, as well as, I believe, 4 Irida as well.
Yes.
So that is definitely something that is to note here. But Sebastian is actually in a pretty good position here because unlike most decks that you might see that want to go first to have those really explosive first turns, be able to evolve first, Sebastian is actually in a great position going second because he would be able to use that Keep Calling ability that is on the active Sobble there to not only draw out more Sobbles, but you can draw out 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon, which also means Sebastian can take out one of those Urshifu Vs.
Yeah, in most decks, this is just a search for Sobble attack.
Yep.
In this deck, it's a search for basically all of your basic Pokemon. You can get Rapid Strike Urshifu V, you can get Remoraid, and then Sobble, of course. Yeah, this is the best starting Pokemon in this deck. Of course, with any deck revolving around V-Star or V-Max, you do like to go first since you can evolve on turn 2, get the first big attack off, but you don't mind going second with this deck because of Keep Calling. It's just such a boon to your consistency.
Oh yeah, it definitely makes it a lot more consistent. Another really interesting thing to note, Sebastian does not play any water energy. So if you're thinking in the crowd, oh, maybe we'll see some Inteleon attacks here with Aqua Bullet potentially, there is no attacker in this deck besides that Urshifu. So we are going to see the attacks from there, but as Kyle said as well, there are 2 Cheryl in the deck, so it's more of a defensive, long-lasting build that we have for Sebastian. So just working through this deck here, we did see a quick ball and now the energy attached, and then here we go, that Keep Calling 2 Urshifu V on the bench, that Remoraid as well, which we haven't touched on yet, and then the 2 Sobble and the 1 inactive.
Yeah, and this is not one of those like Rapid Strike Urshifu toolbox decks. You know, for a while we were seeing it with Galarian Moltres V, all sorts of tech attackers. No, this is just a straight up Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX deck. You're just trying to attack with it over and over and over. In fact, there's no, you mentioned there's no water energy, there's also no Melanie or any kind of energy acceleration. There's no Raihan or anything. This is a pure, you know, I'm going to use Gale Thrust, maybe G-Max Rapid Flow every once in a while, but it's all about that healing loop with Cheryl, Pal Pad, and then switching in and out with that Tower of Water Stadium.
You know, speaking of loops, Kyle, we also have the Medicham V in this list as well for that yoga loop. So that is going to be a huge play potentially for Sebastian, especially going against Liam here as well because...
Favorite kind of loop.
Yeah, the yoga loop, which allows you to take an extra turn if you can get that perfect damage lined up and get a knockout with just those 2 damage counters from the Medicham. So if Sebastian gets a whole extra turn in this match, that could be a game changer for sure.
Yep. So a big thing to note on Liam's first turn, there were no energy cards in hand, no ways to get them. So there was no usage of concealed cards from Radiant Greninja. Ideally, you'd love to get some energy in the discard pile, fuel up that Star Portal, V-Star power, but there were none in hand to start off with. So this is going to have to be a pretty big turn. Kicking things off with the Capacious Bucket, getting some water energy, using concealed cards, that's the way you want to go. Maybe you can get a quick ball, discard another water energy, and go from there. Let's see what's lined up, though. I think there's a cross switcher in hand and a level ball for a Drizzile, so we could see a very explosive turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going in with the level ball now, which allows you to search out that Drizzile because it is 90 HP or less from that level ball in the deck. So just also searching through the deck, making sure you know exactly what's in your prize cards, exactly what you have access to. Well, the level ball could also grab that Manaphy as well, which, like we said, is a very important card for both of these players. Unfortunately for Sebastian, which I'm sure is well aware of now, it is in the prize cards.
Yep.
So because that Radiant Greninja does have a spread attack that can happen, we could see a multiple knockout turn for Liam, which would be huge.
Definitely, and yeah, if you're sitting in Liam's seat, I mean, you would probably imagine your opponent is playing things like Melanie or Raihan, so you want to prepare for the G-Max Rapid Flow. I wonder if over the course of the match, he'll realize, oh wait, my opponent actually doesn't play any of these things.
Yeah.
Because in this kind of a situation, you wouldn't have to bench Manaphy normally, but wow, just gonna actually see a pass that was much less explosive than I imagined.
Yeah, most definitely. So we are back over to Sebastian here. So another interesting thing to know about Sebastian's deck, as we said, it doesn't play water energy, so we wouldn't be seeing any attacks from Inteleons here. But of course, that quick shooting Inteleon is in the deck, and that is going to be huge, especially for the potential Yoga Loops down the line, or just that extra damage that you need to just finish off some attacks as well. So that is really big, and because it's such a consistent engine here for Sebastian, especially getting the keep calling off on the first turn, as well, you can kind of just chain your Inteleons. Another very interesting thing I didn't even mention yet, Sebastian plays 4 scoop up nets. So it's possible to just scoop up an Inteleon and have a Drizzile ready to evolve into Inteleon and get multiple pings off on a turn.
Yes.
Of those damage counters.
Yep. I do see the Irida finding the Octillery. It's a card we've not seen yet on the world stage, but it's an excellent card. It has that Rapid Strike search ability. Once per turn, you get to search your deck for any Rapid Strike card and put it into your hand. So it does not specify what kind of card, so it can be a Pokemon, a trainer, or an energy card. So this is very useful every turn. To kind of piece together what piece of the puzzle you're missing. Do you need a Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX? Go get that. Do you need a Rapid Strike Energy? You can get that. And there we do see Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is the choice, and it gives more power to this Irida engine because you can Irida for the Octillery, which gets you the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. There's so much flexibility with this deck.
I really enjoy this deck, actually. Just looking at the list, I was like, wow. I mean, this flows very nicely. So, no pun intended with the G-Max Rapid Flow either. Okay, so yeah, especially the Artillery allowing for that extra consistency as well. If you are going to be doing those scoop up plays with the Inteleons and kind of using them in a different way, an untraditional way than we usually see potentially, having you be able to search out those extra pieces without having to have more Drizzile evolutions or Inteleon Shady Dealings evolutions is huge. So it just adds that little level of consistency to put the pieces together and get you some knocks here, which is potentially what we're seeing. We haven't really talked about the damage output of the Urshifu VMAX either, as we saw though those 2 moves there. There was the G-Max Rapid Flow, which does 120, I believe, to 2 different Pokemon, but you do have to discard the energy. But of course, we do see those Cheryls in the deck as well. I believe there's 2, which just allows you to heal the damage off without having to discard any energy because there's none on there. So it's just so many pieces of this deck just work so well together, and Sebastian here is playing it pretty well so far.
Yeah, you see kind of a variability of how much damage you can do with the Origin form Palkia V-Star. It does more for each Pokemon on the bench. As we do see Sebastian playing that Hisuian Heavy Ball to search out the Manaphy this turn. Rapid Strike Urshifu, it's very straightforward. It just does 150 with Gale Thrust. That's what you get. There's no explosive big turns with big damage boosts or anything like that. You're just going to Gale Thrust over and over. 150 is an excellent number to hit for 2-hit knockouts. You pretty much get a 2-hit knockout on everything in the format. So if you can 2-hit knockout all your opponent's Pokemon V while using Cheryl to heal off damage and deny prize cards for your opponent, that's kind of the game plan. You can also prey on weakness in a lot of matchups. There won't be any here, but very strong against Arceus V-Star, for example. Any Crobat V, things like that are sitting on the bench are easy knockouts. But here, just starting things off with a steady Gale Thrust, 150 damage, very reminiscent of that Golisopod GX. with that first impression attack. You have to move from the bench to the active spot to get the extra damage. And there you go.
Yeah, it's the 30 base, but if you just move into the active, you do a lot more than 30. So that is definitely great, especially because, of course, there's Tower of Waters, which makes it a lot easier for Rapid Strike decks to be able to retreat out of active positions as well. So now it is over here on Liam, and now having that Manaphy in play is actually huge for Sebastian, because this kind of is limiting Liam now. If there was going to be an explosive turn for Liam to somehow get the Radiant Greninja with the Star Portal ability and pull off a 2-hit knockout, that would have been huge, but unfortunately that Manaphy is definitely going to be in the way until that happens. So we might even potentially see targeting down of that Manaphy at this point, but I am really excited to see, as you said, Kyle, to see if that Crabominable V pops up here, because that would definitely be interesting to see some plays with.
Definitely. I think that's something we might see
Yeah.
later on in the game. I'll be watching to see when Liam uses that Star Portal V-Star power. That's something you could save for a much later moment in the game, where you can do something like play down the Crabominable out of nowhere, use the V-Star power, charge it up in a single turn, and maybe get a surprise knockout. So maybe Liam just deciding to take things slow at the start, and then hopefully later on have that option, have that flexibility with the V-Star power when you need it.
Well, we did see the evolution here into that origin form, Palkia V-Star for Liam. So
Cross switchers.
Cross switchers. So both players have to switch their Pokemon here.
Yep, so Liam gets to pick which Pokemon to bring out. It's similar to that card Guzma from the past. So you bring out your opponent's bench Pokemon, then you switch your own Pokemon. And there we go, targeting down this Rapid Strike Urshifu V, and those are the first prize cards taken here in the finals in the senior division. What's Sebastian going to do from here?
First two, so now it is back over to Sebastian to see what the response will be. Still deciding what to promote here for Sebastian.
Yep, this deck is very technical. Because of how Gale Thrust works, you never want to start your turn with Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX in the active spot, because you want it to be on the bench, and then move it up so you get that bonus damage. So it's always a decision, trying to figure out which Pokemon to promote. You know, if you have something like the Shady Dealings Inteleon and you're going to play a Scoop Up Net on it this turn, you might want to throw that in the active spot so that you can use the ability, scoop it up, and then throw Urshifu into the active spot. So this is certainly the kind of deck where if you make a tiny mistake, you can get punished for it big time. It can be the difference between getting a big attack for a knockout and doing 30 damage.
That's a big difference.
Yes. Obviously, Sebastian has been playing excellently to get all the way to the finals, so we'll see some great sequencing here. But
yeah, speaking of sequencing, we did see the evolution into that Shady Dealings Inteleon, searching out 2 trainer cards. If we do see a Scoop Up Net, there would be that Drizzile then in hand to be able to evolve the Sobble on the bench there as well to search out another card, maybe just looking to put together what Sebastian needs, the pieces that he needs. But again, sequencing is huge here for Sebastian, because you need to plan out how to get the cards you need exactly the way, in the order you need them as well. We are going to see the Scoop Up Net and the Ordinary Rod be searched out here. Ordinary Rod being activated to shuffle that Urshifu V back into the deck.
Yeah, so Sebastian does play 3 Rapid Strike Urshifu V, but 1 is in the prize card. So when that one gets knocked out, needs to find the Ordinary Rod to shuffle it back in. You can find it with Octillery or any number of searching cards. But the important thing with this deck is you do want to have 2 Urshifu in play at the same time so that you can kind of bounce between them. So Sebastian is going to prioritize getting that second one back into play. It's a lot harder to do the kind of Cheryl loops when you only have 1 Urshifu in play.
Most definitely, and we are going to see that Scoop Up Net here on the active Shady Dealings Inteleon, which will allow Sebastian. Ooh, the boss's order here for the Manaphy.
Right.
Also huge. Manaphy is not only protecting Sebastian here, but hugely protecting Liam as well, as we talked about that G-Max Rapid Flow attack on the Urshifu VMAX. Being able to attack your opponent's bench, take multiple prize card knockouts in a turn is huge for Urshifu VMAX. It's essentially the whole, function of the deck. So, all right, and then we are going to see that Urshifu V be searched out here for Sebastian, just as Kyle said, very important as well. Sequencing has been great here from Sebastian so far, but Liam also doing very well in this matchup too. I think this really could go either way. I said it before, Kyle, this is going to be such an intricate match where every single turn makes a huge difference for both of these players. So it's going to come down to the small details in this one.
Yeah, one interesting sequence that can happen, it's starting with knocking out this Manaphy. So there's already 150 damage on that Palkia V-Star on the bench. If you knock out the Manaphy, then you can G-Max Rapid Flow onto that Palkia again and leave it with just 10 HP. And that's where the Metacham can come into play and set up a big Yoga Loop. So I wonder if we'll see Sebastian try to go for this line of play. It's really tricky to pull off, but it all starts with knocking out the Manaphy, opening up the bench damage once again and unlocking the full potential of G-Max Rapid Flow.
Yeah, most definitely. Also opening up the bench as well, too, to be able to fit another Pokemon there. But as I said before, Sebastian does play 4 scoop-up nets, which is a huge part of the strategy here for Sebastian. But we did see the knockout there on the Manaphy, so no more Manaphy protecting that bench for Liam, and we are going to see the draw return from Liam. I believe it was a Battle VIP pass, of course, just going to be discard fodder at this point for Liam. But still, the hand size is pretty good. I do see a Choice Belt. We are going to see the Quick Ball discarding that Battle VIP pass to be able to search out a basic Pokemon from the deck for Liam.
Yeah,
ooh, the Galarian Zigzagoon is what was just drawn out here.
Yeah, and there is no recovery in Liam's deck. There's no Ordinary Rod, Rescue Carrier, anything like that. Yeah. So once the Manaphy is gone, it is gone.
It is gone.
So now G-Max Rapid Flow will be an option for the rest of the game.
Ooh, that is definitely a very important detail there, Kyle, for sure. We did see that Galarian Zigzagoon come out, something we haven't mentioned that Liam plays yet. As we talked about the Crabominal V a little bit in Liam's deck, the math is that the Urshifu VMAX, in order to be one-shot by the Crabominable, which of course does require 3 energy on it, it has to have 40 damage counters on it as well. So if you could somehow get Quick Shooting, Galarian Zigzagoon, Liam does play 3 scoop-up nets as well, we could see a potential surprise knockout there as well.
There is a route to get this knockout with Palkia, I believe, if you got enough Quick Shooting and
there is
Galarian
Choice Belt in
Zigzagoon
hand as well. Choice Belt is in hand.
Yeah, when both players have a full bench, Subspace Ball does 260 damage, Choice Belt gets to 290, and then enough damage modifiers to get the 330.
Yeah, that would. That's definitely huge. That is something, unfortunately, Sebastian can't really play against because Sebastian does need that full bench to be able to function for this Urshifu VMAX deck. So that is definitely something Liam is seeing as an option to just capitalize on. That would be huge. Taking 3 prize cards off this Urshifu VMAX would be very, very great for Liam here. So let's see if Liam can get the pieces to be able to pull that off. As you said, the Zigzagoon was searched out. Choice Belt's already in hand. We're seeing the Inteleon Shady Dealings ability search out those 2 trainer cards from the deck right now. I believe is a Training Court in there.
It's fascinating to me. Palkia is one of the reasons why a lot of players felt like Rapid Strike Urshifu just wasn't playable anymore. Just you couldn't deal with the aggression, the high damage output combined with the high HP of this Pokemon. So to make it this far in the World Championships, I'm sure Sebastian had to go up against Palkia at some point. So seems to have found the formula. Yeah. But all right, here we go. Here's Galarian Zigzagoon putting 1 damage counter.
There.
There's a second one. And there's a third one.
Wow, there we go.
There's a 4th one.
Oh my goodness, Liam pulling it off here with the Choice Belt attached as well. Going to get that knockout on the Urshifu VMAX here.
Sebastian does play Tool Jammer, but was unable to find it on that turn, and so the Choice Belt gets the crucial extra 30 damage, and Liam is in a dominant position in this game
Very
now.
dominant. That was huge for Liam, going down to only 2 prize cards now. Looking very pleased with that turn, yeah. That's a great one for the stream, Kyle, for sure. That was just a great turn there. So Sebastian kind of left in an intricate position here now, looking through the discard pile for Liam. Just making sure what resources were already burned, looking through that. Those are the 3 scoop-up nets that Liam plays. Had them all in hand.
Yeah, Galarian Zigzagoon's Headbutt Tantrum is a throwback to Crobat G's Flash Bite. It's funny, you know, HP values have ballooned over the years, but putting 1 damage counter is timeless.
It definitely is. At first you look at it and you're like, oh, that doesn't seem too wild, but it makes a huge difference in this matchup for sure.
All right, so now Sebastian has to figure out, now what? Now my opponent's at 1 prize card.
I was about to say, when your opponent's at 1 prize card, you are definitely in a tough position here. So Sebastian just thinking out the turn. There are those damage counters on the bench here, but unfortunately might just be too far behind at this point.
I think it's time for a Roxanne if you got one.
I don't think Sebastian plays Roxanne, actually.
I see it right there.
Oh, it's right there. Wow, it's right on top.
Yep. So yeah, this is one way to try to make your comeback. Roxanne, your opponent down to 2-card hand. Hopefully they don't get the knockout on your benched Pokemon with something like Boss's Orders. Hey, this game is still in reach.
Tower of Waters, I'm gonna put it in play.
See the Rapid Strike. Search for the Tower of Waters. And yeah, I think gonna try to set up the G-Max Rapid Flow this turn. And spread some damage around. And then if you Roxanne your opponent down to that 2-card hand, there's still opportunities to prevent your opponent from taking that last prize card. Of course, if Liam draws, you know, any way to get to a benched Pokemon, this game is basically over. But it's not a guarantee in the face of that Roxanne.
I don't believe there's been any sort of hand disruption. Like you said, both of our players actually play 1 Roxanne, and I believe 1 Marnie as well. But Liam has kind of just been able to stack up a hand here. So having some sort of, oh, here we go.
Roxanne,
and that hand is now gone. So both players gonna shuffle up here. Liam's only gonna be able to draw 2 cards here from the Roxanne. So definitely what Sebastian needed to do for this turn, but you never know what's gonna happen off the Roxanne. It's really a toss-up, but it is your best chance to limit your opponent's ability to do what they need to do to close out a game.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know how many Rapid Strike energy Sebastian has gone through. It may just be not feasible to use Metacham at this point, so you may just have to go through with a bunch of Gale Thrusts, Cheryl, go for that route. We'll see what the plan is. It's going to be a long road to come back here. Like we got a couple Evolution Incense and Scoop Up Net. Certainly some options here. Sebastian just trying to piece it all together.
Yeah, none of these can evolve.
Yeah, we could, I mean, both of those Sobbles have been down, so we could see the Evolution Incense searching out some Drizzles to search other cards, but we are going to see that Octillery searching out a Rapid Strike card. Of course, that can be any Rapid Strike card, going for that energy.
Earlier, the Shady Dealings was used. I thought it was Rapid Strike Search, but yep, has not been used yet.
All right, great. So this is the Rapid Strike Search, searching out that Rapid Strike energy there, providing those 2 energy that is needed for this attack. For the G-Max Rapid Flow, of course, it will be discarded after that. You know, as we said, Sebastian does play Heal in this deck to sustain hits from that Origin form Palkia V-Star, but what can you do when you're getting one shot, you know, by Liam and those 3 scoop-up nets? And
I do see a path to victory, but it's going to be tough. Obviously, it all revolves around Liam not finding Boss's Orders or Cross-Switcher. A scoop-up net at this point is game as well, because you can scoop up the Shady Dealings and Teleon. But okay, yeah, gonna go for Drizzile to cut off that option. And then G-Max Rapid Flow onto that damaged Palkia. So we are going to see, I think, setting up for the Yoga Loop play if possible.
Cards are.
All right,
Liam
so
off the
that
Roxanne.
knocking out that Drizzile did take away the Evolution Incense, and Liam's hand doesn't seem to have anything. There is access to concealed cards, though, so you can draw 2 cards.
It's true. Thinning the deck here, I'm sure, before activating that concealed cards with the Evolution Incense to just draw out another card from the deck. But there is also that Roxanne in hand from Liam, but of course you can't activate it until your opponent's at 3 prize cards or less. So not a card that will help at this point in time.
All right, so
this concealed cards is pretty major here, Kyle.
Yes.
Very major, so.
Imagine if you just draw 2 cross switchers off.
Oh my goodness. There, I mean, percentage is never 0, I guess. So here we go. Drawing 2 Capacious Buckets. Oh, Hisuian Heavy Ball.
All right. It would appear that Sebastian is safe for this turn.
Yes, going in with that Capacious Bucket for the 2 energy, but yeah, that Roxanne paid off for Sebastian there, most definitely, especially if we could potentially see some sort of Yoga Loop wild plays here from Sebastian. I mean, with all of that damage now on the fields, there is potential for it. And if Sebastian gets an extra turn, things could really change here.
Absolutely. We see the Hisuian Heavy Ball actually does find a Sobble.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
That is definitely big. The Sobble was the last prize card there, so just trading that out.
Rizzile's an option for the next turn. That's massive.
That is massive, especially because it's already in hand. It was searched out by that Evolution Incense, so Liam has access to that for next turn, but just going to swing into that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, and now Sebastian has to figure out a way around this. There still is a lot that is needed for this turn. I do not envy Sebastian right now having to think, okay, how do I sequence this absolutely perfectly to be able to heal, do damage, maybe potentially try to get some sort of Yoga Loop. I don't know what the route is here for Sebastian, but I guess we can check out the cards in hand and try to piece it together as well.
Yep, this is going to get really, really tricky. I do think Sebastian does need the Yoga Loop in order to give himself the best odds to get in a winning position. Because I think you want to play 2 supporters over the next 2 turns before your opponent gets one. You obviously need to play the Cheryl. That needs to be played to heal all the damage off your Urshifu. It would be great as well to see something like Boss's Orders to knock out the Sobble and cut off that option for the Shady Dealings. So I think an ideal sequence of turns would be something like that. You play Cheryl on this turn, then you Yoga Loop, get your extra turn, and then the next turn you Boss's Orders the Sobble, take it out to cut off Shady Dealings, and then just mean G-Max Rapid Flow for the game, but it does depend on how much Rapid Strike energy is left at this point. I don't know if there's 2 left at this point. There's 1 in the deck. So that is the one that will allow a Yoga Loop, and there we will see the first appearance of Medicham V.
Medicham V coming out here. You know, when we heard we were going to cast this matchup, I was like, let's go, bring on the Yoga Loops, Kyle. I'm excited to see it, and I'm sure Urshifu VMAX fans are also excited to see it. And here is the Cheryl for all of that heal, of course, heal all damage from your Evolution Pokemon.
Got the Tower of Waters to give the free retreat to the Urshifu as well.
Wow.
We in the middle of a huge comeback here?
That is what I am thinking right now too, Kyle. That evolution into the Drizzile, being able to search out that Pal Pad. You know, we did see 2 Cheryls now in the discard pile, so that is also pretty big to be able to put them back into your deck and have the ability to heal at a later point. Hisuian Heavy Ball.
I do think this is the 4th Rapid Strike energy, so the G-Max Rapid Flow, don't think will really be an option at this point. It's going to be all Gale Thrust for the rest of the game.
Oh, wow, okay.
That makes it a little bit trickier, but still doable. One thing's for sure, we are going to see a Yoga Loop, and it will knock out that benched Origin Form Palkia V-Star and get Sebastian an extra turn. This is one of the most powerful effects you can have in the Pokemon TCG. Just take another turn. Your opponent doesn't get their next one, you just take another one. It lets you to, allows you to effectively attack twice in a row.
Yeah, and that is huge. That is definitely huge. That's why everyone was, you know, trying to make Dialga V-Star work for the longest time for that effect. So this is a very cherished, valued effect in the Pokemon TCG that Sebastian does have access to.
Yep.
Just another plus of playing this deck. And I'm sure being so familiar with how to get there as well with the Yoga Loops, always having that in the back of your mind. If there's a Pokemon that is within 20 or 2 damage counters of being knocked out, I can take an extra turn. So I'm going to use that to the best of my ability to line up my plays, take the extra turns, and especially come back into a game, even when Liam is at 1 prize card. There is always that potential there.
Okay, so it looks like Boss's Orders is in the discard already for Sebastian. There's just one. There's no more Rapid Strike energy for G-Max Rapid Flow.
Okay, we are seeing the Pal Pad grabbing a Cheryl and that Boss's Orders, so it will be shuffled back into the deck in just a second here.
Where you could consider going for Roxanne instead if you want to try to disrupt your opponent's hand once again.
Yep, that is true. Still in the discard pile there, but that was another alternate option for Sebastian, which, I mean, worked very well the first time. So
yeah, there's just so many options, but so many of them feel like they're maybe just slightly out of reach. But there we do see the Yoga Loop knockout.
Huge play
Get
here
the 2
from
prize card
Sebastian.
knockout and take an extra turn. It's one of the most unique attacks we have in the game. Always love to see it. And yeah, Sebastian just gets to take another one. It resets your whole turn. You get to use a supporter card again. You get to attach an energy card again. It's a whole new turn.
Only 210 HP here on the Medicham, but when you have a whole nother turn, just get it out of there. All right, looking through Liam's discard pile here. Searching through, seeing what has been used. That is actually very big, especially for Sebastian. Kind of trying to figure out what are the outs here for Liam. You always want to be thinking, all right, what is the worst case scenario? What could go wrong here for me?
Yep.
What do I have to plan for and plan around? And that is how you kind of formulate your strategy and your turn.
Yeah, for Sebastian, it's basically, yeah, I sure hope they don't have Boss's Orders.
Yeah, exactly. not really exactly in your control.
Is there any way I can play around it? All right, so there is the Boss's Orders. It is going to go after the Sobble.
Yeah, that's huge. We did already have that Drizzile in hand for Liam, so having that Sobble was definitely a huge thing. But not being able to have that evolution into the Drizzile is just going to make it that much harder. I mean, that does seem like the play here for Sebastian, knowing, okay, well, I already know that Liam has the Drizzile. If he's able to just search out a gusting effect and win this game, I need to be able to stop that. So let's make sure we can take out this Sobble this turn. Otherwise, it is not looking good for me. So that makes the most sense to me, Kyle.
Yeah, with that Cheryl back in the deck as well, there's opportunities to soak up another hit, heal off some damage. Yeah, Sebastian doing everything possible to stay in this game. It's been a really, really well-played game on both sides so far. Really technical plays on both sides.
Very technical, that is for sure.
All right, we do see quick shooting as well.
Quick shooting, so 2 damage counters being placed on the Galarian Zigzagoon.
The smallest target you can go after. All right, see the free retreat once again, thanks to the Tower of Waters. And just the Gale Thrust will knock out Sobble.
No more G-Max Rapid Flow here, but Sebastian using that Gale Thrust, and that is huge. Sebastian going down to 1 prize card. This top deck for Liam, and it was an order.
2 more cards off the Radiant Greninja.
Yes, here we go. Level ball.
Whoa.
Oh, one of our cross switchers here. The other one is not in hand, though, for Liam.
Turn's not over quite yet. I think there is a Roxanne that can be played. That is an opportunity to shuffle in and redraw 2 cross switchers.
That is absolutely true.
And we do see the level ball, so I mean, if Sebastian did knock out that Sobble, it probably would have been Boss's Orders or you know, shady dealings for cross switcher, and that would have been game over. So heads up play, just cutting off those shady dealing abilities whenever you can.
Yeah, if we're going to see the Roxanne, just making sure you're discarding the cards that you don't want to draw back into if they're not going to be useful for you at this point in time. So benching another Palkia V, attaching an energy to it, and here we go. This Roxanne is pretty huge. One of those cross switchers, you know, was in hand, but now we're both shuffling back up here.
Yeah, and this is big. So if Liam, well, at this point, if you draw 2 cross switchers, I don't know if you have anything to actually switch into.
Yeah.
So that might not be a winning play.
This is tricky.
Sebastian has lined up a game-winning scenario on the next turn. You know, if you quick shooting, scoop up net that Inteleon, play it back down, quick shooting again, you can yoga loop for the game. And I think that might be the route Sebastian's going for. But Roxanne may have disrupted those plans as well. So
well, this
still
is
anybody's
huge
game.
For both players here. Let's see what is drawn into. Of course, 6 cards here for Liam, only 2 for Sebastian.
Does find path to the peak though, and can get rid of that Tower of Waters. That could be massive.
Yeah, bumping that is definitely very important here for Liam, which is exactly what we're going to see.
I'm sorry, and Liam hasn't even used Star Portal yet, so the cross switchers definitely would have been game over.
Oh yeah, that's true. Going this entire game so far, Kyle, and we haven't even used the Star Portal. So impressive here.
Yeah, the last prize card for Sebastian is the 2nd Tower of Water still. There may not be a way to retreat and move this Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX out of the active spot.
Wow, yeah, you're right. That is 2 retreat costs here. And only 2 Tower of Waters, and 1 is in the prize cards, and now 1 is in the discard pile. That is a great point, Kyle. Liam, maybe just drawing that path to the peak, and that could potentially be what changes this for a round and changes this back in Liam's favor here, because
I think the Roxanne worked.
Yeah.
There's no Sobble on board for Sebastian, so there's no Drizzile that can be played this turn. I don't think there's any Rapid Strike cards that can be searched for at this point that are helpful because that Tower of Waters is prized. And I didn't see anything in hand that was helpful here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I didn't get to see that hand either, but oof, this is going to be very important. Looks like, yeah, it looks like all Pokemon, Kyle, in hand.
Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX does have a retreat cost of 2. Oh, look at that hand.
Wow. All Pokemon and no answers here, unfortunately, for Sebastian. That Roxanne definitely.
Oh, can't retreat.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter anyway, though. It's going to be a subspace swell for the game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think maybe some.
Yeah, I think that's what they're working out
Liam
here,
wins
but that
game
is
1.
okay. Yes, that was a little tricky here, but Liam is going to win our game 1. Kyle, we just cannot avoid such intricate matchups in our casting this weekend. Oh my goodness. But that was very entertaining to watch as far as just such technical plays from both of these players. You can obviously tell both Liam and Sebastian are very skilled with their chosen decks as well. But Liam closing it up, even after Sebastian really brought that back so heavily in that game. It swung both ways for these players throughout that entire game, but Liam was able to close that up in a very great fashion.
Yeah, Liam did have kind of a slowish start that game, wasn't able to attack until turn 3, but then had that massive turn with the Galarian Zigzagoon, triple scoop up net, got the 1-hit knockout on that big Pokemon VMAX, and that ended up being the difference in that game. But you could see just how much the small things matter in this matchup. 10 damage here and there, the difference between a win and a loss. I'm really excited to see how game number 2 is going to go, because I think this matchup could be really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe there's slightly different strategy potentially from Sebastian as well. I don't know. We do see a Marnie from both of these players in the deck too, so we could potentially see more disruption here. But Liam was just able to kind of stack a large hand, and there's only 3 scoop up nets in the entire deck and just had access to all of them there, especially with the Shady Dealings abilities from both the Drizzle and Inteleon. So lined up that play and just executed it beautifully from Liam. So Sebastian, of course, knowing that is now a possibility, just 3 scoop up next, knowing that Galarian Zigzagoon is in the deck. Sometimes, you know, you don't even know if your opponent is playing it. So that is huge knowledge for Sebastian. So we could definitely now see that knowledge take effect and go a little bit differently here, potentially for Sebastian. At least just knowing what's in the deck is always very important going into your next match, especially having to hopefully take it into a tie and go into a game 3.
Yeah, one important thing to call out, that game did take a long time. That game took
felt pretty long, Kyle.
40 minutes or something like that.
Oh, wow.
So this is a long matchup, back and forth, takes a lot of turns, lots of thinking. So, I mean, there is a chance that, you know, if Sebastian is able to win this game, we could go to almost like a sudden death scenario for game number 3, which will be interesting. So always got to keep an eye on that timer as we head into the second game of this matchup.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully we see as great of a game as the first one, though. That was very intricate.
Very intricate and very intense. I don't think you could raise the level of intensity in the room right now, Kyle, with this matchup. As we said, a lot of big brain plays from both of our players here. Of course, us trying to, you know, pick apart this matchup and see what plays they're even going for as well. And I honestly, Kyle, I think the prize cards are pretty huge for both of these players.
They sure were that game.
Yeah, they sure were, that's for sure. But Sebastian was able to work around the prize Manaphy, of course, with that Hisuian Heavy Ball, but having the Tower of Waters was in the prize cards as the last prize card too, was just very unfortunate to see. But I definitely think that's going to be huge. Of course, you never want to prize anything that's too detrimental, but especially in this match. Is that 2 mulligans now, Kyle?
3.
3 mulligans here for Liam. That is not what you really want to be seeing for each mulligan that you get, each hand that you cannot find a basic Pokemon. You're giving your opponent 1 extra card to their hand. So Sebastian being able to have 3 extra cards in starting hand is huge, because as we've seen in this matchup so far, both of these players' decks are so intricate. They need these individual pieces on the exact correct turn, and if they even miss just 1 piece, that could cost them the game. So prize cards are very influential. Mulligans are very influential. Waving high there to the crowd. I love to see all the plushies waving in the air as well, Kyle.
Everybody's showing out for the TCG finals. Let's hear it for these players one more time as we set up. We found a basic Pokemon.
We found the basic Pokemon here for Liam. That deserves some cheers for sure. All right, so looking at, oh, look at this.
Cross switcher.
Double cross switcher in the prizes here for Liam.
Boss's orders for Sebastian and a Rapid Strike Energy. All right, we're kicking off game number 2 here in the finals. And let's see who goes first. Couldn't actually tell. I think maybe Sebastian chose to go second. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, going second is so influential to this deck for sure. You lining up your bench and having everything prepared there is very, very important for Sebastian. Having those Sobbles, having those Urshifus out. That's how you set up your entire engine for this, especially the Remoraid as well. That Octillery is so important in this matchup. You know, if the Tower of Waters was in deck and the Octillery was able to search it out, we could have seen some switches there, but of course it was not even in the deck, unfortunately. So, all right, here we go. We are starting with Liam. Capacious Bucket, of course, searching through the deck here, familiarizing himself with what is in the prize cards and drawing out those 2 water energy. I didn't get to see what else is in the hand, Kyle, but
yeah, we'll see if there's any of those battle VIP passes or anything like that. Of course, you're just trying to get a Palkia V down on the first turn. Ideally, you would get Radiant Greninja and all sorts
energy
of great stuff.
attach. Yeah.
If you're just attaching to Sobble, though, That's not the best.
Oh, no way to get a Palkia out. Oh, no.
Now, fortunately, I don't think this is a deck that can knock out a Sobble on the first turn.
No, it is not.
As the standard format has gone on, the number of decks that can knock out a Sobble on the first turn has actually decreased quite a bit. It's really fascinating. Turn 2, you can do tons of damage, but it's really hard for decks to do 60 damage on the first turn.
To a Sobble.
Mew VMAX, one of the exceptions with that mellow meta, but a lot of decks, yeah, they just can't knock out a Sobble. In a lot of prior formats, this probably would have been game over for a lot of the matchups, but no, a lot of decks just can't knock out a Sobble.
Yeah, so I mean, really at this point, Sebastian just has to kind of capitalize off of this slower start for Liam. You want to see a lot more on Liam's side at this point. On a first turn, that is definitely not what you want to see, just attached to the Sobble. So Sebastian is going to start lining up the bench here with, oh, and that Manaphy is not in the prize cards this time for Sebastian, and it's hitting the bench right away. Very important to protect all of the crucial Pokemon in this matchup on the bench.
Yep, and Manaphy is the only basic Pokemon in this deck that is not a Rapid Strike Pokemon. So you search that up with the Irida, and then you can keep calling for the rest of the gang.
Yeah, it is the Rapid Strike party out here for Sebastian, that's for sure. And Irida being played here. Irida is something that I feel like not a lot of people utilize in Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, but Sebastian showing how it helps this deck so much. Especially popping off on a very consistent turn 1 here for Sebastian.
Yeah, it's interesting. You would think of this as a fighting deck, right? Not a water deck.
Your main attacker is a fighting Pokemon,
yeah.
so.
But playing for Irida, it's just so strong with the Inteleon engine with Shady Dealings, and even stronger because of Octillery with the Rapid Strike Surge. So even though Irida doesn't find your main attacking Pokemon, it finds pretty much everything else in your deck.
Yeah, it finds those supporters and finds the extra item card that you might need as well. So it is definitely very influential to this deck, and that is why there's 4 being played in there for Sebastian. Adds so much consistency. So we are going to see that keep calling. The Remoraid, that Urshifu V, and that Sobble hitting the bench. So pretty great turn here for Sebastian, exactly what you want to see, I'm sure, on this side. Both the Urshifu's in play, able to be evolved. Remoraid is ready to go to be evolved. Really, everything's ready to evolve for Sebastian on the next turn. So now let's go over to Liam. There was Irida here. So searching out a quick ball, and of course, that Radiant Greninja, which is going to be huge, getting that extra draw support to hopefully line up your hand. I'm really wondering, you know, if Sebastian being able to take so many more of those mulligan cards helped with that strong first turn setup here, but hopefully Liam can pick it up with the turn 2 here as well.
Yep, so I'm sure we'll see the concealed cards from Radiant Greninja, hoping to maybe just draw into some more basic Pokemon. Quick sequencing tip that I think we've seen a lot at the World Championships, but in this situation, if you're trying to draw more basic Pokemon, it's important to concealed cards first, because Quick Ball takes a basic Pokemon out of your deck. So you concealed cards, draw the cards, you have higher odds of finding a basic Pokemon, and then afterwards you play the Quick Ball. You know, later in the game, if you're trying to draw other cards, you can thin cards out of your deck with Quick Ball, then concealed cards. So it's always important to keep in mind what you're trying to draw, and it can really change your sequencing and change your odds, and that can be a crucial difference between finding the cards you need or drawing some cards that you didn't want.
Yeah, most definitely. That is for sure, Kyle. So Liam now having 3 Sobbles in play here. That Palkia V.
This game's going to look a lot different, I think. Sebastian's going to get an attack off with the Gale Thrust. We'll see. I think the boss's orders is prized, so there's no opportunity to go after the Palkia here, but still can get an attack off with the Gale Thrust, can knock out the Sobble. And I think Sebastian's going to want to try to evolve up these Drizzile as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Try to get to a point where you can kind of threaten quick shooting. Oh, another huge thing here, evolves both Urshifu V. That was something that happened last game. Liam was able to go after a Rapid Strike Urshifu V before it evolved, but now there's these 2 gigantic 330 HP Pokemon VMAX, and there's no easy targets for Liam to get prize cards.
Absolutely. Very, very strong start here from Sebastian. So we could potentially see a 1-1 game. And you were right about the time, Kyle. 25 minutes left on the clock here for these players. So, of course, you can see playing pretty quickly here for Sebastian, but going to take that one prize card knockout on the Sobble. As we said, there's only one box's order in deck, and it is in the prizes for Sebastian. So there wasn't some sort of out to that. But now Liam is at the play here, ready for the response. Still 2 Sobbles in play, and of course that Radiant Greninja. So there's definitely a lot of options, a lot of routes for this turn for Liam. We'll just see how he chooses to sequence this.
We'll see what's in the hand. Looks like there's at least access to a Drizzile here. Maybe a Marnie in hand as well. Not quite sure what your preferred play is. There's just lots of things that Sebastian can do. And this early in the game, there's not many great ways to disrupt your opponent's hand. There is Marnie, that could work, but you know your opponent hasn't played very many things like Level Ball, Evolution Incense yet, so their deck is full of ways to find Drizzile and Inteleon. So this may be a situation where you just have to acknowledge, hey, I'm gonna attack into something here, but my opponent will likely have the answer at this point. But later on, maybe they won't be able to draw into the Cheryl combos, things like that. Another route you could go for is trying to target down something like the Octillery or go after the Manaphy, try to take out some single prize Pokemon. I think you really want to put the pressure on the energy cards in this situation. Because Sebastian's deck doesn't have energy acceleration, you kind of do want to attack where the energy is and force that Cheryl to discard the energy when you heal. So we'll see what route Liam decides to go for.
Yeah, that definitely is very true. You could always, you know, go after the Manaphy, but it's like you said, Kyle, if you kind of limit what is attacking you, that is also definitely a strategy there. One very important thing here from Liam, we did see the Marnie for Liam here, so Liam's going to be able to draw into 5 cards and limiting Sebastian to a 4-card hand as well. Sebastian actually had a lot of cards in hand before this Marnie, so that might be pretty big there.
I did not see a way to get a Drizzile or an Inteleon or a Cheryl or really
top
anything.
Deck mode for Sebastian, so obviously a good Marnie here decision for Liam. Also, I want to note that the Manaphy was brought out onto the bench for Liam. Very important as well, because you want to put as many barriers in between your opponent attacking and taking multiple prize cards off of your bench, especially, you know, potentially knocking out your engine here as well. So the Manaphy coming into play is extremely important for Liam. Looks like debating whether to grab, the Irida here. But that is what is going to be grabbed off of that Drizzile Shady Dealings. Of course, our Irida allowing you to search out a water Pokemon and an item card as well from your deck. Of course, that Marnie was already played here for Liam on this turn, so you can only play one supporter card per turn.
That's got to go into the hand,
Yes, it does have to go into the hand, but it is now.
We get that addressed. That Irida should be in the hand.
Yeah, I was about to say, why is it in the discard pile? All right.
All right. Well, hopefully we get that sorted out.
I will.
Sure, we will. All right. Now back to Sebastian. And did we find any way to find a Cheryl or anything like that? No. Looks like lots of cards that don't help a whole lot. There's like a quick ball, fighting energy, lots of rapid strike cards. You do have Octillery to use Rapid Strike Search, but of note, there are no supporter cards in this deck that are Rapid Strike, nothing like Karina's Focus. The only things that could really be, okay, and the Irida is back in hand now. So
all right, great. Good, we got that sorted out there, all right.
Of course, the Shady Dealings, Drizzile and Inteleon are not Rapid Strike Pokemon, so you cannot search for those with Rapid Strike Search.
Yeah, that's definitely an important thing to note. The Sobble's the only Rapid Strike Pokemon there for that line, so that is important.
Quick Shooting is a Rapid Strike.
Quick Shooting is a Rapid Strike, that is for sure. And Quick Shooting is also very important here for Sebastian. Getting those pings off as early as possible with those 2 damage counters being spread across the field is very important, especially being put on that Manaphy, of course, with pretty low HP as well. I believe, is the Manaphy 70 HP? I want to say?
Yes.
70 HP on that Manaphy.
Yep, it's just at a range of 3 quick shooting. Common play pattern we'll see is quick shooting 3 times, then yoga loop to finish it off, which then you can G-Max rapid flow after that. It's a nice combo you can set up. We can see Sebastian quick balling for the Medicham. Can't put it down this turn since you can only have 5 Pokemon on your bench, but thinning out a card to hopefully draw something better for the next turn. We did see an interesting choice. Sebastian had to decide between attaching a fighting energy or a rapid strike energy to the benched rapid strike Urshifu VMAX. Decides to go with the rapid strike energy. And then we're gonna punch in there with the Gale Thrust for 150, but now there is a gigantic target on the bench there with that heavily damaged VMAX. So that could be a juicy 3-prize knockout for Liam to go after.
That is definitely a potential there. And like you said in the last game as well, Kyle, there is Tool Jammer for Sebastian, but of course it is not on the field again here. So Liam will have access to that choice belt as well for the extra 30 damage output on the Urshifu VMAX. So Liam does have some interesting decisions here to make in this turn. Debating the Irida, going in with the Irida. Good thing we took that out of the discard pile for Liam there. Yep. Searching out a water Pokemon and an item card from the deck. What do you think Liam's going to be looking for? Obviously eyeing up that Drizzile Pokemon here, but as for the item card, what are you thinking, Kyle?
Seems like a clear cross-switcher turn. Benching that Palkia means that there was no way to get a knockout on the active Pokemon. So yeah, I think just cross-switcher, go after that 3-prize knockout on the bench. You know, take the prize cards where you can and make it so that, all right, then I only need to knock out 1 more VMAX to win this game. If you attack into this active Pokemon, it can be really dangerous. Then the Cheryl wipes off hundreds of damage and pretty much wipes out your last 2 attacks. So you need to take the prize cards where you can. If you get this cross-switcher knockout here, then you can build up to that big turn where maybe you get the quick shooting Inteleon or a bunch of Galarian Zigzagoon again and get a 1-hit knockout. That can be your clear path to victory.
Yeah, that is absolutely incredibly important here. As long as those damage counters are out on the field, Liam definitely wants to capitalize on that. So that is most likely what we're going to see here. And then Liam's going to be putting Sebastian sort of on the back foot as well, taking 3 prize cards. Going down to only 3 prize cards left is definitely a lot of pressure being put over onto Sebastian. But as we saw in the last game, Sebastian kind of worked very well on the back foot, was able to work out the plays that he needed to in order to work around that and almost close up the game himself.
So cross switcher going after that big rapid strike Urshifu VMAX that's got all the damage on it. The Marnie was successful for Liam, disrupted Sebastian's hand and has converted this into a 3-prize knockout.
3-prize knockout here for Liam is what we're about to see.
Half the game.
That is half the game indeed, Kyle. We also saw the scoop up. Of course, you have to switch your Pokemon with cross switcher. So there was that scoop up there on the Drizzile, which now means Drizzile is back in hand for Liam as well to be able to activate onto that bench Sobble for the next turn too, which is just pretty much resetting your engine of draw support for your upcoming turns, but resetting the prize cards here for Liam from that Hisuian heavy ball.
Put the cross switcher higher up, now they're further apart.
That's true. They were right next to each other in the prize cards before, but now they are separated. Usually we see our players draw from the bottom, and now that cross switcher's right at the top.
3 prize cards off that knockout on the rapid strike Urshifu VMAX. Did Sebastian draw anything on this turn? Looks like maybe draw an Irida. That's a huge top deck.
That was a top deck, wow. All right, that is definitely huge for Sebastian. Looks like going into the deck with the Irida, of course, searching out the deck for a water Pokemon and an item card here for Sebastian, just trying to come back after that huge 3 prize card knockout. You know, I think it actually would have been a lot different as well, Kyle, if we had seen both the cross switchers drawn for Liam there off the prize cards. That was pretty unfortunate, especially because it's 3 prize cards, it's not just 2 as well. Yeah. So you have even bigger of a chance to do that, but still remaining in the prize cards there for Liam. So off of this Irida, we are going to see that Drizzile with the Shady Dealings ability and still deciding on the item card here. Eyeing up the Scoop Up Net, but just still planning it out, but going with the Scoop Up Net here for Sebastian. Evolving into the Drizzile, and let's see what other trainer card is going to be searched out for Sebastian to try to pull things off with this turn. Tower of Waters coming into play, allowing that quick shooting Inteleon to be able to retreat, to go into a Gale Thrust or the G-Max Rapid Flow potentially as well for the Urshifu VMAX. Of course, that Manaphy is still in play for Liam, which, as we said, Kyle, before, Manaphy is so important in this matchup for both players, and now you can kind of see why.
Yeah, this is a much different situation than the first game for Sebastian. Just going to see a Gale Thrust knockout on this V-Star this turn, most likely. Going down to 3 prize cards. Not going to set up the fancy Yoga Loop this time. I do think Sebastian wants to get in a position where he's able to use multiple quick shooting abilities in a turn to threaten things like Yoga Loop onto the Manaphy. That is going to be the target eventually. Liam, of course, can have some counterplay. You know, if you have some damage counters on the Manaphy, you can use a Scoop Up Net to pick it up and take away that option. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth here. A lot of, you know, kind of bench warfare here where you know, there's quick shooting going after the Manaphy, counterplay back and forth. So this is a really tricky scenario. And Sebastian, you can see how much thought is going into this. It really is like a chess match at this point. You need to make every move properly. There's no room for error in this kind of a situation, and there's lots of decisions to be made.
We did see that quick shooting onto the Manaphy here, bringing it up to 40 damage now on it on the bench. Retreating with that Tower of Waters out of that Inteleon into the Urshifu VMAX with that Rapid Strike energy attached. It looks like they're debating something on the field here as well and searching through the discard pile.
Yeah, really agonizing over whether or not to play Scoop Up Net this turn. And maybe reset the Inteleon and put down another Sobble just to give more options for Shady Dealings on the next turn. We'll see what Sebastian decides to go with. It's pretty clear at this point there will be a Gale Thrust knockout. We will be tied in prize cards. Sebastian did get that first early knockout on the Sobble.
The intensity is rising. Well, my brain hurts just watching this match, I'm not gonna lie. But there we go, we did see that knockout there for Sebastian, taking those 2 prize cards off of that Origin Form Palkia V-Star, tying up the prize card race here and passing it over to Liam after that knockout. So let's see what Liam has in store for us in this turn, starting off with the Capacious Bucket. Looks like only 1 energy, though.
That's true. Liam has not used a V-Star power yet, so Star Portal is available.
Didn't even use it last game.
Yeah, who needs it?
That is very rare for an Origin Form Palkia deck, that is for sure.
I think this could be a turn where you play Roxanne. If that's available, your opponent is down to 3 prize cards, so you can play Roxanne, attack into the active, and then if your opponent doesn't find a Cheryl, you can get a 2-hit knockout for the game. It'll be extremely disruptive at this point.
Even stronger would be replacing that Stadium as well, just like we saw in the last game for Liam. If you're able to Roxanne, put your opponent down to 2 cards here, draw a ton of cards yourself, replace the Stadium with the Path to the Peak so they no longer have access to that Tower of Waters for the easy retreats. You could put Sebastian in a very, very difficult spot, and maybe Sebastian just doesn't have all of the answers to be able to recover from it.
Yeah. You know, we'll call out it is possible to win this turn. If you get quick shooting Inteleon, Galarian Zigzagoon, Scoop Up Net, Choice Belt, and you can get to 330. It's going to take a lot of cards, but it is possible to win here.
That would be absolutely epic to see. I mean, it was epic to see it in the last game, but that would be even more epic. If that was the play you made to become the world champion, that would be great to see, Kyle. That is for sure.
First things first, we're going to see a concealed cards from Radiant Greninja. Try to draw into some more options here. Battle VIP Pass, not what you want to see.
Though. Yeah, not what you want to see, but when you play 4 in the deck, they're going to show up eventually. But yeah, we did see that Roxanne, but going for the Melanie instead.
All right.
Accelerating that energy from the discard pile to one of the V Pokemon. Drawing 3 cards after that as well off the Melanie. So huge hand here for Liam. Lots of options. Of course, now Supporter has been played for the turn, so we will not be seeing a Roxanne here.
Yeah, it looks like just another Palkia V-Star. So I think Liam might be a little bit short of getting the knockout here.
Yup, that is for sure, but we will at least have
airy spot to be in if you're Sebastian, especially what happened after what happened in game 1.
Scoop up net being drawn out of the deck here off of that Drizzile Shady Dealings. Evolution into our Palkia V-Star, and then we are going straight into another Shady Dealings, allowing Liam to search out 2 trainer cards here from the deck, eyeing up that Stadium as well. Like we said, you want to be able to disrupt your opponent as much as possible here, so taking that Tower of Waters out of play is definitely huge for Liam. Also being able to utilize the training court for themselves as well.
Okay, looks like nothing super fancy is going to happen here.
Ooh,
We
that's
do
huge.
See Scoop Up Net clearing the damage off of the Manaphy. That was big to dodge any sort of Yoga Loop play.
That is definitely huge. You want to make sure you're taking all the damage counters off of your board state to avoid any sort of sneaky Yoga Loops here from Sebastian. So that is huge. But attaching that energy there to our active Palkia V-Star training core has bumped that Tower of Waters out of play. That water energy was drawn off of the training court as well.
I think normally we would see Scoop Up Net onto the Inteleon and played on a Sobble, but again, Yoga Loop is a threat. Having a 60 HP Pokemon on board is a huge difference. And maybe Liam not wanting to put that Sobble in danger and allow Sebastian to have an extra turn. This is going to be the big one for Sebastian. You do need to heal all this damage off of your VMAX with the Cheryl. Otherwise, it's just one more subspace swell and the game is over. So what is Sebastian able to put together on this turn? Doesn't look like there's any route to a Yoga Loop knockout at this point. There's no easy targets to go after. The most you can do is quick shooting twice, which puts 4 damage counters, and then Yoga Loop does 2 more. The Pokemon with the lowest HP is Manaphy, so not going to see any Medicham V plays this turn. So I think it's going to have to be a Cheryl, and then maybe setting up for a Yoga Loop on the following turn. If you can Yoga Loop into knocking out a V-Star on the next turn, that gets you to 3 prize cards. That's all you need.
Absolutely. We are definitely going to need to see some answers here, but is there a way for Sebastian to get the Cheryl this turn?
You need to discard the energy. Yep.
There we go.
Quick shooting the Manaphy?
Yeah, there's going to be a quick shooting onto the Manaphy. You can Scoop Up Net the active, which puts a Drizzile into hand. And then you can Drizzile for the Cheryl. So that one works out.
Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so plenty of cards in hand then to search out the pieces needed here for Sebastian. Of course, going straight for that Cheryl. Need to heal this damage off here, but yeah, I think Sebastian was just thinking, oh yeah, Tower of Waters is in play. Potentially, so not thinking you'd have to retreat with that energy, but...
Here we go, healing all damage from each of your evolution Pokemon. So fully healing that big Pokemon VMAX. Of course, there's still no Tool Jammer on this Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, so it's still potentially in range to be knocked out by the correct combination of cards on Liam's side. But we are going to see the Gale Thrust. We are going to see pretty clear game plan here from Sebastian.
Oh my God.
Setting up the Yoga Loop on the Manaphy for the next turn, into the Gale Thrust for the knockout.
This is
what can Liam do to disrupt this plan?
Such a close game, and I also want to note, Kyle, we're 5 minutes and 50 seconds here for these players as well. So these games have been long, that is for sure. Very grindy games, very intricate plays from both of our players. I am sure that they are going to be absolutely exhausted after this match. That is for sure.
No kidding. All right, training court gets back the water energy, concealed cards to draw 2 more cards. Do see an evolution incense. I could find the quick shooting Inteleon if needed. I think there's a couple routes you can go here. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Abominable V.
Making an appearance here.
Are we gonna get enough damage counters here to get the knockout with Destroyer Punch?
Only needs 4.
You can quick shooting. That's 2. Uh-oh. Will Abominable V be the game winner? A world's winning attack with Destroyer Punch.
I would absolutely love to see this. The Abominable. The crab, the powerful crab coming out here. And actually, even to know, Kyle, Sebastian doesn't necessarily know that Liam plays the Abominable. This has been hidden from the deck, unless they were in, no, they couldn't have been in the Logan hands because that's a basic Pokemon.
I gotta think this is lining up victory. You see Star Portal putting the 3 energy cards onto the Abominable V. See the quick shooting Inteleon. Let's see, it's 2 damage counters. It's not quite enough. With Scoop Up Net, Galarian Zigzagoon, maybe Choice Belt as well.
I'm just wondering if there has already been too many Scoop Up Nets played. This has been a long match, and I remember seeing, I mean, we did have one on the Manaphy, and I think there was a couple of others here and there, when, you know, when Drizzile was needed to be taken out of the active position.
Quick shooting to the active.
All right, here we go. There's that first 2. Okay, we're going to see the boss's orders to bring up the quick shooting Inteleon on Sebastian's side here. So I think Liam was just down too many Scoop Up Nets.
Oh, this is a really clever play. You take out the quick shooting Inteleon, say there's not going to be any Yoga Loop plays here. You also drop the damage counters on the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX preemptively, because next turn you quick shooting 1 more time, get it up to 4 damage counters, and then the Destroyer Punch does get the knockout on the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. So, whew, this was a really strong play. One thing though, Sebastian does play Ordinary Rod, so is able to find it, can just get the quick shooting Inteleon, and we can just see the quick shooting Yoga Loop play still. And there it is, there's the Ordinary Rod.
Oh my goodness, here we go, Ordinary Rod shuffling. Going to be able to shuffle those Pokemon back in, of course, that quick shooting and the, it looks like the Drizzile as well, but just looking through the options, of course, making sure you're playing to your outs. Only the quick shooting.
You can Rapid Strike search for the quick shooting Inteleon.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen, and just instantly evolving into it. You can see
Shady Dealings can find you a Tower of Waters, Scoop Up Net, whatever you want to, however you want to do it. I think we're entering the Yoga Loop zone, and we could see 2 straight turns for Sebastian to get 3 prize cards. Are we gonna see an extra turn for the game? I thought we were gonna see the Abominable, but instead, here comes Medicham V.
The battle between the Abominable versus the Medicham V here.
Yoga Loop.
We are gonna see the Yoga Loop taking the knockout there on that Manaphy, giving Sebastian
Gale Thrust for the knockout.
Turn for the knockout. Woo. Oh my goodness, Kyle. 2 minutes left on the clock as well. I don't think you could have asked for, wow, that was incredible. That was an incredible ending to that game. Wow, we are 1-1, Kyle. 1-1 here with only 2 minutes left on the clock, really. Almost 1:30 here now, but I don't think we could have asked for anything better than that. The Abominable was being lined up. The Medicham came out with that Yoga Loop play for Sebastian. That was huge. And you can see both of these players know their decks so well, know every single out that they have for these. And these have been the longest matches for both these players, and they are just staying so on point. You can definitely tell we are seeing world champion level play here right now.
Definitely. Both these players worthy of the title of world champion.
Absolutely.
No matter what, one of these players has to win. We will see a world champion soon, but yeah, as you have mentioned, that timer is getting low.
It is getting low, so we are going to see how we are supposed to navigate this.
Very likely that the third game will not come to you know, a whole conclusion. And it may come down to that scenario where whoever's taken the most prize cards is winning. In this kind of a situation, it does feel like Liam is favored. You know, the Origin form Palkia V-Star deck is much more aggressive, is able to do big amounts of damage. And Liam will be going first. But anything can happen.
That is definitely true. Anything can happen indeed. I'm sure the pressure is, if it wasn't mounting before, it is definitely mounting now. Like I said before as well, both of these players, I'm sure, exhausted from those very intricate matches. Both of those were just played pretty flawlessly by both of our players here, meeting all of their outs for every single turn that they could have, giving themselves the best potential scenarios to lock up the game here. But Sebastian just making it a little bit further there to tie it 1-1. So exciting to see, Kyle. So much happening, and it was such a long match, but that conclusion was definitely not one that you would probably expect to see, but definitely great.
I don't know if the timer on the screen is accurate, but we have hit all zeros on the clock. And I do believe that means we're going to a sudden death third game here. And that's going to mean, I think, we may have the additional 3 turns. We'll get clarification on that, but
yes,
pretty much first knockout wins.
First knockout wins, huh, Kyle? Yeah, I guess if it goes into that sudden death, that could potentially be what happens. And if that's the case, Kyle, this could go either way. We could see a very difficult initial setup for one of our players, going first versus second. How do you think that weighs in on it, Kyle? I mean, this is...
I sure like to go first in that
I would assume so. I want to be able to evolve first and be able to take the first knockout and become the world champion here. This is the most intense match I think we've casted all weekend here, and of course it is in our finals match for both of these players, so you couldn't have asked for anything better here to be watching our senior finals. Definitely giving us a game.
This does change your strategy quite a bit. So normally you would be doing things like keep calling with Sobble, filling up your bench. But in this kind of a situation, you're just trying to deny prize cards. And there we see the fist bump, and we're going to see the active Pokemon soon. Sebastian did start with Medicham V, which does have a significant amount of HP. That's exactly what I was getting to. You want a Pokemon in play that is difficult for your opponent to knock out. Now, Medicham V is not the biggest Pokemon. It's only got 210 HP, certainly in range to be knocked out by Palkia. But we do see the Battle VIP pass. Such a great way to start off your Game 3 in the finals.
Yeah, definitely what you want to see from Liam here, that's for sure. Starting like Liam started last game with only the Sobble attach is definitely not what you want to see in a sudden death final match game here. So Liam having that Battle VIP pass is huge. Of course, searching out the Sobble and that Palkia V to hit the bench here on turn 1.
This is going to be very interesting. It's going to come down to, I think, how many Pokemon Sebastian can get away with not putting on the bench.
Yeah, limiting the damage output is huge.
If you've drawn a strong enough hand, you could get in a situation where you just have Pokemon V in play. Geez, it's going to be rough. Liam, I think, does have the freedom to just play down a bunch of Pokemon, is going first, so can get the first attack off with something like the Origin form Palkia V-Star. And all right.
Passing over to Sebastian now. Let's see how this first turn goes. As we said, there's going to be a whole lot of different strategy here when we're in this scenario for both players. So starting off with an Irida, allowing Sebastian to search out a water Pokemon and an item card from the deck, eyeing up the Sobble and an escape rope here. Off of the Irida, I'm not sure exactly what else is in hand for Sebastian, but that escape rope was drawn. So if we do see the switch into the Sobble, that could also be very intricate depending on what the format is right now.
If our understanding is correct, this
Yes.
is just a 3-turn game. Liam took the first turn.
3 turns.
And Sebastian will just get turn number 2, and that means Liam gets turn number 3, and if Liam is able to take a knockout, I think that's just the end of the tournament. Liam will be crowned world champion, and I did see Origin form Palkia V-Star in hand. It's going to be tense. We do see Sebastian lining up Escape Rope here and a Sobble. And I don't know if you can afford to bench Sobble here. You might need to, depending on what your hand looks like. You might feel like you need to get the Drizzile going. But it's such an easy target for your opponent to go after. It would just be, you know, Palkia V-Star, you use Star Portal, attach an energy, and then you just Moonlight Shuriken, knock out the Sobble, and win the World Championships.
Yeah.
This is so complicated.
Yeah.
Very tense.
This is going to be very difficult here for Sebastian to decide what to do, but I don't really see other ways in the hands.
Gonna see the Escape Rope.
All right, Escape Rope going into that Sobble.
Look like Sebastian is just gonna say, you know what? I don't have much I can do here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep calling. I'm gonna set myself up to maybe get a boss's orders KO on the next turn, and I just need to hope that you can't take a prize card here. That is my best chance to win, and hey, I think that's a good way to go.
Most definitely. So we are seeing that keep calling here from Sebastian, searching out those Rapid Strike Pokemon from the deck. Of course, the Urshifubi and 2 more Sobble to the bench. All right, Liam top decking the scoop.
There is Origin form Palkia V-Star. We see the Star Portal. That's it. Subspace Swell takes down the Sobble, and Liam is your world champion.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sure sighing a big breath of relief there. Those were the most intense matchups I have seen, Kyle, this entire weekend. Liam has most definitely earned this title, especially after that game. And you know what, when that is your finals game, and that is what it takes to become the world champion for yourself, and you get to wind back this video, those were the most impressive plays that Liam made in those matchups. And of course, Sebastian as well. Congratulations to Sebastian for making it 2nd place here in our World Championship. That is absolutely huge, especially because this was Sebastian's first World Championship.
Excellent performance.
Coming 2nd place, but Liam able to break the curse, Kyle.
Exactly, yeah.
Liam has broken that curse.
2nd place finishes are over. It's time for Liam to be champion here in London.
Oh.
Extremely well played by both players, just an incredible match. You know, I got flashbacks to how the 2011 World Championships ended between Ross Cawthon and David Cohen. Also went to a sudden death, first knockout wins. Same thing here. This time it is Liam taking home the crown here in London.
Yeah, congratulations, Liam. That was amazing play. You know, we hear all of the support for Liam back there as well. I'm sure coming with friends, with family, and now we are going to see Liam up on stage with the trophy. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that the curse has been broken and Liam is our champion.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was an awesome match. We've had 2 awesome matches so far.
Yes.
Junior finals was incredible. Senior finals also incredible. Went the full 75 minutes and plus 3 turns. Excellent play on both sides. We got to see everything. We got to see some yoga loops. We got to see a Crabominable V.
It's very hard to say, Kyle.
Many syllables. We almost got to see, that Destroyer Punch winning the World Championships, but it got taken away from the extra turn by the yoga loop. It was just amazing. This is what you love to see.
Yeah, if that would have happened and Liam becoming the world champion with a Crabominable in an Origin form Palkia V-Star deck, that would have been absolutely epic to see. And we almost did see that too, but it was also very cool seeing the yoga loop play. You know, Urshifu VMAX was a very popular deck for a long time, and I'm sure all the fans of Urshifu were very happy to see that performance of the deck.
Yeah.
Such cool plays, such intricate plays. That was great.
Great showing, yeah, and especially for Sebastian, a deck that a lot of people had thought had just fallen out of the standard format. Yeah, this looks like a deck that was used during like all the Players' Cup tournaments.
Yeah.
The Rapid Strike, Urshifu, VMAX, and Teleon. You know, maybe just finding this opening in the metagame. Mew VMAX has fallen off in popularity quite a bit. That would be a really bad matchup for that deck. But
yeah.
Hey, finding out, you know what, I can do well against Arceus. I can do pretty well against Palkia as well. Just impressive play from Sebastian. You saw exactly why he was in the finals in the first place, but hey, Liam is the winner.
Yes, Liam is the winner here. And speaking of that, we have the interview, so we get to see the reaction from Liam after that incredible win. So let's go down to that.
Liam, as of this moment, you're from now on forever going to be a world champion. How does that feel to hear?
It feels amazing. I mean, it's like the most prestigious tournament in Pokemon, so winning it feels awesome.
How did you get to this moment? How did you prepare?
I played a lot with like my friends and family. I played Palkia. I thought it was the best deck, and I had good results. I drew well. Yeah, I mean, you can claim to be the best now for sure. Your family, are they here? Are there friends you want to say hello to? Yeah, my family's right there. Caden Hyatt and his family's right there. A lot of people watching. I thank everyone who helped me on the way.
Now, there are a lot of people watching you who really would like to be standing on this stage someday in your position. What advice would you give them if they want to become a trainer like you?
I'd say just work hard, try to go to tournaments, and if you draw well, you'll probably have some success.
Success just like you did. Congratulations. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championship right after this.
Thank you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers and fans! It is an honor to welcome everyone to the 2022 Pokemon World Championship! It's been a long journey for all of us to reach London, and the hard battles fought have earned your way. Being here today proves that you are part of an elite group of trainers, and each of you now has a chance to compete for the title of Pokemon World Champion.
Llegar. Es la primera vez que se juega fuera de las capitales. Guante 2014, 2015 Boston, San Francisco 2016, Anaheim 2017, 2018 Nashville y 2019 en Washington, D.C.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championship.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships Masters TCG Final. My name's Ross Gilbert, I'm incredibly excited, and I'm joined by my good friend, the lovely Joe Bernard. You hype, Joe?
Oh, I am so excited. We've had two fantastic finals already, a nail-biter there in the seniors. Sudden death, that is the stuff of legend. And we have one more match of the day, the Masters Finals. Two exceptional players that we have on show, beating hundreds of players from around the world to get here. amazing stuff.
Oh yes, we've seen lots of Palkia doing very well today, but we aren't going to see Palkia doing well in this game. The game we've got today is with your Arceus, Flying Pikachu, Hisuian Decidueye, and they have actually ousted all of the Palkia, and we're going to have Flying Pikachu VMAX in a World's winning deck, and that is a stuff of legends.
Yeah, it's a real surprise to see this archetype brought from many Japanese players, but also Andre from the Czech Republic has brought it on his own accord, and it's been a fantastic choice for the tournament. They have both taken down many Palkia variants as well as other Arceus players in the field and have been able to overcome all sorts of challenges along the way. So it's been a fantastic choice for the tournament.
Yeah, we were on course to have an all-Japanese final, but Andre went and ruined that yesterday. And looking to take it one step further today, looking to take down Daichi and actually become the, well, actually for the second time in 3 tournaments, a European world champion. That could absolutely happen.
Yeah, absolutely. He is here to spoil the party. They are playing slightly different archetypes, but there are lots of similarities to be had. And if it's any indication, our top 4 game, where it was Ryota versus Andre, it was a true nail-biter, really intense stuff from yesterday. So I really hope that we get to repeat that action today in the final.
Yeah, I think yesterday was the most memorable game I've ever casted. It was absolutely ridiculous with the fly flips. And I don't think I've ever been so hyped to see somebody draw and then play a Professor's Research.
Right.
That was incredibly exciting. Of course, we have got the other narrative we've said a couple of times this weekend. A Japanese player does win in the Masters division every 6 years. 2004, 2010, 2016. So this would fit the pattern very nicely. But then again, it would be quite nice to, you know, first World Championships in Europe. Would be nice to have a European champion.
Yeah, I don't think Andre's too superstitious. I don't think he wants to see that 6-year pattern repeat itself. He's certainly got his eyes on the prize as well, played so well in that top 4 game, and he's already overcome this matchup once. And it's pretty much the exact same 60 that he's going to have to come up against today in the final. But, of course, Daichi has other plans.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to prepare for the World Championship final, the best preparation possible is the exact same matchup in top 4 of the World Championships on the stage against a really ridiculously good player. And you did say yourself these lists are slightly different. I mean, the big difference really between the lists is firstly that Andre is playing a second Hisuian Decidueye V-Star. Right. And also, yeah, Daichi's got the Jolteon package. Great for shutting down those abilities of Water-type Pokemon, but that's not relevant in this matchup. Andre instead is playing that Bibarel list, and actually, that could be very relevant.
Yeah, he's able to draw a lot of cards with that Industrious Incisors ability, and it might give him a slight edge here. We've seen so often it's a tactical battle with lots of different type coverages coming in. The Flying Pikachus can knock each other out at times as well. The Hisuian Decidueye can target down and aggressively the Arceus V-Star, which are normally known for being quite tanky Pokemon. So it's a real back and forth cat and mouse game here. And at the same time, there's lots of path to the peak, Marnie, spin the wheel, see if your opponent can be stuck in an awkward position off of that.
Yeah, the Bibarel's really interesting to me because Daichi's playing quite a lot of ability lock. You've got the Jolteon that locks down those water Pokemon. You've got path to the peak, which locks down those rule box Pokemon. Bibarel's not a water Pokemon, at least not in a trading card game, and we've not got a rule box there. So it can just sit there doing its thing, Industrious Incisors, draw until you've got 5 cards in your hand, and I really like that. And we saw that come absolutely clutch yesterday. When Path to the Peak came down and there wasn't much going on, Bibarel was still doing its thing. And let's not forget the crucial play at the end of game 3 yesterday, Industrious Incisors for a full 5 cards, drawing that boss's orders, and that was what catapulted Andre into the finals.
Yeah, the last card from the 5 in the Industrious Incisors. Very exciting stuff, and Andre's going to hope to repeat that. I think you give him a slight edge, as we did see in the top 4 game, but it's still very close between these 2 decks.
And let's not forget, you know, after Ryota lost yesterday, I'm willing to bet there was a conversation between Daichi and Ryota where they sat down and went, right, this matchup, here is the best way to approach it. So yes, Andre did have a fantastic, almost like a dress rehearsal yesterday, if that doesn't sound too weird in the top 4. But Daichi has also, you know, had a countryman, a teammate, being able to, you know, give him the heads up on that matchup. And let's face it, we streamed that matchup, so I'm willing to bet they probably watched it back a bit yesterday. They've had all of yesterday evening, all of today so far to think about this matchup, think about their plays. So we have got a very, very good game between 2 very good players, but let's take a look at how they got here.
Hello, Pokemon trainers and fans! It is an honor to welcome everyone to the 2022 Pokemon World Championship. Claim your glory. Let's do it.
And that is the game. Ross Cawthorn will take the match 2-0.
Oh my goodness, not like this. Just as we said it'd be cool, it happened, Kyle.
It's a heads. That's big. That Pikachu is flying high right now.
Oh, the path to the peak.
That is
another mulligan.
Oh my goodness.
We're going for a record here, day one in London.
Just a fist bump and that's it.
There we go.
Kakuto with complete dismantling of this Palkia deck.
And on
air balloon off the top. That's going to allow Azul to retreat and just max lands for the game. What an incredible top deck.
He's going to take the last two prizes. James Cox going to go ahead and advance to 4-0 with Palkia V-Star. Wow, there's the choice spell. He found it.
The maximum power of the Regis thinning the deck. Oh my God, got punished, got stranded.
It's a pass. Atavia doesn't have it. This could be one of the most improbable comebacks I think I've ever seen.
There's a path to the peak, which could be a saving grace, but this is devastating.
This is so tense.
Is it there? There's double turbo energy. He can retreat to the flying Pikachu VMAX.
Daichi has the one-up switch here.
That's it. He concedes. Wow, Daichi Shimada is going to the finals.
This is so down to the wire. Boss is on as the final card. He's got it. He kept himself into the World Championship Finals.
Now it's time for the final match of the Masters Division of the Pokemon Trading Card Game. Are you ready for your grand final? Me too. But before we get started, let's take a look at what these players had to say.
My name is Daichi Shimada. I'm from Japan. I am TCG finalist.
My name is Andrzej Skubal and I'm a TCG Masters player from Czech Republic. My strategy for this tournament was hitting opposing Pokemon for weakness.
メインアタッカーのアルセウスの弱点をつけるポケモンがしっかり入っているので、弱点を突かれることが非常に心配で、それをうまくケアできるかが心配です。相手のデッキのメインアタッカーであるアルセウス V スターの弱点をつくことができる翡翠ジュナイパー V スターを今回採用しているので、翡翠ジュナイパー V スターをいかに上手に戦いに参加させることができるかが勝利の鍵だと思っています。
We're playing a mirror match tomorrow, and compared to my opponent, I'm playing B-Barrel, which helps me draw cards, and I think that's gonna help me win the game. Winning Worlds would mean world to me. I've been playing this game for 10 years almost. I've played Day 2 4 times and I never even made top 32, so this would be a big accomplishment for me.
Winning World is my dream.
This is going to be a good match. So let's get it started. Are you ready to welcome your players? Let's do it. First, from Japan, Daichi Shimada. And from Czechia, Andrzej Skubal. These fans are ready to watch you play. Let's give them one round of applause. Get them pumped up for the match. And casters, let's get right into it. You can take your seats. Players.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. We've got both our players getting seated here. I am very excited for this match. We've got pretty much a repeat of our top 4 yesterday, but our top 4 yesterday was a phenomenal game. So honestly, I am more than happy to run it back again. Small difference this time, of course. It is the World Championships final.
Yep, extra pressure on both sides here. They're going to have to stay calm. There was a lot of roller coaster action yesterday where we thought there were different positions for Andre to be in a commanding position, and then others where it felt like he was very behind in the game. And of course, it went to a 3-game set here, which is what these players are going to have to accomplish if they are going to be the world's winner this year.
Yeah, one of the things I found really interesting, the game that Daichi won was actually the game where they prized the Hisui into Sidgewai V Star. Of course, they're only playing a 1-1 line as opposed to Andre's 2-2 line. So I find it really interesting that one game they didn't have access to what seems to be the most pivotal card in the mirror matchup is actually the one where they actually came out with a win.
And we've realized that there are some panic plays available for these players. There are the likes of the fly attack on the flying Pikachu V. Typically, you don't want to put yourself in that coin flip position, but in a real pinch, it can be something that you opt to go for. It was valuable for Ryota yesterday. We'll see if either Andre or Daichi resort to that tactic with their backs against the wall at some point today.
Yeah, you never really want to be using Fly. It's not necessarily your main plan, but it's nice to have those emergency plans. So we've got Daichi there on the top, of course. We've got the IG Champions League top 16, Tokyo Champions League champion, and Nagata Champions League champion. And I cannot stress enough, winning 2 Champions Leagues is ridiculous. They are huge tournaments.
Yeah, over 1,000 player events for both of those Champions Leagues. So a back-to-back winning league champion is absolutely absurd. Andre, no slouch himself on the international stage, has an EUIC top 4 finish in 2019, top 8 in the Latin American International Championships, and is also a national finalist back in 2016.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Daichi here, clearly one of the top players in Japan, now trying to make a name on the world stage. And we've got Andre here trying to prove, well, you know, you talk a lot about these European players like Tord Reklev and Stefan Ivanov, and rightly so, they've won multiple international championships, but Andre is trying to go up into that same level there of, you know, I've got this world championship, trying to carry on from Robin Schultz's win back in 2018 and, you know, give us another European champion quite so quickly.
It's always amazing to see these Japanese players come over and do so well. This is, of course, the World Championships where really the rest of the world don't have many opportunities to play against Japanese players. They often have a different format, different cards are legal at different points in the season to us. So seeing them do so well on the world stage, it is amazing to see these players.
And we do need to mention, as we have before, but as it is a final, just one more time, over in Japan right now, they're actually playing in a different format. They've had more cards released. They have moved on from this format. Japan basically have to rewind the clock to play in the World Championships and imagine that the last couple of sets they had don't exist anymore and go back to where they were a few months ago, which really ups the difficulty for Japanese players to actually, you know, come in and play in this tournament, essentially forget their usual format and then come and play in our format here. And it's been a really strong showing from Japanese players, of course. Daichi and Ryota were the top 2 seeds coming out of Day 2 Swiss, which is a really impressive achievement. And although they were the only 2 Japanese players that made the top cut, there were plenty of others like Masuda and Suzuki and a whole bunch of others that had really good runs and came very, very close.
Yeah, I believe Daichi was 7-0-1, so he's actually undefeated in this tournament, which is absolutely absurd when you think about how many difficult competitors he's had to come up against throughout these games. Both players having amazing runs, and it's actually a real tale of 2 top 8s where Daichi was able to breeze through 2 Origin form Palkia V-Star matchups, whereas Andre, he's been in real dicey situations, both in his top 8 game against the Mew V Max, but also having to come against Ryota's deck, which is the same as Daichi's today.
Yeah, and I think it is absolutely fair to point out that they did not have equivalent run through top 8, like you say. Daichi had basically the best possible matchup he had prepared fantastically for twice in a row, and Andre had to fight through, you know, the other Andre playing the Mew, which was a very difficult back and forth matchup. That was a really fun one to watch. And then that top 4 yesterday with this match, it really was a very difficult run for Andre to actually make it into this final here. And there's got to be an element for Andre where you're thinking, you know what, I played against that Mew, that wasn't easy. And then I played that top 4 against this same deck. That really wasn't easy. So actually making it into the final here, there's got to be a high level of confidence of, you know what, I've proven I can win this already.
Daichi seems to be the final boss for Andre. We have seen the opening coin flip. Now we will begin to see players opening hands. Didn't quite manage to see who will be starting this game. I think that's going to be big in this series.
Yeah, whoever goes first is going to have the first evolution, they're going to have the first energy attachment, and when you're in a format with V-Stars and V-Maxes, those single evolution Pokemon that often need 2 energy attachments to really get going, it means that the player who gets first can often end up getting that evolution, the second attachment, and then going up by 2 prizes. You know, on turn 2, it is absolutely possible for a Hisui and Decidueye to just take out an Arceus really quite simply, or for an Arceus to take out a Pokemon V with just a little bit of help. So that is going to be really big. The coin flip, who actually goes first. But it's not just about who goes first. The setups are really important as well.
Absolutely the case. And Daichi looked like he had a mulligan, so Andre will get a bonus card here, which is another fantastic thing. As you said, the opening hands are so important. Both players are likely looking for their Arceus Vs respectively, as well as a manual attachment for turn, because their energy acceleration is kind of few and far between. You're really all in on using your Arceus to accelerate energy, so making sure you have an energy in your hand in the opening is massive.
Yeah, and there is, of course, that element that if you go second with the Arceus, just a double turbo energy, and you can be accelerating free energy onto your Pokemon V on the bench. But then you can't necessarily do that if your opponent has set up something like a Hisui and Decidueye. Is it really worth giving up 2 prizes to accelerate free energy? Sometimes it is, but that is a decision that needs to be made.
Here come the prize cards for both players. Andre has got 1 copy of Luminion V in the prizes. Can be something that can be a little bit awkward, although Path of the Peak is often going to be in the game. But we are kicking things off here in the Masters Finals. We see the handshake, and it's going to be Andre who kicks off this game.
Yeah, against Daichi, we've got a big crowd behind us. There's a lot of noise, a lot of clapping. This is a little bit different to your average game. So Andre starting off there with a quick ball, gonna give a chance to get one of those Pokemon V established. Probably an Arceus, you would imagine. Oh, does drop a Professor's Research though. That would be nice to have turn 2.
I think it's an indication of a very good hand. Andre will be able to quick ball, look through his deck, of course, see what is in his prize cards. There are some important tech includes here. Notably, the Pumpkaboo that's actually on top of his deck right now is one to keep track of, to be able to remove a Path of the Peak from Daichi, putting it into play, because that's one hurdle that Daichi can do as player 2 here to slow down Andre from having an explosive turn 2. But right now, Andre's turn 1 is fantastic. He can access an Arceus V. I believe he has a Lightning Energy in his hand that he can attach here. We'll see if he has any other actions he wants to do. But right now, looking pretty strong. I think he even has the switch in hand for the following turn.
Oh, looking very strong. And one of the great things about this matchup is that even though that Bidoof, I think it's fair to say, not the biggest, strongest Pokemon around, it's not really being threatened from a KO from Daichi, and you're going to want to evolve it next turn. So Andre's potentially got that turn 2 Bieber on the board, potentially got that turn 2 Arceus rolling as well, so not that much on the board, but certainly a very good setup as we go over to Daichi's first turn, and we're going to see if they've got anything coming here as well, and at least a quick ball to start.
Quick ball, pretty solid. Daichi is going to discard one of his memory capsule. He has no shortage of cards which aren't helpful in the matchup. It means he should have some easy fodder for his ball search cards throughout the game. Daichi's going to spy his energy cards. One thing about Daichi's deck list is he has so much going on in there. He has 2 Flight Energy, 2 Darkness, 2 Lightning. These are all important things to check in your prize cards to see what you have access to. Where can you be planting these energy throughout the game with your Arceus? Because it is so important to keep track of these resources. Daichi is going to take his time here and look at all of his outs. But right now, it's looking like a pretty strong hand. The quick ball could get him a supporter via the Luminion if he's currently lacking one, or could get him some more Pokemon to start powering up on the board. And straight away, we are seeing a big tech card in this matchup that is going to be used by both players. It's the Hisui and Decidueye V hitting the board early for Daichi. I think it's an indication that he's going to look to try and get a Trinity Charge this turn.
Yeah, with a double turbo energy, Trinity Charge can be used on turn 1 going second, and that would be excellent. Really threatening that Hisui and Decidueye V-Star on turn 2. Daichi, is it just flicking that Path to the Peak there?
Peak debate.
Yeah, thinking, do I put it into play? Of course, one thing we saw yesterday was both players bumping it off with the Pumpkaboo, but looking to do it like just for 1 turn and then re-establish it. We do see it coming down, and we then see a Marnie from Daichi. This is a really dicey situation, because if either player doesn't draw very well off this, Path to the Peak, they both play Luminion and Crobat to try and get out of it. Does Daichi have anything?
Double turbo energy is huge. This is big for Daichi. You can hear the crowd already excited by the pickup. And now the Trinity Charge will power up the benched Hisui and Decidueye from Daichi. How will Andre respond? I don't think he has many supporters in his hand. I think it's boss's orders. I did spy an Ultra Ball, though.
Yeah.
So possibly some big barrel action coming in next turn for Andre.
Yeah, with no path to the peak, it's easy. You go for the Arceus V-Star, you've got Starbirth, jobs are good. And unfortunately, with path to the peak, that means no Starbirth. So you actually have to go for the Bibarel first to try and draw your hand up and try and get the Arceus in a roundabout way. And then you need the switch, and then you need the double turbo energy. So Daichi here has actually put Andre in a very awkward situation, but it is potentially draw-outable because of that Bibarel line that's being played.
Yeah, the alternative, because Andre also has Crobat in hand, he could simply Ultra Ball to find Pumpkaboo immediately, and then Dark Asset with his Crobat once the path to the peak has been bounced. So pretty strong hand. Andre has survived this Marnie pretty well.
Oh, and does actually have a double turbo energy in hand, which is very, very nice. Would need to drop a boss's orders, but that is something that, and actually there's a 2 double turbo energy in hand. You don't really want to lose one of them early because they're so important for all of your attackers. It's really a deck which is 1 basic and a double turbo to attack with basically anything. But this is one of those situations where you do just need to get going, and you've called it, Joe. Get in that Pumpkaboo, we're going to bump that path to the peak, and then we're going to be able to play the Crobat, draw a bunch of cards, hopefully go from there. And I honestly think Andre's probably going to look to path to the peak to end the turn, possibly off of a Starbirth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an interesting back and forth for both players. Daichi loves having abilities on his own side of the board, but still chose to play the path to the peak to make Andre's turn more difficult. Andre, from the Marnie, has been able to Pumpkin Pit. He's going to get fresh 6 cards here from the Crobat. Let's see how it treats him. Don't see much. A lot of Decidueye pieces. I think there's a Marnie in there, but actually not too hot from the 6 cards. Marnie is usable, though, for a fresh 5.
I think that's got to be the play. I don't see anything other than Marnie there, which is going to do very much good here, unfortunately. I mean, Daichi's hand, when I spied it, seemed to have a lot of energy and not a lot else. Although there is a Luminion, so...
Currently live.
Yeah. If the path to peak was still in there, that would be a horrible hand. As it is, the path to the peak is gone. It's not a terrible hand, but now there's a Marnie coming down anyway, so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, this could put Daichi...
Evolution Incense, that's a huge pickup for Andre. That means we will be Starbirthing this turn. He's even picked up a path to the peak. So Andre now, he can find a switch, possibly even the barrel from his Starbirth, and then end his turn on a path to the peak. An excellent pickup from this Marnie.
Yeah, I don't think you could really have hoped it would go much better than this. You're going to have your Arceus out, you're going to have path to the peak back out, you're going to have your Bieber out there as your draw engine, and you're going to get the attack off with your Arceus V-Star. I mean, that is everything Andre wanted coming into this turn. Sure, you had to bench the Pumpkaboo and the Crobat to do it, but that's a small price to pay.
Absolutely. As you said, if you can afford to not play down the Pokemon like Crobat V, which are more vulnerable, more easy routes for Daichi towards the late game, you prefer not to, but it's clear that Andre has a much better turn now thanks to the 6 cards he saw from the Crobat V. Andre now going through the motions with his Starbirth. Switch is certainly one of his options. And based on his hand, he can either look to have a supporter card guaranteed for next turn or simply use the barrel here. Because he's actually holding on to Ultra Ball as well. Doesn't have many good fodder cards, but he can simply use his draw for turn as fodder for Bibarel later. So I wouldn't mind getting a supporter. The Bibarel is, of course, still a strong choice here.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking here, Andre has discarded 1 double turbo energy, attached 1 to Arceus, and has the last 2 in hand. So they can't be Ultra Ball fodder. There can't be a Professor's Research here. You can't drop another one of them in the discard pile this early in the game. So that does make Andre's hand a little more awkward because they kind of got to keep hold of them. But that's something to worry about next turn. Now we've got the Bibarel, now we've got the Switch, now we've got the Arceus, and we're going to see 180 damage and free energy attached to the bench Pokemon.
That Trinity Nova is so huge. We even see the re-establishment of Path of the Peak. As we are going to see 2 cards from the Bibarel as well. But Andre has had the perfect turn here. Starbirth often allows that, and it's exactly what we are seeing. And it's going to be putting some prep damage on Daichi's Arceus V as well, as getting a lot of energy out of this deck and start powering up back up attackers, most notably this Hisuian Decidueye.
And it is interesting to note he did draw the Hisuian Decidueye off the Bibarel there and got the double turbo energy in hand. So just putting a single fighting energy on there means that that V-Star is going to be completely ready to go next turn. Is he just getting 1 energy?
Yeah, so the reserved approach is interesting because there's already a lot of energy on Daichi's Hisuian Decidueye V. So if Daichi actually goes for V-Star attack into the Arceus V-Star of Andre's and combines it with a Marnie, Andre would actually lose all of his double turbo energies that currently are in hand. So it's going to be a small window for Daichi here. You can see why Andre didn't want to pull many more energy out of the deck, because you want to have multiple ways to use your Decidueye. He does play a 2-2 line.
And here comes Pumpkaboo, Joe. Double Pumpkaboo early in the game.
Huge.
And a Professor's Research. Daichi's hand was awesome. We've got the Flying Pikachu to go down onto the bench. We had the Pumpkaboo to bump that path to the peak. Then we had the Professor's Research. Do we have an evolution? Oh, we do. We've actually got the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star already on the bench. Could just manually retreat into that and get a KO.
Switch as well.
Oh, doesn't even have to manually retreat.
This is great for Daichi.
Yeah, this is
really
good.
Worked out well. I'd assume you will target down Andre's Arceus in one hit KO. That's the whole reason why you are playing this Decidueye in the first place. Using the switch as well preserves energy to have a backup attacker online. I think there was even capture energy in Daichi's hand to have a manual attachment this turn. And yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is looking good. You got that capture energy potentially there. You're thinking, where's it going to go? Now, putting it on the Flying Pikachu is interesting because of the cost of Lightning Double Colorless. Yep. A lot of the time, you just want to manually attach those 2 cards. So this means there still needs to be 2 attachments to get that Flying Pikachu on the board. I wouldn't have minded seeing it on the Arceus, but then if the Arceus ever goes active again, then you are giving it up for 2 prizes. It is an awkward decision. At the end of the day, it's still an energy on the board. Actually chooses not to grab a basic Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else actually helps him too much. Things like you've already committed energy to your Arceus V. You don't really want to get another one out just yet. It's always great to thin cards from your deck, but putting these on the board can have downsides. It can be easy prizes for Andre. And as we know, Andre plays 4 copies of Boss's Orders, so he is always able to hunt down these lower hit point V Pokemon.
And when you're playing cards like Bibarel, which can draw without playing your supporter for the turn, it makes it so much easier to play your non-draw supporters. So here comes the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, uses that Somersault Feathers, goes and KOs the Arceus. I mean, this is another card that is guaranteed to be in the world's winning deck, which I'm willing to bet nobody called before the tournament, except for Daichi and Andre.
They were hoping at least. Yeah, it's been a fantastic tech card for this tournament, and you can see exactly why. It's just cleanly KO'd an Arceus V-Star, and that's no easy feat. The weakness really helping out the base damage from this Somersault Feathers, which doesn't look all that impressive, but when you piece it all together, it's a fantastic include here. Andre going to lower his hand size with the barrel, going to discard a Flying Pikachu V and another Ultra Ball here. He's already got the attack established. You're going to be looking to 2-hit KO the Decidueye likely, or you're going to try and use a Boss's Orders this turn.
Yeah, Boss's Orders will work. There is a way to actually go and get a 1-hit KO, but you would have to discard free energy from your hand, and that is asking an awful lot, especially in the early game, and especially with these decks that don't play a huge amount of energy. So, although it is a possibility, it's not what we're expecting to see at all. Far more likely to either get a 2-hit KO or a Boss's Orders.
Ooh, no supporter. Tough break for Andre. The barrel not helping him out too much, just a ton of basic energy. I think he does access another Arceus, which he could also think about putting into play here. But yeah, that's a really bad few cards.
Not ideal. I mean, Daichi here could, again, just ignore the Hisuian Decidueye as well. Could just go for double gusting to try and win the game, and then just kind of ignore that big, because that's actually quite annoying, quite frankly. It's not an easy one to go for. Interesting to note that with a double turbo energy, bringing Arceus down to 180 damage, that would still be enough to KO the Crobat. So that is something to keep your eye on as we go through the game.
I think Daichi's in a very good position now, especially if he has gusting this turn. He does have access to Luminion, I believe. It was Andre who prized his.
Yes.
So if Daichi opts to go for a Boss's Orders this turn, he's got a very easy prize map.
Yeah, I like this one quite a lot. Here does come the Ultra Ball, so now we're going to see if Daichi's thinking the same thing we are. We do see the Ultra Ball. We've got a couple of discards. It is the Ordinary Rods going into the discard, and the Arceus clearly doesn't think any energy or Pokemon are going to need to be brought back. And now the question is, are we going for the Luminion for the Boss's Orders?
Could also be the Starbirth, of course. That is online.
Yes.
That could be even better for Daichi. Because in that instance, you could also continue to power up the Flying Pikachu. You would simply gust up the Crobat, take 2 prize cards, powering up the Pikachu. You could even evolve into the VMAX this turn if you feel like it's worthwhile to make it more likely for you to just have the Max Balloon online.
I mean, I love the Gust in the Crobat play. I think that is absolutely what I would want to do here. Because the other thing is, yes, sure, you give up your Arceus, but actually, your Hisuian Decidueye is what you really want here, and that means that if Andre does ever bench another Arceus, that's a really easy gusting KO. So sure, you're giving up the Arceus, really, if you do this play, but you're also going up 4 prizes to 0 and accelerating more energy in the process as well, so getting that Star Burst would be good. It does look like we've got a Crobat coming into hand here, but there's no path to the peak in play, and there is an Arceus in hand already, so Daichi's got anything they could possibly want here.
Yeah, it's the classic Crobat first to see if you can get anything you need from the Star Burst for free, as we do see 4 cards being drawn for Daichi. Back up to 6 here. Don't spy any supporters.
There's a Professor's
Researches aren't ideal. You'd much prefer using Boss's Orders here.
Oh, yes. But you can just Starburst for that. There's no path to the peak in play. Daichi hasn't used his V-Star power yet. So, I mean, switch Boss's Orders, offer the V-Star power. We do see the V-Star power coming out here.
Yeah, I think because he's only drawn into a double turbo energy, he might have to search out another one if he actually wants to take the knockout with Arceus on Crobat. The alternative is you can just simply use the Decidueye this turn instead and not find any pivot options. You're just far less likely to have an immediate answer to a Flying Pikachu V. In that instance, and of course you're leaving your Arceus in the line of, your Decidueye that's heavily damaged in the line of fire for Andre to come back with his own Decidueye.
Yeah, I really want to take the KO with Arceus here. It works so well with getting that energy, and you're right. Needs to be borne in mind, double turbo energy does reduce the damage you do by 20. 1 on an Arceus is fine, Crobat's got 180. 2 on an Arceus is no good, because that brings you down to 160. With a Choice Bout, you would still get the KO, but there's no room for Choice Bout in this deck. There's too much already in here. They are some of the few decks we will see this weekend that actually aren't playing Choice Bout, because at some point you've got to cut something.
Favoring the memory capsules. Not something you see every day for certain, but there are 3 copies of them in Daichi's list. And we are going to see, I believe Boss's Orders was certainly one of the selections. I'm not sure quite what else. I think it was just a basic energy, so I think that does mean Daichi's eyeing up a retreat play here.
Yeah, I don't love manually retreating, getting rid of the energy, but I don't want
really debating it. You can see it's not an easy choice.
There are basically 2 choices, and they're both kind of good and they're both kind of bad, and you need to make that decision. You either lose your Hisuian Decidueye, or you lose some of the energy. Now that's an interesting one.
Discarding some energy with the Hisuian Decidueye.
I think you've got to here.
Yeah. Currently, the base damage is not enough, and there is also a resistance on the Flying Pikachu V, let's not forget. So it has to be 2 discards for the Somersault Feathers in order to get all the way up to 220, minus the 30 resist. That's one way around it.
I mean, apparently there was a debate going on, and it was neither of the plays we were thinking of. That is a very interesting play, but it is worth pointing out that games yesterday did end up coming down to Flying Pikachu versus Flying Pikachu, and Daichi's basically saying, hey, wouldn't it be fun if only I had Flying Pikachu in that situation?
And the Crobat remains vulnerable. I think that's the most important thing here. It's just easily being able to get KO'd via either Arceus or the Hisuian Decidueye. So no matter what Andre targets this turn to attack against, Daichi will be able to have a means of using Boss's Orders for game on the following turn. Andre's going to go for a hand disruption. It's a big Marnie here. Can he disrupt Daichi out of Boss's Orders outs on the next turn?
I mean, he's got to go for a path to the peak here, because Luminion's in play, and Luminion will just go and grab a supporter card, which is your Boss's Orders. Luminion's the easiest way to get it, so you've got to be looking for a path to the peak here. You've got to make it as hard as possible for Daichi to get an energy and a Boss's Orders. It's got to be done. And I think Andre is just looking here, how much energy do you have? Do you have access to Luminion? Have you, what have you, if I'm doing this, what are your routes to it?
Andre has a lot of ball search, so he can thin plenty of cards out of the hand and the deck before using his Industrious Incisors for the turn. He simply started with a Marnie here and then can continue to draw more cards to see if he can get that vital part of the peak.
Yeah, that is going to be big. I mean, the KO is not a problem here. The Pokemon are heavily damaged. The problem is Andre hasn't taken a KO yet, and Daichi's already 4 prizes up.
Yeah, he's pretty behind.
So it's not, I mean, taking a KO is easy. That's on the board. The issue for Andre isn't KO, it's disruption. If you enter a prize race at this stage, guarantee you're not going to win. So what you have to do is go for that prize race while stopping your opponent. I love this second Hisuian Decidueye, go away with the old quick ball to grab something else instead.
Yeah, I like thinning all of these basic Pokemon because, he's just limited to manual attachments for the remainder of the game, I would imagine. I think the only other attacker you'd expect to try and get out would be a Flying Pikachu, but that can be at the end of his sequence. Instead, going to take no target and may be happy to incisors now. I think he already had an Ultra Ball in hand as well, though, so maybe choosing to fail search even more here.
Yeah, if you look at Daichi's board, you don't need Hisuian Decidueye. Arceus is heavily damaged. Oh, what's he got?
After the peak is going to be big. Doesn't find one. That's pretty rough for Andre. I think he could have gone even lower, but wanted to keep the Ultra Ball around to have a means into a V-Star, which he naturally drew into from the Bibarel, of course. So it is just going to be a knockout. 2-hit KOing Daichi's Hisuian Decidueye with his own. Andre takes his first 2 prize cards, but I think it's down to Daichi to see if he can close the game here.
Yeah, do we have a boss's orders? Do we have a way to get that Luminium? We got a couple of double turbo energy, and we don't know. So the double turbo energy does go on to the...
A very poor hand, I think.
Arceus, yeah, I'm not loving it. We've got a...
Daichi can, yeah, I mean, Daichi still is in such a commanding position. He can just try and 2-hit KO this Decidueye. Is going to hit it just for, what's that, 160 damage?
Yeah.
Get some additional energies out the deck. This has powered up the Flying Pikachu, and now the doors are closing in on Andre. He can now retreat into his own V-Star, easily knock out the Arceus, but then where do his remaining prizes come from? Going to have to be a Crobat, and he's going to have to dodge boss's orders for another turn.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at a minute ago. The Arceus is heavily damaged, the Hisuian Decidueye is heavily damaged, but then you've either got to find Gusting on the Crobat or go through that Pikachu, that Flying Pikachu VMAX, and it's such an awkward one. It's not the biggest VMAX out there. It's actually quite low HP compared to some VMAXs, but it's still 310. It's still absolutely huge, and if you're hitting it for weakness, that's good, but there's a very good reason why Daichi targeted down that Flying Pikachu a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, I think the judges are just figuring out if Daichi chose to bench this EV before the attack. I believe he did, because it just makes sense to, in case you're going to get hit with a Marnie. There we go. It is in play. Andre, of course, has to retreat, has to attack with his Arceus V-Star. We know he has one in hand, and it will be down to him to possibly, well, you may not even want to hand disrupt, because you know Daichi didn't play any supporter last turn. He's just hoping that he can 2-hit KO the Arceus, work towards his own boss's orders next turn.
Yeah, I think that's what you've got to do. Take the prize here and then hope there's something on the board. And it's actually a very similar situation to where Daichi was a minute ago. Andre has got a very easy KO on that Crobat with a boss's orders. So it really just comes down to which one of these players can close out the game. They've both taken key KOs. They've both put themselves in good positions to actually win. And Daichi's on the front foot. Daichi's got, you know, if they both draw out of it, then Daichi is going to win. But if Daichi can just whiff for 1 or 2 more turns, then Andre is going to be able to go crucially up 1 game to 0, taking out that Crobat.
I think it's just 1 turn. I think Daichi's living on a top deck right now, because Andre's putting himself in a good position, and as long as he can draw enough cards from Industrious Incisors over this turn and the next, he should have plenty of outs. As we keep saying, he plays 4 copies of Boss's Orders. It's been a huge decision that's really rewarded him all weekend.
Yeah, and you have to. When you're drawing with stuff like Bibarel and Boss's Orders, rather than cherry-picking with your IntelliOnline, you've got to be playing high counts of the cards that are really important, like Boss's Orders. You can't just go and pick the one you want, so the best you can do is just increase your chances of actually drawing it. And I like this second Bidoof going down, potentially double Industrious Incisors next turn.
Yeah, and Andre has, of course, prized his Luminion, so no real reason to keep the bench space open for anything, unless he wins the 50-50 of taking it out of his prize cards with the knockout this turn. Andre just debating whether it's worth going for a Marnie here, or will he simply Industrious for 3 cards? He does, and he's got Boss's Orders in hand, so I believe that means that Andre, and even picks up the Path of the Peak, so can deny Daichi the Luminion outs as well. I think he's actually in a very good spot here. You retreat out of your Decidueye, you take a KO, and you're holding Boss's Orders for the next turn. Daichi will need to top deck here if he is going to win the game.
Yeah, I love this. You've done everything you can to put yourself in the best possible situation. Force your opponent to have the Boss's Orders, but put the Path to the Peaks. I mean, you can't get it with Luminion. And Daichi is really in top deck mode here. He could play a Marnie to try and slow Andre down, but if there's no Boss's Orders and there's no Marnie, then Andre is going to win the game next turn. So it really comes down to, if Daichi's got the Boss's Orders,
he
wins.
Massive. A massive top deck coming in for Daichi. He basically loses on the spot if he can't find Boss's Orders or Marnie. One of those cards are integral right now.
Yeah, Boss's Orders wins. Marnie potentially keeps you alive. Anything else just gives the game to Andre as soon as just the next turn starts. That Crobat will be going down, and Andre's going to take a 1 game to 0 lead. And his turn's taking too long, Joe. I want to know what I want to know what Daichi's top deck is.
Andre accelerating to his Hisuian Decidueye, of course, again improves his outs for future boss's orders if need be. He's going to take a couple of prize cards, just go down to 2 himself. Let's see what the top deck is.
He's put it in the hand. He hasn't slammed it down. It's I think it might be an terrible. It might be an Arceus V. So we're going to see Daichi retreat here, but we know it's not going to do any good here. We know that Andre is going to win game 1 at this stage.
Yeah,
unless something really unexpected happens, because we know Andre's
paralysis plays. Because I think there's a memory capsule on the Pikachu.
Oh, there is.
Attempt a Thundershock here.
You could attempt a Thundershock, but we won't know if he's doing Fly or Thundershock until he actually puts down the damage.
Well, I don't think Fly helps you.
No.
So it has to be a Thundershock.
It has to be a Thundershock. You're right, Joe. You're right.
He's going to deal the damage. And
okay, so here we're going to see.
Andre has boss's orders in hand, can take out the Crobat. That is going to be game 1 of 3 here. Andre 1 ahead. It looked pretty dicey there for a few moments, but he was able to avoid boss's orders for enough turns and slam it down on his opponent. He is just 1 game away
from being a world champion and, of course, win 3-1 overall in this matchup now. Played this game 4 times over the past couple of days. 3-1, needs to win 1 of the next 2 games to win. It is far from a lock, but Andre seems to, and we said coming in yesterday, we said coming in today, it looks like Andre has a slight advantage here. We're not talking about a huge advantage, but that second Hisuian Decidueye V-Star could be big. Actually, it is a Bibarel, which is way more important, it turns out. Being able to draw out of Marnies, being able to draw even under the Path to the Peak lock, and we've seen in every game so far, that Bibarel has been absolutely huge. Bidoof is a very popular Pokemon, and I know there are a lot of people that want to see Bidoof crowned as a world champion. Andre is 1 game away from making that a reality.
My goodness, you just got to have your deep breaths now, shuffling it up. For Daichi, he's still completely in this game. You can see 50 minutes on the clock. He could go for the reverse sweep. He will be going first in the second game as well, so it does give him a small advantage going into the next game. But yeah, a big back and forth, and Daichi was ahead for a couple turns there. The Marnie was very awkward for him. He actually had a huge amount of outs, especially for one of those turns where there was no Path of the Peak in play. He had many ball search outs to find a Luminion to close the game, so you have to shrug your shoulders and just say, it wasn't your time in game 1, but maybe you can still make it count in these next 2.
Yeah, and it's what you've got to do at the end of the day. It was, you know, it's nice to have that Bibarel to be able to draw, and that seems to really be the difference. Whereas Daichi is getting under Path to the Peak lock, and it's just not working. Andre is able to, and it's deck finning, and it's what marks a really good player. Lots of decisions as to what to discard, lots of finning your deck, lots of finning your hand just in case of a Marnie, basically knowing, look, I'm relying on this Bibarel, all right? So I know I have got to just increase my odds, and it's tiny, tiny percentages, making it ever so slightly more likely that you're actually going to be drawing out of any Marnie that comes along, and I love that from Andre. And we're not going to see a repeat of the seniors finals here. We're not going to see game 2, you know, really taking up all of the time, and then we're going to sudden death. We should have just enough time to finish out 3 full games, if that's what we're looking for here.
Both players have concluded shuffling up, and we will start to see their opening hands here. I'm sure at this point there's a lot of pressure going on. They must be thinking about all sorts of things. Really hoping to have those Arceus Vs in hand. The crowd here supporting both players, very popular out in the field. And yeah, let's see this thrilling conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, we said there was a pretty big crowd. There was a little bit of proof of that right there. There's a lovely crowd here. People are up and excited. And Worlds Day 3 is different. There are a lot of seats in this venue, and they're pretty much all filled. There's a huge crowd. Everybody's watching. And it's a little bit weird for us, but wherever you go in the venue, you can hear our commentary, Joe. It's being pumped everywhere. Nobody is going to miss a second of the action here. So that is just the joy of the World's Finals. Now, as we take a look at the prizes here, nothing huge there. A double turbo and an Arceus for Andre, a double turbo and a Path and a boss for Daichi, but nothing that they don't have other copies of.
Yeah, eerily similar to each other there in those prize cards, but as you say, nothing integral to them, nothing like a one-of copy of key cards. Daichi will, of course, be going first in this second game, so it's really important for him to have an opening attachment, which he's already got established, and an Arceus V, so it's a very strong hand. He can continue to dig. Actually discards a Crobat V early on, so yeah, he's got a fantastic hand.
Yeah, and we do know that the Ordinary Rod is in the deck. We haven't really seen it used all that much, but it is there to potentially get it back later. That Galarian Moltres V is not doing very much as we go through the game, so not particularly terrible discards there. We've got the Arceus, and again, we see Daichi just popping those energy up because this deck has a very weird energy line, and you've got to make sure, because, you know, you're playing 2 fighting energy, you're playing 2 lightning energy, but you have really important attackers that need 1 fighting and 1 lightning. So you've got to always make sure. It'll be so easy to accidentally discard that second energy, and then all of a sudden one of your attackers is just taken off the board. We've all done it at some times. But Daichi here is a very good player, a very methodical player, and we see every time the first deck search, those energy are being poked up a little bit just so that Daichi can make sure that everything there is right.
Yeah, it's much more than a slap on the head when you are in the World Finals to make a mistake like that. So taking the time to look through everything, make sure you are well aware of what you have access to is important. Once again, Daichi does find his early Hisui and Decidueye V to threaten Andre's Arceus and has a manual attachment for turn. Pretty much everything he needs on this first one.
Yeah, this is a good first turn. We've got the 2 Pokemon we wanted. We've got the energy attachment. Can't attack because you're going first. There was no point even going for the energy attachment with Arceus. As for Andre, I mean, Flying Pikachu's going to come out at some point, and it's got free retreat, so that's not a bad Pokemon to start with. But you need to be trying to get some cards established. I mean, really, Bidoof and Arceus are the big ones we tend to see early doors.
Andre asking how many cards Daichi has in hand, but I don't think the actual size of cards matters too much. When you see your opponent Ultra Ball away a Crobat, you've got a good feeling that their hand's pretty strong. Andre, I believe, has a Marnie and a Professor's Research to choose from. Actually opts to discard a double Turbo Energy here. I wonder if he has access to another one, because I would imagine a Trinity Charge is still a very strong choice, even though you're staring down an Arceus swinging into you.
I mean, you've got to think that's got to be the option, because, of course, you've already got the Ultra Ball, you've got a free retreater in the active. Trinity Charge would be very easy to pop off from this particular situation. And we see, you know, as you get to the mid and late game with these decks, they're running out of energy acceleration, and it's more just what attackers have I got ready to go? What can I use? So certainly, if you don't go for Arceus at all in the early game, you are really going to find yourself struggling. It's more just a kind of hoping you don't get KO'd, and the fact that the energy's on Arceus, not on Hisui and Decidueye, means that although you'll probably take a big chunk of damage, it's very unlikely you're getting KO'd.
Yep, I do like the more conservative approach. Make sure you have your Arceus V-Star power available to you as quickly as possible so you can react to whatever Daichi does. And we do see a second double Turbo Energy in the hand. Andre going to get a fresh 7 here. Will he be able to access a Path to the Peak? He does. That's a big draw for him to slow down his opponent. Don't think he found any access to the Hisui and Decidueye V, so he may be limited to Trinity Charging to the Flying Pikachu here. But I think on balance, because you have the Path to the Peak and your own Pumpkaboo in hand, you take this.
Oh yeah, if you've got Pumpkaboo already ready to bump it, then there's no real downside to you. You always have to make that decision with Path to the Peak. It's hurting my opponent. Is it going to hurt me as much or more, though? But if you've got the Pumpkaboo ready to bump it, it really doesn't matter. Put it down, knowing that if you really need your abilities next turn, they will be on the board. And, of course, there's always a chance to just use your abilities and re-establish it anyway.
So Andre will end his turn on a Trinity Charge, eyeing up lots of basic lightning energy to his Flying Pikachu V. And Daichi, I believe he has a supporter in his hand and a Hisui and Decidueye V-Star, so he's not completely walled out by this Path to the Peak, but it will be down to what he draws from his supporter for turn.
Yeah, it's going to be important. We have seen both with Ryota in the top 4 and with Daichi in game 1 here today that sometimes these decks against Andre do not have the best draws. And you can survive a turn or 2 with bad draws if your opponent is also drawing bad. But with Andre being able to draw out of it yesterday and today, that has made a big difference. So what have we got? It looks like a second. Is that another Arceus V?
Yeah, another Arceus V for Daichi, obviously going to evolve into his V-Star here. But I think we're spinning the wheel with Marnie again. Here we go. It's going to be a fresh 5 cards for Daichi. Needs a lot here, to be honest with you. And Andre also getting his own hand disrupted. His Pumpkaboo is going to the bottom of his deck, and he will just draw 4 cards here. Will we see a double Turbo Energy? No. That's very awkward. There are ball search cards. He could go for Pumpkaboo Starbirth. I actually think it's okay, to be honest, as long as he has access to Pumpkaboo.
He's got a quick ball and he's got his V-Star, so it is absolutely possible to get that V-Star
This is actually
power.
very strong.
Yeah, and I think you've got to. You need to get that double turbo energy. You need to get the energy onto a Sui Decidueye. You need to get damage onto the board. So, no, I like this play an awful lot. It's going to mean that Andre is going to have access to his abilities on his turn, unless you Starbirth 4 Path to the Peak. And actually...
I feel like you would, right?
Because you only need double turbo energy. Yeah. That's all you actually need.
Yeah, although it may be in your best interest to try and get a Flying Pikachu down yourself, so you can also threaten Andre's one at this stage. But we'll see. I think overall you're certainly going to grab Pumpkaboo here.
Oh, yeah.
So that you can enable Starbirth. And like you said, there's a big debate around whether you want to go for double turbo plus Path to shut down Andre, or do you want to grab yourself a supporter card for the following turn? Because I think Daichi's hand would be pretty rough. Otherwise, I think he's got enough just to use Starbirth, but it wouldn't give him many options on the following turn.
No, and it's all fun and games shutting down your opponent and slowing them down and hurting their draws, but at some point you've actually got to draw well as well. You can't just shut down your opponent and be like, oh, top deck out of it, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
You've got to set yourself up for future turns, and you're right. I mean, Daichi essentially has a really good hand for this turn, and very little going on for next turn. And we saw that top deck mode, it didn't work for Ryota yesterday, it's not working for Daichi in game 1 today. So I think having seen all of that, you want to play just slightly more conservatively and just find that supporter card so that you've got something going on next turn. I don't want to give my opponent access to their abilities, but I'm getting the first damage on the board and I'm setting up some good Pokemon, and I kind of feel all right with that.
Daichi playing it safe. Looks like it's going to be double turbo energy plus Professor's Research as his selection. So he's hoping that simply the tempo of getting the first bit of damage onto Andre's Arceus is going to be enough here. He feels ahead in the game, so just make sure that you aren't put into a bad situation with an awkward hand. Feels like the best choice for me. We are shuffling up the deck, but I think Daichi's going to be going back in to accelerate onto this Hisuian Decidueye V-Star anyway.
Yeah, you've got to think that is going to be the play. So there goes the double turbo energy. We do see the 180 damage, 200 minus 20 for the double turbo energy, and then we're just going to go and search out those energy, which kind of have to all go on the Hisuian Decidueye because actually there's not much else to attach to.
And I think he's already got a Darkness Energy in hand, so I like seeing just the two coming into play here because it is so important for Daichi to get maximum value from his Trinity Nova. He's not in any threat of the Arceus getting knocked out next turn, so as long as he can find a Pikachu, he can then power up another attacker on the following turn.
That would be nice. I would like that.
Lots of damage now on Andre's Arceus V as we are passing it over to him. We'll see, will he have access to his own Starbirth here? How has the Marnie treated him?
Yeah, if the Marnie's given Andre nothing, then the Path to the Peak becomes irrelevant. I can't get a good look at his hand there.
Decidueye pieces. I saw Fighting Energy.
There is Fighting Energy. There is an Arceus. There's a Decidueye V-Star. I mean, the fact that we've not seen anything out there is a boss's orders. There really isn't very much at all. Andre has not got a good hand going on here.
Andre is stuck in the mud. He has boss's orders. Do you attempt to slow down Daichi with bringing up the Pumpkaboo? That feels terrible.
It feels terrible, but not quite as terrible. Because the problem is here, you're not doing any damage with Arceus, and you don't need to accelerate any more energy.
It's Aluminium will be his last card in hand.
Oh, that changes things.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
I mean, you don't feel too great putting it into play because of its low hit points, but when you have no supporters, this is a huge bailout for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this had to be the case. And hopefully from Luminion there, you can get your Arceus V-Star, then you get your Starbirth, and then you're off and rolling, doing some damage, probably getting energy onto your own Hisuian Decidueye. At that stage, it's actually not looking too bad. You have put Luminion into play, which, as we saw with Crobat last game, it's a little bit dodgy. But there's a reason you play these Pokemon. In an ideal world, they stay in your deck and you never, ever, ever play them. But it's not always an ideal world. Sometimes you got to play them down. And quite frankly, if the low HP was that bad, nobody would play them.
Yeah, and I think we see a criminally underrated amount of these sorts of cards. Both of our finalists here are playing Luminion and Crobat V. And historically, these abilities have been staples in all sorts of formats. But for a long time, thanks to the Inteleon engine, players have tried to make decisions based on having evolution Pokemon to search the entire deck. They're just much more versatile. But in these instances, you can get instant access to get back into the game. And this Professor's Research is really helping out Andre. I at least see some ball search cards, so we do have access to Starbirth here.
Yeah, we absolutely do. There is a Sui Decidueye coming down. And of course, Daichi has really taken advantage of the lack of Luminion and Crobat in this format. That's why the Jolteon's so effective. If all the Palkia were playing some of these other cards, then Jolteon would not work as anywhere near as well. Now, we do see Bidoof hitting the field here as well. That's potential draw in the following turns here. So that's a lovely card to see hit the field. And now we see the Ultra Ball coming down, which you've got to imagine is for your Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, it's a couple big pickups from this V-Star. I think you want to grab yourself a big barrel for the following turn and maybe a supporter or even one of your evolutions for your Vs on the bench. I think he's got everything he needs this turn to simply launch an attack and start putting pressure back onto Daichi. So I think you just want to set yourself up for the following turn.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the play. Just you acknowledge the fact that your attack is on board, do what is expected, but then make sure you've got everything you need. And actually here, we're going to have two Pokemon with energy on, ready to be evolved and start attacking. We've got the Bidoof ready to evolve and start drawing cards. Andre's actually got a really good board setting up here. And I love the fact that after Arceus attacks here, we are then going to see both the follow-ups, your Flying Pikachu and your Sui Decidueye, both with enough energy to start rolling. And over on Daichi's side of the board, we've got a Sui Decidueye with 2 energy and not even a Flying Pikachu on the board. When we start really doing the back and forth trading here with prizes, Andre's put himself in a much better position, at least at the moment.
I think Andre did indeed pick those 2 evolutions, so he has a Big Barrel and a Hisuian Decidueye V-Star. Both options for the following turn, not necessarily now, because both of these Pokemon have been benched on this turn, and you have to wait one in order to evolve. Also is able to thin a Path of the Peak, slightly hurting Daichi's outs at the same time, who is sat on a relatively small hand, just 3 cards. And we will see the Trinity Nova from Andre. He is also going to power up a secondary attacker now and launch a bit of a response here. Just 1 fighting energy is all he wants to put onto his Hisuian Decidueye V, but it's plenty right now to help finish off this Arceus on the following turn.
Yeah, because you've got to remember that that double turbo energy will happily pay the other half of the energy, and you will then do 140, doubled is 280, perfect math to get a 1-hit KO on that Arceus V-Star. So 1 energy is all we need here, and now it's over to Daichi. And remember, Daichi got the first attack, Daichi got the first damage, and you know, if we do just go back and forth trading KOs and nobody whiffs at any point, Daichi is going to win this game. But Andre's got a better position here. So we do see both Luminion and Flying Pikachu VMAX hit the discard pile. Not ideal, but at least we got some more cards drawn from Daichi. And under that Path to the Peak lock, that is a big deal.
Do we have access to any benched Vs here for Daichi? Really wants to try and find a Flying Pikachu. There is a Quick Ball and there is an Ordinary Rod. So this is a couple big pickups for him as well. So he can also get value out of his Trinity Nova. Looks like it'll be his last opportunity to use it during this game. He'll go up 2 prize cards and he'll have 2 backup attackers for the remainder of the game.
I really like this, because actually, if we look at the way it works out, you've potentially got a Hisuian Decidueye that can take around an Arceus, or actually could take out Luminion. You would need to discard an energy from your hand, but just the one, it's not the end of the world. And then you've got your Flying Pikachu VMAX that can take out a Flying Pikachu. So potentially, this actually sets Daichi up with a pretty easy prize map, assuming that you've got the right Pokemon in the active or a means to gust them.
Daichi debating whether the next V Pokemon should be a Pikachu or an Arceus V, and he does in the end opt for the Flying Pikachu V. Holds the Ordinary Rod, doesn't want to commit that just yet to put the likes of Crobat and Luminion back into his deck. Simply 1 energy attachment to his Flying Pikachu V will end out his turn. He goes up 2 prize cards in this second game, and his board state is looking very strong as well.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed. Both of these players, this seems like a match where both players are having pretty good luck. They're both getting what they want. They're both getting their attackers down. They're both getting energy on. They're both actually set up pretty well to trade prizes, and that means that Andre needs to do something a little bit exceptional here. You can't just trade prizes with Daichi. That's not going to work. So, I mean, you've kind of got to take the KO here with your Hisuian Decidueye. There goes the double turbo energy, because that's the one card that you've got to which Daichi doesn't have an immediate quick response.
Industrious Incisors for 4 cards. They are not very good. I think he got Ultra Ball to be able to evolve into a V Max if he wishes. I think we may simply see a retreat for free here into the Decidueye. Not sure if he has many better options in hand. I did spy an Ultra Ball, but I don't think any supporter here.
Now, there is always the opportunity to thin your hand down and draw in you with Bibarel in future turns, but it's not helping you right now. The good news is Daichi is going to ignore that Bibarel. It's not going to get gusted up and KO'd almost certainly because the prize map doesn't really work. And Daichi doesn't have time to take out your draw engine because it just ruins the prize map. Although you could then take out the Pikachu, but that gets a little bit weird. So Flying Pikachu VMAX does come down here, does have free retreat, almost certainly not going to be left in the active here.
Well, hold on, I mean...
Double Turbo would actually take it out of range. There's only one energy on the Pikachu, so you're right. That actually changes everything. Flying Pikachu gets a really easy response KO if you don't use Double Turbo energy. But Daichi does.
Yeah, and Daichi is forced into a Double Turbo energy if he was to attack with his own VMAX here. So clearly he'll be opting to use the Hisuian Decidueye, which is far weaker because there is a huge resistance on his Flying Pikachu VMAX. So Andre is forcing as much gust out of Daichi here as possible. It's very heads-up play, even though his Bibarel didn't give him everything he was looking for.
Yeah, it is getting all just a little bit awkward. I mean, Daichi's in a good position, but now...
Yeah, he does have Boss's Orders in hand as well. He'll have to get runner Boss's Orders, really, if he wants to do anything exceptional. There's only really a Luminion he can access this turn. If you can get a manual attachment onto the Pikachu that isn't a double turbo, that's sort of your two-turn route.
Well, I mean, the Flying Pikachu gives up free prizes, so there is a possibility of manual attachment and then actually go after the Bibarel, turn off that draw engine, because if he'd KO in the Pikachu anyway, it doesn't really matter. And just as I finished saying, hey, you know, probably not going after the Bidoof, maybe will go after that Bibarel here. It is an option at least. Do see the memory capsule?
Memory capsule as well, another option. We do know that Fly is a panic play in certain situations. Even the Thundershock could have been a panic play in the last game. Daichi does have many supporter options. We are going to see the retreat here, certainly into the Decidueye, because I don't think we're quite in that coin flip moment just yet. I think Ordinary Rodding some basic energies back into the deck. Daichi does want to draw back into these in order to be able to attack with his own VMAX down the line. So it is going to be Darkness Energy shuffled in for Daichi. It's really the only card he wants right now.
Yeah, an Ordinary Rod is up to 2 Pokemon and up to 2 basic energy. So you can take 1 energy, 1 Pokemon, or 2 of each, or 1 of 1. It really does leave it completely open. So Daichi here goes, right, all I want is an energy, because I don't want to fill my deck with cards I don't want to draw. All I want to draw is an energy, and obviously a Boss's Orders next turn. So you've got to imagine Boss's Orders. I like going after the Bibarel here, turning off your opponent's draw engine, which really has been the difference in all the games we've seen so far. Could go after that 2 prize Luminion to open up more options in future turns, but I really do like Daichi's position here if he can keep drawing what he needs, which is a gigantic if.
Daichi will thin a Path of the Peak. The time has passed for those. He's going to quick ball it into the discard pile, maybe thin an additional card here. Yeah, the Eevee seems to be a safe pickup that he could bench quite happily. It's pretty much always going to be ignored from Andre, thanks to his prizes remaining just being at 4. Pretty obvious where his targets are going to be. So the Eevee can come down pretty freely. It's not going to have a huge impact on this game other than being thinned out of the deck to improve Daichi's top decks on a future turn. But Daichi really is debating this Professor's Research over the Boss's Orders. It's actually a pretty close call. Yeah, looks like he's opting for the Professor's Research. The Boss's Orders prize map really just means that you need to find a boss on the following turn, and you don't have really any draw to get there. So instead, we're going to see a fresh 7 cards here. An alternative line from Daichi.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gets the Ultra Ball coming down here, gets to fin his hand a little bit more. Those Pikachu and Jolteon, actually Eevee and Jolteon cards, just not going to be particularly useful here. So get rid of them, have a look for another Pokemon. I mean, is Daichi taking a KO this turn?
No.
No.
I mean, he can't.
No, it's not doing it. It needs a 3rd energy on the Pikachu, but already attached, and there's no gusting coming because Daichi just plays Boss's Orders. So the reason I'm wondering about this is it does actually put the onus completely on Andre then. And Andre has the opportunity to take 2 KOs on consecutive turns, at which stage he will be our world champion. That's all Andre needs to do. 2 more KOs, and that will be the world championships in hand. And yeah, I mean, we kind of have to see a Fly here, or
I'm starting to get worried that we're in the coin flip range at this point.
I think it's going to be
maybe a Thundershock.
Yeah,
doesn't have enough energy to fly right now.
No, it would have to be a Thundershock here.
But Paralysis would be very useful if you are able to pull it off.
I think that's about the only play.
Like, she's not quite in the panic stations. He's going to continue to launch attacks with Hisui Decidueye V-Star instead. It's clearly the safer route right now. You're not this far behind to rely on a 50-50 right now.
No, and essentially this is just a way of saying, look, I'm not KOing you, but hopefully you're not KOing me. You don't have a natural counter to this particular Pokemon. 270 HP is very high, so if you've got Gusting, then you're absolutely going to be ahead in the game. But Daichi didn't evolve the Flying Pikachu last turn, which is really, really big, because Andre doesn't have the opportunity to KO Flying Pikachu and then Pumpkaboo. That's only 3 prizes. So we'll actually have to go through the Hisui Decidueye, or you go after the Pumpkaboo and just kind of cross your fingers Daichi evolves, which he probably wouldn't at that point until the very last turn of the game.
I think you're hoping, if you're Andre, I think you still go for the Pikachu because you are worried about these random coin flips that can do you dirty. So you want to get rid of this if you can, and certainly the boss's orders is going to pick up the Flying Pikachu V. And I think there are some ball search cards that Andre could utilize to, again, reduce his hand size. He's got so much value from this Bibarel line.
Yeah, it really has. That barrel is so... That's why I was thinking about potentially carrying it on the previous turn, because Andre just in every game, yesterday and today, is just getting so much value out of it. It's a Pokemon that a lot of people have just kind of pushed aside. It doesn't show up in all that many decks, but it's so good and gives you such an advantage, especially when all of the counter cards are shutting off abilities and water Pokemon. And Bibarel, you know, in the TCG, we got neither going on here. So I really like the play of that Andre, and things are starting to get a little bit awkward from both players. The prize map is becoming a little bit awkward because actually the 2-hit KO with Hisui and Decidueye is not an easy thing to pull off against a Flying Pikachu V Max, because we saw the 130 damage.
Yeah,
that's not a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, the big 310 and the resistance from the Flying Pikachu being a huge hurdle for Daichi. Andre is going to find an Arceus V. I believe he has a Capture Energy in his hand as well. Can continue to thin and go wider on his board if he wishes. If he has any more access to the other Bidoof here, it could be a solid option.
Yeah, I like having double Bibarel for the late game. That would be absolutely fantastic. Of course, it is worth noting Hisui and Decidueye can get the KO on Pikachu. You will just need to discard a couple of energy from hand to make it happen. It's just a much more awkward way of actually going to get the KOs. Good news for Andre is that this Flying Pikachu V is not going to stand up to the V Max. So it's really coming down to it. It is still actually in Daichi's favor here. If they can keep taking KOs, potentially KO the Flying Pikachu with the Hisui and Decidueye, probably not getting return KO'd, and then just going after a single prize Pokemon. So it is still possible, but Daichi, I mean, you need to get the KO here. If you don't get the KO here, then I think you fall too far behind, and Andre is just too much in control.
One of the things Daichi's done to fit in all of these tech includes is remove energy. He's very light on his energy cards, so Andre, just 2 prizes away, is mapping out a pretty easy 2-hit KO route to victory on Daichi's Hisui and Decidueye. Daichi really needs to get a good break of luck here if he is going to find enough energy to KO Andre's VMAX.
I believe it's 2 energy needed to discard to get the KO here.
We're at 160 on the base, and then we go... Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 160 on the base, and we go up 30 damage. You can discard up to 3 energy. So we can get to 250 minus the 30. 220 damage should get you there.
Oh, it is awkward. It is very awkward trying to figure all of this out with the resistance and with the potential extra energy coming down here. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking you got 160 base. The first energy you discard basically just ignores a weakness. With the second one is 190, but a 130 on will put you to 320, which I think is a KO. So it would be 2 energy discarded to get the KO here, which, and it's all getting kind of awkward. I don't think there's any energy in hand at the moment.
There's not. I think there's a Marnie.
There is a Marnie in hand. There is a Flying Pikachu, but if you bench a Flying Pikachu, that does give Andre quite an easy Gusting KO, and you know there's a potential double Bibarel next turn. That is a huge risk from Daichi here in the World Championship Finals. That does give Andre a very easy victory, potentially. I mean, if you whiff the KO here with the energy, and Andre picks up a boss's orders, that is literally game right there and then.
I think Daichi's telling himself that if he can't get the KO this turn, he's lost the game anyway. So he's going to commit. Actually keeps the switch around, which is an interesting choice. He's going to Marnie it to the bottom rather than simply switching into the free retreater. Might find it handy later on if the game does go longer. Andre is going to have to shuffle his own hand in. He did have boss's orders in hand. That has been taken away from him now. Let's see what he can draw back into, and if Daichi draws enough energy here to even KO the Pikachu.
Has he got boss's orders? Oh, both hands are so important. I don't see any energy from Daichi here, so it does not look like Daichi's going to get the KO here, which means Andre is going to win the World Championships on a boss's orders. Because that Flying Pikachu got benched, we know Flying Pikachu VMAX is going to get the KO very, very, very easily here. So it doesn't matter. There's nothing Daichi can do at this stage. There's a support has been played. There will be no boss's orders. There's not enough energy to get a KO. So we're going to see a second attached launch potentially here.
Yeah, there's no other actions really that Daichi can perform that help him in any way. It's going to be another Somersault Feathers for just the measly 130. This resistance has been massive.
And it is starting to look like...
debating maybe the retreat into the Pumpkaboo. I can't really think of any other option here. It's kind of why I would have liked to have played the Switch to give you this out if everything goes awry. Regardless, I'm not seeing many options. Yeah, it's just the Somersault Feathers. Let's see if Andre has access to boss's orders here. He has 5 cards currently, freshened up from Amani, and also the option to Industrious Incisors if he's currently missing out.
Okay, so here is our first look at his hand. He's drawing a card. Does he?
I see Quick Ball. I see Path of the Peak. Andre's not slammed the boss's orders. You know he would have.
Oh, yeah, that would be like the ultimate kind of, yeah, I win worlds! It's not
that as simple as it is. He just needs to find boss's orders. And Daichi checking how many have been used. Just 1. That means there's 2, sorry, I should say. So there are still plenty lingering around, I think. Andre plays the 4 copies. How often have we said that this has been a massive reason why he's made it to the finals? He's always had boss's orders when he needs it, and he's in a situation where he once again will. He gets an Evolution Incense. He even has access to Quick Ball, has a few cards that he can thin, so he has potentially 2 shots at it with the Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, that means he's going to be drawing, as long as he can fit his hand well enough, he's going to be drawing a whole bunch of cards here. And we really are in a situation, it is 1 card needed here. So there is the Quick Ball, going to be fitting something from his hand. It is the Path to the Peak, it's unplayable. You can't play one supporter over another. There's no basic Pokemon, I believe, in Andre's deck, and even if there were, you've got a full bench.
You don't want him. Yeah, you don't want to. He's got basic Pokemon currently in hand. You see him look up to the skies. It's down to these 2 Bibarel to see if he can get boss's orders and close out this game on this turn.
And both players know this. They are both very accomplished players. They both know what the deal is. He's drawing it here. I don't see it yet. It's a Marnie. Marnie's not good enough.
He's not there at all. I think Andre's still very ahead in the game. Let's get that clear. He can still try and 2-hit KO this Hisuian Decidueye, but the game is not over. We can get 1 more card from his second Bibarel.
Off that second Bibarel.
Is it game over?
Is it game over? Is it a boss's order? Show us the card. We need to see. Oh,
you slam it.
Yeah, you slam it.
You would slam it.
Orders. It's not come down.
Andre's hand is all Pokemon, I think. Yeah, it is. So it's going to be Amani. Daichi is live-in right now. It's going to be a fresh hand for both players, and Andre is hoping that he can get closer towards those boss's orders.
And this is where Marnie becomes really important over a card like Judge. You're not shuffling your hand into your deck, so you are not going to draw the cards you just played or you just had in your hand. They're going to the bottom. You're drawing fresh cards.
Judge is doing a great job there, making sure Daichi's not accidentally drawing a 5th card. It's only Andre who gets 5. It's not an even split between them. Andre missing out, having a good amount of outs there and a lot of cards to see. But I still think he's in the ascendancy in this game. It's just a little bit foggier for him, and there are more tricks that Daichi might have up his sleeve.
Yeah, the problem here is that Daichi is going to be able to get a KO on the Pikachu. So there's not going to be, you know, the reason why Boss's Orders was so good last term, or the term we're still currently in technically, is because Flying Pikachu just KOs a Flying Pikachu on the bench. Game's over, job's a good one. Here, I mean, we still got a 2-hit KO working quite nicely. That bench Hisuian Decidueye is going to be able to finish off the active, so it kind of forces Daichi to have something else to attack with. But, I mean, you've only got the Pikachu, but there's no energy, there's no evolution.
Yeah, I mean, he still backs against the wall. Let's not make any mistake about this. He was very far behind, and Andre's still in an amazing position. He was inches away from winning on the previous turn, but even 2-hit KOing is a fantastic play for him. I think Daichi might again be trying to dodge Boss's Orders for another turn. He has his own Boss's Orders.
And we see
he's going to Marnie instead. This is going to be Daichi's only way of trying to hurt Andre. He's going to get a few additional cards. Daichi's already manually attached to his own Pikachu. But I don't think there's much else he can try and do here.
Does he have the boss in hand now?
This is Daichi's side of things. he has to move his own Decidueye out the way. It's too easy for Andre to win. He already has an attacker set up.
Yeah, there's already too much damage on there. There's too much energy on Andre's Pokemon. He's got everything he needs to get a KO on that Hisuian Decidueye. Retreats to the Pumpkin Boo, but I don't think it does.
Let's see it, Andre. Are we going to see a boss's orders in his hand?
There it is! And Andre will be your 2022 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
It's a phenomenal series, a 2-0 win. We have a new European World Champion, Andre Skubal. A fantastic series played by both players there. And wow, an emotional time for both of them right now. Fantastic win.
Oh, that came very, very tense here. We're sitting there, we're looking. Are they going to draw the boss's orders? And it was so, so close. If Daichi had those 2 energy in that second game, things could have been very, very different indeed. But he didn't have those 2 energy. And then Andre didn't have the boss's orders. And they were in a slight holding pattern, but it is all good now.
Great sportsmanship from both players, hugging it out at the end. They've just had to sit there in a real pressure cooker. Daichi bows to the crowd. So much support for him. It was so close yet so far. It is Andre who is going to be our victor here, the 2022 World Champion.
Yeah, and that's got to feel good to hear. I mean, just a phenomenally played game by both players. 3 good games, 1 amazing match. And it was down to the wire. It was close. This was not one of those World Finals. We've seen some in the past that have been very one-sided, very quick, where we kind of knew going in who was probably going to win. This was a back-and-forth game. We thought Andre had a slim margin going in because of the differences in the deck list. And that is exactly how it played out. Andre did have a slim margin going in because of the difference in the deck list, and that was enough. And you've got to mention, it was Bibarel. That was the difference in this match.
An integral card. How many cards did we see from those Industrious Incisors over and over again? Andre was able to use ball search card after ball search card, just throwing stuff away to gain access to more and more cards in his deck. It, over time, gave him those little bit of advantages to overcome this matchup.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting at the end when the Marnies were being played. And actually, because Andre wasn't drawing the boss's orders, he kept putting cards he didn't want to the bottom and drawing more cards. And eventually, it took a while to get to the boss. Yeah. But because of those 2 Marnies and all of those Industrious Incisors, we finally got there in the end. And, you know, it's an old story. Boss's orders for game. You know, previously, Guzma for game and Lysander for game. But it's still, there is a reason why, and you called it out yourself a couple of times. 4 boss's orders is huge.
I'm pretty sure it's a lot of reason why Andre was even in the finals in the first place, let alone winning it today. Some great metagame calls, just choosing the deck in the first place, but then crucial counts within his deck. The 2-2 Bibarel, the 2-2 Decidueye, the 4 Path of the Peak, which you saw him use over and over again, and that 4th boss's orders, such a crucial card. You need it on the spot, and he made sure he did throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's a card which has often become a 1 or a 2 of in an awful lot of decks. We've seen some of these Inteleon decks playing Cross Switcher to give them alternate routes to that gusting, and it's worked for a lot of people. But there's only one person who got all the way through and ended up winning the finals. That was Andre Skubal, and the 4 boss's orders, absolutely huge. It has always been fantastic, but we've got a world champion. We're gonna need a world champion interview, so let's find out how it feels to be on that stage as a world champion. Over to you guys.
You are World Champion 2022 here in London. How does that feel?
Yes, I am, right?
Yes, you are. I'm pretty sure. I checked. How does it feel?
It's pretty unbelievable. Like, I can't believe this is reality. Like, how did that happen? I got undefeated, and I have no idea how I'm here.
Well, I think that it probably had something to do with your preparation, your training, the people who supported you. So tell me a little bit about that. What did you do to be ready to be here today?
Yeah, we just made a deck that had a positive matchup, Ash against Palkia and against ourselves Inteleon. Yeah, and day 2 I faced only those, so I guess I got a bit lucky as well.
Lucky, and you probably had people helping you. Is there anyone that you want to say hi to or thanks to?
Yeah, I want to say hi to Miroslav Poslední, because like we spent every evening testing like 6 hours a day. Then I want to say hi to my team, CCG, and my best friend Gabor. And to the Czech crew as well.
People are just surrounding the stage with love, so we're going to let you celebrate, but I have to ask, as people watch you on this stage and long to be in your position, what advice would you give them if they want to be in? All right, it's good advice. Casters, what do you think? Back to you.
I think honestly that's quite good advice. Bebral was very important in that matchup. Adorable Pokemon, great artwork on the card. So yeah, play Bebral, draw some cards, Industrious Incisors, win the World Championships.
Yeah, Andre's just gained a whole heap of fans. Such a great character, such great passion for the game. He was saying at times playing for 6 hours a day, and that's what it takes to be a world champion.
Yeah, you've got to practice, you've got to know the matchups inside and out. When we're watching on the stream, you see these little decisions, what to discard with Quick Ball and Ultra Ball, when to evolve Pokemon, which Pokemon to get in the early game with your ball search cards, which Pokemon to actually go and get your energy onto when you're accelerating with Arceus. Lots of micro decisions throughout the game, and it is so easy to make a tiny decision in turn 2, and you get to turn 9 and you're like, that's why I lost the game. I discarded an energy or something too early, and when you play 6 hours a day, that's how you don't make those mistakes. So now that we've got a world champion, we've also got a completed bracket, so let's remind ourselves one more time of all the players in top 8 and how we ended up with Andre Escobar as our world champion.
Yeah, still so impressive that Andre was able to, even though in the interview he was saying, you know, he faced a lot of good matchups in that first day of competition for him, and he had it easy. He had all those Palkias and those Arceus matchups, but when he got to the top 8, boy, he had a rough run. He had to get through a Mew and 2 sort of almost mirror match situations. They were nail biters. It's amazing to see him in the final. Oh, absolutely. And don't get me wrong, you know, if Andre wants to say he had a slightly easy run through day 2 Swiss because of all the Palkia, fine. Yeah. I will take that. But I refuse to believe, because I watched it. I watched Andre's run through the top 8, and that was not easy. They were 3 very difficult games. I was lucky enough to be able to cast 2 of them. I watched the game where I had to play against Mew. Those were not easy games. They were far from auto wins, and it took a lot of really good play, clearly brought a phenomenal deck list, clearly understood all of the matchups, lots of micro decisions all throughout all 3 of those games, and that is one of the toughest runs you're going to see at a World Championships through top 8. To not have a really favourable matchup at all and have to go into 3 fairly even matchups, all of which demand really flawless play throughout. That is extremely difficult to actually pull off, and that's how you end up being a world champion, because you are that gosh darn good. Yeah, Andre's always been well respected around Europe, but now his name is known throughout the world. He has immortalized himself as a world champion. An amazing feat, and he did it in style.
Yeah, and that really was in style. That interview was fantastic. I enjoyed that interview greatly. But, you know, and then, of course, looking at the deck, you know, our world-winning deck has Flying Pikachu VMAX, Hisuian Decidueye IV Star, and Bieberel obviously coming along with Bidoof. All of that is in our World Championship winning deck. This is not what we expected coming in. Don't get me wrong, we started off, you know, back on Thursday when the stream started. We're talking about Palkia, we're talking about Mew, we're talking about Arceus. This is not the build of Arceus we were expecting. It wasn't unknown. I'd seen these deck lists floating around over the past few weeks, but we were expecting things like Arceus Inteleon, Arceus Duraludon, things of that nature, even Arceus Flying Pikachu, but not this build.
No, truly a meta breaker from Andre, as well as the 2 Japanese players, Ryota and Daichi, who made it to top 4 and finals respectively. Really great choices, and I really like from Andre, he was saying, I just want to target a couple main decks in the metagame. It sounds easy when you sit here now and he made it to finals, but it's also a really brave call to say, you know, not having tech cards for other matchups, just trying to have a narrow field and see if you can just have small edges and still play technically well to get through more awkward matchups as we saw. So there is something to be said about having the simplistic list, because it really paid off in the finals.
Yeah, it absolutely did. We might not have any more games to play here on the TCG side, but it's not yet too late to go and claim yourself a gold Path to the Peak. And we just watched the World Championship finals. Path to the Peak was a huge card that massively impacted the game. And if you want a gold version, all you need to do is use that code Worlds22London, and you can go and get it. It's a very good card. You're going to want to be testing with and against this.
Yeah, it's a key player in the matchup that we've just seen, which could be becoming more popular now that it has won the World Championships. Also very useful at shutting down all types of rulebox Pokemon that are littered through the TCG.
Okay, now the bad news is we are out of TCG games. The good news is we do have world championships, world champions to crown in VG, in both juniors and in seniors and in masters. So it's goodbye from Joe and I and all of the TCG crew. We've had a wonderful time. Thanks for watching and get ready for some wonderful video game action.
Sí. Sí que la verdad hubo sorpresa ahí. Bueno, de Aaron Sane. Se escucha el audio, ¿eh? Está Rosen Kelly como no. Uno para Japón, uno para Estados Unidos y otro para Chile.
And it definitely delivered game-wise.
Yeah, just I reiterate what you said, Adam. I mean, there's not really too much to add. It's in London, so it's kind of that extra bit special for me because it's the kind of hometown, and it's just been an amazing weekend. Like Rose said, it's like flown by, and now we're at the penultimate stage. You know, we're about to crown our champions and get into the kind of the thick of it with all of our players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, this tournament has just been full of surprises, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the surprises. Maybe the most surprising thing that you guys didn't expect to see from this tournament. But at the end of the day, the teams that actually made the finals, I think, are all more standard, and I think kind of fit just what a lot of players have expected to perform well in this format, right? This format is really defined by these ultra-powerful restricted Pokemon paired with very powerful Dynamax Pokemon like Charizard or Regieleki. And in the end, I don't think I'm really surprised to see any of these, current teams in the finals. But I feel like especially on the Masters VGC stream, we've seen a lot of different crazy things. So I want to ask you guys, what's one thing from this tournament that's really stood out to you in terms of the Pokemon or the teams?
I feel like the first thing that stood out to me is sometimes how well some of those teams without the Zacian can do. I feel like Zacian has always been such a dominant force in the meta, and so seeing teams thrive without that piece is really cool to me because I think it takes a lot of creative team building to make something like that successful.
For me, it's all about that Golisopod team that we got to see.
Yes.
Obviously, it didn't get to advance. There's a big old shame. But the whole team, we were talking about the Golisopod. It was obviously a big factor in all three of the matches. But at the end of the day, there was still some other tricks on that team that we didn't even get to see and explore. And I think seeing somebody make it that far in the tournament with a team they've obviously crafted themselves, put a lot of time in themselves, and showed that there are alternative options is always going to be good for us.
I would have said Golisopod as well, but...
I put you on the end seat for a reason.
Yeah. I think if I was to say something other than the Golisopod, I think the fact that we came into this tournament maybe a little bit thinking maybe Rinya's son and that team probably is going to be really hard countered because it is the team to beat, but it still did so well. And I think the nice thing, even though we got some of those mirror matches, they weren't like a kind of traditional mirror match where you were like, oh, this is going to be a slog. They were really intricate, and I think they really highlighted the player's skill, and I think that's probably one of the big things for me coming into this weekend.
I think for me, weakness policy Charizard had such a big impact on this tournament, and it is actually mind-blowing, right? Basically, this Sun team that we've seen throughout the last couple of months has been established since February, March. And it's the same 6 Pokemon, but suddenly one small adjustment where you take the Life Orb away from Charizard and suddenly throw a weakness policy onto it, make it super bulky, completely changes how people approach that matchup, right? And I thought it was a really interesting metagame development where clearly like a couple players had maybe started trying it out and it spread like wildfire, no pun intended, or maybe a little bit of a pun intended. But I was just really shocked that there were so many high-level players in this tournament that were using the policy Charizard. It was still a point where every time we talked about Charizard, I was like, okay, it's probably weakness policy rather than not. And that was, I thought, a really interesting metagame development that I wasn't expecting. But Rose, you also made a good point about the Zacian. In the end, actually, out of the 3 finals that we have, 5 of the 6 teams do indeed have a Zacian on it. Zacian will guarantee to win the junior division and the senior division. But of course, the Masters division has the Lunala and Groudon versus the Zacian and Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I'm curious if you guys, are surprised to see these restricted duos in the finals, if there are any that you thought maybe underwhelmed, or overall this is kind of what you expected going into this tournament.
I know that Lunala and Groudon as a restricted duo have been rising in popularity throughout the Series 12 meta, but I think it's also still a little bit surprising that we aren't seeing more of Kyogre present. I think that Kyogre, especially when you look at how players have evolved the use of it over Series 12, it's been small changes, whether it's been the item choice. We started out with Mystic Water, we went to Life Orb. Assault Vest was also really popular to play a bit bulkier, and then we're suddenly all the way back to Mystic Water to be able to boost up those attacks. And I kind of thought that that would have been a consistent way to get farther in the competition.
The restricted duo that kind of shocked me in the lack of appearances was actually the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Palkia team. So I think coming into the end of the season in North America, we had a lot of our top players were really refining that team, really working with it at the regional level, at the international level. They were putting that time in and trying to find those adjustments similar to like a weakness policy Charizard or an Assault Vest on Kyogre to really elevate that team to the next level. And seeing that kind of fall a little bit short at Worlds shocked me. I think there was definitely some players who could have taken it as like a comfort pick and then capitalize off their knowledge of the matchup and go from there.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, your premonition at the start of the show said, Aaron, said Zacian might not win, and it might happen in Masters as well. So I think, yeah, the duos that we've seen, I think we expected the Groudon, Zacian, things like that. I do agree with you about, the Calyrex Ice Rider. We haven't seen really much of that, but when we have seen it, it's been quite impactful. Getting on to the finals with the Masters in particular, there's some interesting things between both players, the options that they've got. I think the Gastrodon is going to be a big key for Edu and that side of things. But then we saw Gimera yesterday with that Regieleki and how powerful that was, how, with the Life Orb, how hard that hits. And I think that's something that's going to cause Eduardo a lot of problems going into that set. So it's maybe a little bit one-sided, but I think both players have definitely options to get around either's kind of problems.
Yeah, Lee, I'm really glad you started kind of diving into the more specifics because, of course, we do know the 3 finals matchups, right? So for the juniors division, it's Kiara and Yuen versus Kosaku Miyamoto, and that's kind of Tornadus Kyogre Zacian team. This has been one of the most dominant teams, especially at the North American International Championships. And Kosaku is using a Zacian Calyrex Shadow Rider team, but it actually has Blastoise. Blastoise is, I think, out of the Gigantamax forms, maybe the one that's seen the least play in terms of this World Championship. We've seen obviously a lot of Charizards, a couple of Venusaurs. I don't think Blastoise actually made an appearance in the Masters Division stream, and so I'm really excited to potentially see that Pokemon. It does have to face down a Kartana on the opposing end, and so don't know if that's really the best matchup for it. We'll have to see, but I think that in itself is really interesting. In the Seniors Division, really interesting storyline. Nicholas Khan, who was actually a Juniors Division World Champion, is now looking to get another title in the Seniors Division. Despite all the amazing juniors throughout the years, I'm not sure that had actually ever been accomplished where someone was in juniors, aged up to seniors, and then also won. So I think that's really interesting. He's also using Zacian Kyogre. And his opponent, Yasuhiro Shimizu, has Groudon Zacian, but with a Bronzong. So we've got some cool picks there. Yeah. And then for the finals, of course, Guillermo versus Eduardo with Lunala Groudon against Zacian Calyrex. So, Lee, I know you just touched on kind of the finals or Masters matchup finals a little bit, but I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on the juniors or the seniors divisions here.
Well, so Adam and I are going to be casting the seniors division finals, and so I know we've looked at that matchup just a little bit, and I will say that is what I expected, honestly, to see in the grand finals of some of these divisions. Is the Groudon versus the Kyogre, that very classic matchup that we've seen in so many different series past. And so, looking at that matchup, I think it's going to be really cool to see, how that Bronzong functions, like Ding Dong. Aaron, you remember that one. And so I think that'll be fun to see how that maybe speed interacts with other things. But I also think that just overall, that matchup is going to be very positionally based.
That matchup always is, and it really gets back to basics, right? We talk about it in every single game. When you see team preview, you see the Kyogre on one side, the Groudon on the other. It's just a clear discussion of who has the advantage in the weather situation. You know, do you want to try and get control of the weather really early and just run through that? We've seen a lot of really good plays actually from the Masters division where even if they lose that initial positioning and they get the sun set up, you've got the Kyogre on the field. What I've really liked watching is a lot of players immediately go, oh, I can just max Geyser, take control of the weather, and be able to do it that way has been pretty cool. So I hope we see that from the seniors.
Well, I think another thing, just to talk about the matchup a little bit more, and maybe Nicholas Khan as a player, I love that you mentioned that he has the ability to get a second world championship in another division, but I also think that Nicholas Khan is coming into this with a ton of experience with this team as well. We saw that Nicholas was able to win the Europe International Championships with this Kyogre, and there's also a Shedinja on the team, and I know that when we saw that play out, it was Shedinja versus Shedinja in the end game, but it's still a very difficult matchup that you have to think about. What do I need to have if that Shedinja comes to the matchup to be able to hit it through the Wonder Guard?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Shedinja because it's funny, we started the VGC stream, Masters, day one, round one. Shedinja actually never made an appearance, but the sheer presence of it in team preview alone forced the opposing player who's fighting against Shedinja to really position in such a way where they're like, okay, I'm really afraid of Shedinja coming in. Shedinja is just such a wild Pokemon in Series 12 because, yeah, I can basically be immune to a Dynamax attack, right? And be able to solve even a single turn of Dynamax in itself is really good. Has Ally Switch as well. So to me, I think it's actually really fun looking at like the juniors and seniors finals where their teams are actually maybe a little bit more standard than typically you see from these divisions in Worlds finals. But there's like one unique Pokemon from each player on each team that I think is unique. So we talked about Karkana, Blastoise, Shedinja, and the Bronzong, of course. And so Maya is definitely out on all of those. But I also want to, hone in a little bit on the Masters Division Finals. We've all casted the players and we've all looked at their games extensively throughout this tournament. So yeah, I just want to get your general feel on, what you think the matchup looks like and who do you think maybe has an advantage based off how they played previously in this tournament.
To make kickoff. I jumped the gun a little bit before, so sorry about that. I think when you look at the teams overall, I would say if there is an advantage to have, I would say it's on Guillermo's side. I think he's got the Regieleki. It causes so many problems, especially with options to really break potential sashes on the Calyrex, and then that allows the Lunala to be in a way better position to be able to kind of deal with it, take that threat away, So I think that's the big problem for Edu. He does have options though. He does have the Gastrodon, like we mentioned, and the Rillaboom as well, which are able to come in and not take as much damage if with the Gastrodon's obviously got the immunity there. But I think the overwhelming potential that Guillermo has alongside his play style, because he is a very kind of, when an opportunity is there, he will take it. And I think when you look at how Eduardo kind of plays, he's very kind of slow-paced, kind of likes to wear down his opponent, whereas I think some of the options that he uses to do that, I think will be taken away, like the Regieleki on Guillermo's side. If it goes for a Max Lightning, then you can't really utilize that Yawn that he's relied on so heavily. So there's a lot of things to kind of think of, but I feel like probably the advantage lies with Guillermo going into it. So for me, everything Eduardo has to do, obviously it can go either way though.
I do have one sort of thought about the other side of the coin. Watching Eduardo play against Naoto, which Naoto, of course, running back the Groudon-Lunala combination, feeling really good about it. He definitely revealed a number of coverage options which make the day a little bit harder for Guillermo, I think, looking at the way that the Rillaboom reveals the knockoff and causes problems that way. You think, oh, wait, usually you need a big attack, and knowing that there's multiple Dark-type moves, once that Shadow Shield is gone, an easy knockout is afoot, and it's really tough when you go into a matchup and you feel not particularly confident in bringing just maybe one of your restricted Pokemon because there's 3-4 coverage options for it. So that is where I think Edu can kind of force the board a little bit and keep that Lunala from setting up and playing. Of course, the Lunala is different between Naoto and Guillermo's team. I took a look at them yesterday and they're not the same, so he does have to try and figure out that third move slot.
Yeah, I was noticing that as well, is that the Lunala that's on Guillermo's team is actually quite fast. And I think that's something that might catch Edu off guard a little bit is, how do those speeds interact? Because I think that, you mentioned the Regieleki, Lee. I think that's a really great way to outspeed that Shadow Rider Calyrex. But on the flip side of things, just how fast is that Lunala, and when is it going to be able to start taking attacks?
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing I'm also kind of curious about is the lead matchup, right? I mean, leads are so influential in this game. These guys will have had all night to prepare for it, right? And so they've gone through multiple combinations of what they think their opponent will lead. So for example, something like Regieleki plus Lunala on Guillermo's end can be really powerful, but then that's where like the Gastrodon comes in really interesting, right? And it's like, you know, who does Guillermo end up Dynamaxing in the matchup? You have a lot of options. Like, you really realistically could max Regieleki, Lunala, Charizard, or Groudon. The big fear about Charizard is you might get hit by like a Snarl from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Of course, you're facing down a Thundurus with Max Lightning on the opposing end as well. Charizard is actually a Pokemon I think what we haven't seen Guillermo play with as much on stream relative to some of the other options which were really instrumental to his wins in like top 4, for example, especially that Regieleki. I'm thinking that game 3 he had against James where it showed why this can be one of the most brutal Pokemon in the format. Dynamax, Life Orb Max Lightning, one-shot Kyogre. Life Orb Max Lightning, one-shot Zacian, right? To be able to get a one-hit knockout onto two of the most powerful Pokemon in the format definitely was very, very impressive. And so I'm also curious, like for those that maybe didn't tune into any of the games yesterday, like, well, what really impressed you about how these players, played and how they control their teams?
Oh, I'll start again.
Yeah, going this way this time.
I think, like I already mentioned about Guillermo's play style, he's very offensive, but he's not kind of hyper offensive in the kind of traditional sense. He's more he was reserved, but when an opportunity is there, he seems to always take that opportunity, like with the Regieleki yesterday, getting those 2 big knockouts consecutively, and it kind of showing off the power that he's got with his team. But then he's got these Pokemon like Lunala that are a bit more defensively built. They can kind of allow him to get a board position that's a bit more favorable to him. So that's a big thing I really like about Guillermo in particular. It's very to the point when he needs to be, but very kind of reserved when he needs to be as well. I like the point that, with the Gastrodon from Eduardo's side, though, where it probably is a big player and almost feels like it's forcing Guillermo into choosing the Regieleki to be the Dynamax option, because you want that electric terrain to overwrite potentially the grassy terrain that's on the opposite side of the field, and to kind of alleviate the yawns that are so annoying, because that will start to disrupt your flow. You're going to lose all momentum if you're having to switch your Pokemon out after taking a yawn. But that is the one way that you're able to not only like power up the Regieleki even more, make it even more threatening, but it also alleviates most things, especially if the Charizard's not coming. It's the only thing that isn't grounded, so everything else on Guillermo's team will benefit from it as well.
The one thing I really liked about both the players that I saw in their top 4 sets and when we saw them a little bit earlier is the way they played adaptations really, really nicely. So when sets go to 3, you obviously have to play 3 very tough games, and you can change the lead every time. But in a lot of cases, particularly Guillermo, he sticks with the same lead but plays it differently. Going for the Dynamax on Regieleki, huge change, wins in the game. But I like that he can see those different options, see those different paths, and I think both Edu and Guillermo do a very good job of looking at game 1. Even if they win it, how can they maybe win it even better, even faster? And knowing that they can do that and take those kind of bits of information that they get is really, really important. I think we should be going all the way to 3 games, because I can't imagine either trainer is just gonna, let's say they lose game 1, they're not gonna just give that up and be like, oh, by the way, it's fine, like game 2 is yours too. I think they're gonna make some hard pivots, and they know every option in their team, which is absolutely key to longevity in these tournaments.
And I think Eduardo's team really does play to what he's good at in playing Pokemon, which is just, having the option to have defensive switches. I think in this particular stage of Series 12, as we're starting to approach the end, we've seen a lot more teams go a bit more aggressive, and that's why maybe we haven't seen that Palkia, Ice Red, or Calyrex be as successful as maybe we would have expected, just because it does have to slow it down. Then of course you look at Palchua and you go, okay, well that actually did make it quite far, but I think with Guillermo having to play so fast, one of the ways that you might be able to take away some of that offensive pressure is by playing slower, and AD does such a good job of that.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always take away from Edu, is how patient he is. He always feels like a very patient player. And I mean, you look at the match against Paul yesterday, and it was a long match. But sometimes when you're in that situation, you can kind of get lost in amongst the match, because you're so deep into so many turns. But it's always, I think he's got that quality where he's, whatever turn, however deep you are into a match, at whatever position he is, he seems to always have a way to have that patience to be, okay, I'm not going to lose anything here. I'm not going to make a misplay. I'm going to just keep honed in, and I know what I need to do to reach that end point to get the win. I think it's a real good quality that he's got, and it will cause a lot of issues for Guillermo in the final for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because, you know, when I first saw Calyrex Shadow Rider Zacian in the beginning of the format, to me, I was like, well, this is such a hyper-offensive duel, right? They're so fast-paced, Calyrex Shadow Rider is so frail, the team has Thunderous, and to me, that seemed like the only clear Dynamax option, but I think what Edu did really well against Paul Chu in that top 4 set was find really creative Dynamax options. He Dynamaxed 3 different Pokemon in 3 games. Incineroar in game 1, Gastron in game 2, Calyrex Shadow Rider in game 3. And Thunderous didn't even come out, right? And that like, to me, I thought one of the weaknesses of that team composition was always that you rely so heavily on Thunderous, and if you don't max it, or if you don't bring it, then you're really down on like a strong max option. But that, you know, wasn't the case in terms of how Eduardo piloted it. And of course, the 2 players in the Masters Division finals have such deep, extensive experience. They are longtime veterans, multiple top cuts in the World Championships. Eduardo getting top 4 in 2016, top 16 in 2019. So, you know, first World Championship back since 2019, he's top cut once again. And Guillermo getting top 8 all the way back in 2012, a decade ago. Many generations ago at this point. And so the experience there is really extensive, right? And so to me, this might be one of the most like evenly skilled matchups we've ever seen in the finals, where I think like I could see both players really realistically taking it, and you know, they've had so much time to prepare for it as well. What's really interesting is also with the structure of this tournament, sometimes you can be really tired after a very long Saturday. In previous days, you would play your Swiss rounds as well as your top cut rounds. So if you made it all the way to the finals, you know, at that point, you probably played like 9-10 rounds of Pokemon. That's exhausting, right? Yeah, you get a night to rest and think about the matchup, but these guys this time around have a little bit more time where the Swiss rounds were separated from the top cut matches. And so even though their matches yesterday were, you know, long and drawn out, they had a lot more time to prepare and think about it. And I think the dynamic of the finals is always really interesting because it's always about like preparation, right? And like not only for Masters, but for juniors and seniors as well. And this time around, it feels like the players have a little bit more time to prepare.
I think that mental reset is just so helpful, especially when, you know, maybe you had a really grueling second set of Swiss, like you had to play through day 1, you also have to play day 2, and then go right into a top cut after that. Having that mental reset is such a good way to say, okay, I made it. You can celebrate that moment and then look forward to the next stage.
The big thing with Edu's performance as well is he was undefeated. He is still undefeated at this tournament. He went X&O in the Swiss portion on day 2. That's where he came in at because he got the day 2 invite. And being able to come in and just completely go through that day without dropping a game, that's a confidence boost. Then you obviously missed the kind of first round that we had to get to balance ourselves for top 16. You save yourself a little bit of energy there. So he just keeps on going without having to worry about it. So he's 10-0 technically across the whole tournament. And that's just got to be a huge bit of confidence coming in. But then Guillermo, of course, having to fight through a few more rounds, definitely gets to come in feeling, you know, like he's had to dig a little deeper and find some of those options in his team.
I want to say that if Eduardo wins the World Championships, I think the only other player that I can think of that had an undefeated run or any run like that was actually Ray Rizzo in 2012.
Yes.
I want to say.
Yep. I think one thing that's actually really interesting is a lot of the world champions in the recent years like squeaked in with the X&2 record. Naoto last year actually started the tournament 0-2, won 5 in a row. After he lost his first 2 games, then he decided, okay, it's time for me to go undefeated. You get 2 losses right during the Swiss rounds. He's like, I'm gonna take them early, you know, really shake off the rust. And then he just absolutely dominated the tournament. He won 5 in a row, had to play a, you know, win an in match to get into like the top 16, and then won out from there. Almost pulled it off this year once again. I mean, first of all, that's still crazy to me. Like, he almost won this tournament, right? And had a really close set against Eduardo. It was 2-0, but to me, in both of those games, if one play goes a little bit differently, I think it could completely swing into Naoto's favor. And, you know, I mean, I think a lot of players had so many amazing tournament performances, not just the 2 finalists, right? I think about James Beck, who got top 4 at Worlds last year, top 4 again this year. Megan Ratto, who got top 8 last year, top 8 this year. It's truly amazing to me because I think the game is at a point where it's a lot more difficult than it used to be. I think Dynamax also, as a mechanic, this was the only World Championship we had with Dynamax, but adds a lot of kind of, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty with it. And I think one thing interesting about this tournament as well is like day 1 was really the Wild Wild West. There were a lot of very well-known players. I think people who I could see winning the entire tournament who didn't even make it through day one. And I think part of it is because they may have built teams that were really good for the day 2 metagame, but maybe not so much for the day 1 metagame. And so I'm curious, like, you know, this day 1 was super, super large. And with your guys' experience with this format, like, do you think that this like day 1, day 2 structure was peculiar, especially for this tournament?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, we went into day 1 kind of expecting what well, personally, I went into day 1 expecting to see what we saw in day 2, you mentioned, and it was the opposite to that. You know, we were seeing like Shoma with these triple steel, Dialga, Ferrothorn team. The amount of Ferrothorns as well that we actually saw in day 1 was way more than what I expected, but it made a lot of sense because then, you know, coming into this tournament, there's obviously issues around Trick Room, around Amoonguss in particular, and you kind of look at it, you think, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense for this one Pokemon. It deals with all of those issues and gives, like, it just takes up 1 slot to deal with them, as well as offering a lot more. But yeah, in particular, that they were the teams that really kind of stood out to me, and there was a lot of Dialga in that field, and they did really well as well. You know, a lot of them moved on into day 2. So yeah, Dialga for day 1 for me.
I think the big thing that players will have to look at in coming years is how you approach day 1 and day 2, and I don't think enough players are maybe putting the time in on that. I mean, back in the day when Lee and I and you were attending events together, and that's actually a quick note on Guillermo. One of the first years I ever met Lee, Guillermo was cleaning up nationals across Europe, and we were desperately trying to, you know, keep up with him.
Knocked me out of top 16 at Madrid that year.
Yeah,
and then he went on to win it.
we're having a good reminisce, but no, back to the main point. It's like the day 1 metagame, you want something safe. Like you say, it is the Wild West. You're going to see some absolute nonsense. You're going to see some teams you had never prepped for, and you've just got to be ready for that. So I think maybe taking something a little more stable on that day to deal with that and the variation that you're going to see is interesting. Then you get a little bit of time. You know what you've seen on day 1, you know, and then you can maybe try and make an educated guess for day 2. I think it would be interesting to see more trainers change up their team. That's something I don't know how many people did, but it didn't feel, for anyone we featured at least, like anyone pivoted off or even made adjustments. So I think in the future, I definitely look at like my team on day 1 and definitely try and make some changes. I think there's a lot of room for somebody to springboard from like squeaking in on day 1 to completely dominating day 2.
I think part of the format as well, when you look at Dynamax as a mechanic, is that when we're in this double restricted format, it feels like you have so much more pressure on you to get the Dynamax right. And so whether it's guessing what the Dynamax on the opponent's side is going to be, or figuring out which Pokemon is going to be best for you yourself to Dynamax, I think that does add an extra layer of maybe I do have to stick with something that's a bit more comfortable and something that I have personally found consistent.
Absolutely. And I think one thing that I do want to briefly touch on, of course, is that Europe has guaranteed the title, the World Championship title here. The first time that we have a World Championship outside of the US, or North America, I should say. And that in itself is an incredible accomplishment, because what's really interesting is I always felt like there were so many strong players from Europe. To me, like the day 2 players from Europe this year maybe felt like the strongest just in terms of average level, right? Japan had a lot of players, and that's actually one thing I also want to briefly touch on, where Japan actually maybe underwhelmed a little bit at this World Championship. I considered them to be one of the heavy favorites to win. I thought that like kind of the crazy team building would definitely give them advantages. I think a lot of their top players ended up just opting for more standard compositions though, which may have led to them, you know, I wouldn't say underperforming, but at the end, like the North American European players are so good and have mastered these, you know, very standard comps and taking it to the extreme. But you know, I do want to briefly touch on, yeah, just Europe winning, right? Like that's a big deal. We haven't had a European World Champion since Arash Ahmadi. He's the only Masters Division European World Champion. And so, yeah, were you guys surprised, or what country did you guys think would, you know, win the whole tournament here?
I was with you. I thought that Japan was going to have a really strong performance in this tournament, and so to see them not in like the top 2 now, I think is just kind of a surprise. But also when you look at who ended up making it, there's a lot of consistency there. There's a lot of experience. And so it really doesn't surprise me to see Guillermo and Eduardo in grand finals.
I got to triple down now on the Japan underwhelmed thing. It was certainly something I was expecting. And I remember looking before the tournament, what they've been playing at their nationals, and there were some insane teams in their top cut. The big thing for me is like, they did bring all the heavy hitters and they all put on a pretty good show, but they just couldn't quite get it over the line. I mean, we saw Rinya running, Rinya's son, then he fell to a European player, which kind of shows that maybe there's a level of experience that comes from the format that they play. They do play their tournaments a little bit differently, a lot more online, a lot more best of one. There's definitely a level of experience and kind of a culture around it that the European tournaments and the North American tournaments breed. So being able to understand those best of threes, make those adaptations in a game, you know, and not just rely on the surprise factor is really important. Europe, home field advantage, definitely not surprised by either of these players being in the final. Have seen them at events for absolutely years, over a decade now. It's definitely their time to, you know, get up there and, you know, I think both of them got to be happy with the performance, but yeah, they're going to want to take it all the way.
I have to quadruple down on that. I'm sorry. But I did, I expected, I was exactly like you all, you know, I came into this event and I really thought it was going to be very similar to World Championships in 2015. I really thought the Japanese were going to come in and really overwhelm the rest of the player base. But at the same time, it doesn't surprise me because you look at the names that are there in that top cut from Europe, from North America, and it doesn't surprise you because you know how strong these players are, and then you watch them over and over again, and you see how high that skill level is. And I was totally wrong, but happy because it is nice to have a European champion, like you say. Since 2013, it's been a long time, and I think, you know, there are in every single region there are such strong players, but you know, being a player amongst this region, it's kind of nice to see some of these players that you know have the skill level to finally kind of get the championship. So yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Masters, but I definitely want to go back to the lower divisions a little bit. First of all, they're always just so fun to watch, right? Because like I think, you know, when people look at the younger divisions, they're like, oh, you know, they're really just kids, but they are stone cold. Like they are so good at the game, and I think like the, you know, junior division and senior division world champions, like they really can contend with the best in Masters, right? What's interesting to me is also looking at like the regions that they're from, where like Kira and Nicholas Khan are from Oceania, and Kosaku and Yasuharu are both from Japan. So no North America, no Europe, and so we have like a APAC versus Japan kind of duel, which I think is super interesting. And yeah, I just want to highlight that because I think that I feel like North America, Europe, and Japan probably get so much of the attention when it comes to VGC and Pokemon, and a lot of it is because, like, you know, obviously a lot of the events in North America and Europe are streamed, and Japan has their own circuit, everyone pays attention to them. But there are, you know, one thing that I wanted to see in this World Championship is like newer regions rising up. I think let players across the globe continue to improve, especially in kind of underrepresented regions. And so, yeah, I mean, looking towards juniors and seniors, is there anything that you guys are excited for in those matches?
I think just looking at juniors and seniors matches is always so exciting because they have such a different approach to the game. You know, whereas at the top tables of the Masters division, you see very standard things, I think, for the most part, of just lines and figuring out exactly what you need to do and having a game plan as you get into the game. But I feel like for juniors and seniors, you see something a little bit more off the cuff. And so I love seeing the strategies they come up with on the spot to be able to deal with situations as they happen.
Focusing on the seniors, I think there's a big conversation we need to have. I know you and your brother have played for a long time, and you were both very, very successful, and you still are. But the Khan family are absolutely insane at Pokemon.
Sure.
Definitely looking to just really secure it as the most decorated family. Don't forget, older brother, Christopher, winning world championships in the TCG, then changing over to VGC, picking up international titles there. As you mentioned earlier, Nicholas winning multiple events, world championships, internationals. Got to be feeling pretty good about that. And I also found out recently there's a secret other brother who plays TCG, a middle brother between Christopher and Nicholas. So yeah, that if they can really cement that, I mean, the juniors to seniors pipeline of, you know, growing and taking the world championships there would show that by the time he gets to Masters, I wouldn't want to be playing him.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that is, you know, one of the most exciting things for me is watching the juniors and the seniors, because these are potentially the next kind of crop of talent that are coming through the player base. And it's always interesting for the seniors in particular, and those seniors that are kind of making that step up in maybe a year or maybe 2 years' time to see how well they adapt into Masters. We've seen so many times these seniors come into Masters and you think, oh, they're a little bit younger than the rest of the field. They're probably going to take a little bit of warming up to get before they get started, and then they bang. It's like, okay, I'm winning internationals or winning regionals, and you think, you know, this is where, and you can look back to these finals where these seniors played and you think, well, this is where it all starts. So it's kind of nice to see where their Masters story begins, but also to kind of follow how they've already done and their like story so far, you know. A bit like you, Aaron, you know, when we were playing and we kind of saw you rise through those ranks, and you kind of did so well, you know, when you made that step up. And it's such a nice story and kind of progression to see these players make in the video game. So
yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, when I don't want to fight Nicholas Kahn when he gets to the Masters division. Like, he's already so good, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is able to take home another World Championship title. I mean, one thing I've always wanted to see is, how is it possible for someone to win Worlds in 3 different divisions? That's hard enough to win one, right? So how crazy would that be? But he, of course, is going to look for that next World Championship title in the seniors division. We don't have that much time left, so I want to ask you all, what is your one spicy prediction for any of these finals? Just, it can be anything, whether it be a player winning, something crazy happening. I'll go first. I started the stream saying, or started day one saying, I don't think Zacian is going to win the tournament. I am going to stand by that. I'm going to predict that Guillermo is going to win with his Lunala Groudon combination.
Okay. Dynamax Shedinja.
That is a spicy one.
Yeah. No more needs to be said at that point, right? It's like
Cut the stream, that's it.
I think we're going to end up in seniors with just some nuts Bronzong endgame situation causing chaos.
Me and Lou have been following Gastrodon, as you probably know, quite closely all season.
Wait, are you a fan of Gastrodon, Lee?
Have I not told you, Adam?
Where
to begin?
You never mentioned it.
So I'm going to say Gastrodon. I'm going to say Gastrodon winning the World Championships, just to kind of neatly tie off that little saga between myself, Lou, and Gastrodon.
Well, it's done it before. Paul Ruiz, of course, won the World Championships with Gastrodon a couple of years ago, so we'll see if the cute slug can pull it off yet again. But that is going to be it for the pre-show. I believe it is time to get started with the World Championship final. So thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you to all my fellow casters for joining me here on the couch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Pokemon World Championships. Sierra Hunter and Joe Brown on the desk for our first VGC finals. It's about time to crown our first video game champion.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. In the junior division, a lot of VGC players and fans watching along. Typically, it's really fun watching the juniors, watching these trainers who are, for their short in size, but their brains and their skills are arguably just as strong as seniors and masters sometimes. And if you've made it to the final 2 in your age ranking in the junior division, like, that's a gigantic accomplishment.
It is, and they talked about it a little bit on the couch about maybe a player one day being able to win in all 3 divisions, and being able to take this win now for both of these players, still having this chance and being so accomplished in this junior division, would definitely be a way to start working towards that track. Because I am terrified of when these players start aging up, that is for sure.
Yeah, if I were to lose to an 8-year-old, I don't know how well I would recover from it. But
have you not yet?
Well, they're hanging out in their own division. I'm not playing against them there. So, and we did talk about it, or they did talk about it on the couch. Typically, how the junior metagame is a little bit different. You'll see common Pokemon, you'll see Zacian, Kyogre, Groudon, all those great restricted Pokemon, but it's much more aggressive. Protect is a myth down in the in the juniors division. We want aggressive plays, Tailwind, trying to go for KOs as fast as possible. There typically are not many 14, 15 turn matches in the juniors division because of how aggressive the play style is. So usually if you are dropping Protect, that means you have room for other move coverages as well on your team, other type of attacks to hit your opponents with. So that's what I always like to focus on with juniors matches, is these the variations on their team building compared to the masters.
See, the way I'd like to describe it is that these juniors are brave. You know, sometimes I've heard it as well, even the course of this weekend, the master players talking about playing a little too passively and it ending up losing them the game because they're playing not necessarily to win, but to not lose. From what we've seen in juniors division, these kids have no fear. They're going to go out there, they're going to click the strongest move and do what they need to do to put the damage on the field, to grab these big KOs and get this commanding leading position. And I love it. We might get some surprises because, you know, they're not omitting Protect. They're still there. They're just opting to, okay, what is going to get me this fast advantage and get me out on the right foot? So I'm really intrigued if that's what we're going to see today, what we've seen typically in the past coming out of juniors divisions, or if it's going to be a little bit more fine-tuned considering this is the World Championships.
Yeah, they definitely have bolder strategies typically compared to some of the other divisions, and that's what makes it so exciting to watch. And you see the excitement on their faces, the experience that they're gaining here that they're going to take on to the seniors division and to the masters division. And only, you know, if you win here, hopefully we can get that 3 for 3.
Fingers crossed, right? Well, it is time to introduce our players and take it over to the stage.
Thanks so much. Look at this beautiful crowd. Look at you. It looks like you're ready to see the junior finals for the Pokemon video game. Let's welcome our players. First, from Australia, we have Kiara Nguyen. And from Japan, Kosaku Miyamoto. As we get right into this match, let's give them a big round of applause and encouragement. Casters, back to you.
I am so ready for this finals. I feel like, too, it's the most wholesome thing. And the juniors plushie game, on point. Best out of any age division every single time.
No, absolutely. It's something you always have to respect because those Pokemon that they are there, they're genuinely their favorite Pokemon. Like for Kiara or Kiki as her friends like to call her, Eevee is one of her favorite Pokemon. So having the Glaceon plushie on the desk is really, it could be that confidence boost she needs to win here.
Definitely, but let's start talking a little bit more about these players. First off, we do have Kosaku. So most recently for an accomplishment, 2022 top 8 at Japan Nationals. So sometimes the accomplishment list is a little shorter, especially as new players are getting into the era. And I'm really excited because getting to the second at least, maybe even first at the Pokemon World Championships will be another to put onto that list, and that is exciting.
Absolutely, for Kosaku. This would obviously be the biggest win in his young VGC career at this point. But for Kiara, she has a lot of titles under her belt in the juniors division, a multiple-time regional champion as well as a multiple-time international championship top cut player. So the stage is not too big for Kiara, and there we can see those regional championships. Top 4 EUIC, top 8 OCIC, and top 8 NAIC as well. Kiara is ready for this moment.
Yes, and it's not the first World Championships that she's competed in either. So this is somebody who is used to this big stage and this pressure, and this could be the moment to take it all down. This is so exciting. The fact, too, that she's been playing since 2018, I feel like that is especially impressive once we get into the junior division, considering the age of these players. Looking into the team, though, we did talk about the aggressiveness that we'd like to see down in the juniors division, and these teams right away are telling that exact story. We can see that there is these tailwind setters. We can see that there's these strong restricteds coming out. Zacians all around. We have the Calyrex Shadow Rider. These teams scream aggressive and go fast.
Yes, these two trainers have a need for speed in this matchup, both with Prankster Pokemon available to them. That Whimsicott versus Tornadus matchup is going to be very crucial to determining who wins this battle because they both have those priority attacks or access to Tailwind. And what do you have against each other? Typically, Tornadus can have Icy Wind to slow your opponent down, so even if both trainers go for the Tailwind, you can still have that speed advantage. But the other Pokemon to focus on, Kosaku, throwing it all the way back with that original water-type first partner Pokemon in Blastoise. Can be supportive, but can be an all-out threat with that G-Max Cannonade as well.
And we have seen so much Venusaur and even more Charizard. So having Blastoise now in the Grand Finals is amazing. But here it is. It is time for our first match here in our junior finals here in London. And to lead it off, it will be that Blastoise and Whimsicott pairing off against Zacian and Tornadus.
And there are those two prankster Tailwind Pokemon we were talking about in team preview. Tornadus and Whimsicott are both incredibly fast, have priority moves on their supportive attacks like Tailwind or potentially anything else that doesn't do any damage. So both of these trainers have to be aware that their opponent does have a way to match the speed on the other side. Now, do you have to worry about if you're wasting a turn of Tailwind when they're clicking something else more supportive on their side, and they can stagger their Tailwind turns later on in the matchup to have the speed advantage on the later turns?
Well, it already is going to be aggression from the start with Kosaku Gigantamaxing this Blastoise. So fitting to see this out on the main stage. This Blastoise, it might not be as popular as the other two, but it definitely can deal some massive damage with those max Cannonades. Now the Tailwind, this will be the first round. The Whimsicott moving first. We'll have to see if this will be matched in the speed. It is. Both players are making sure that they're not at any disadvantage and not having speed on their side. Now Behemoth Blade from Zacian, we know just how devastating these can be, but considering it's going to go into the Whimsicott, it's not going to take that well, and in lack of Sash, it'll be a one-hit KO.
Yeah, no focus Sash, meaning this Whimsicott cannot stay around for one more hit to cause more havoc later on.
Max Hailstorm also a devastating attack, and sure, it will bring the Tornadus down to Sash, but considering the hail that's set up, essentially one-hit KO as well.
That's a one-for-one trade essentially for both of these trainers there. Their Pokemon, their prankster Pokemon were only able to click Tailwind, but this can be beneficial for both of them, as now you can have a Pokemon that typically does much more damage, like say the Kyogre or Landorus or Kartana in the back on Kiara's end, and something like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, or Zacian for Kosaku. They would really prefer to use these turns of Tailwind much more than their prankster Pokemon teammates can.
And it's important too to make sure you get your Tailwind up, but you're also taking down the Tailwind setter from your opponent to punish if there is going to be any other thing that they're going to click on the first turn. Sometimes they like to stagger the max the Tailwind here, so making sure that if they didn't go for it, it's instantly punished. But bringing out the Zacian for Kosaku, matched with the Kartana on Kiki's side. This Kartana can do damage because there is that Max Blastoise on the other side.
Yeah, and speaking of staggering, another aspect of VGC is staggering Dynamax turns. Kosaku has already used his first turn of Gigantamax on Blastoise. If Kiara were to opt for a Dynamax Kartana, which is very common, has great access to Max Airstream, Max Overgrowth to hit this water type in the Blastoise, could be a really strong spot, and then she would have that additional turn of Dynamax later on when Kosaku's had already been used up. The one thing you have to worry about is if Kosaku did not bring a Mungus in the back, there is not a grass resist to a potential Max Overgrowth on the switch-in.
Whether it's in the back or not, we don't know yet, but regardless, a lack of switch means that this Max Kartana coming out can do some devastating damage. This Pokemon is known for having such a great attack stat and fantastic coverage all around, even though the special defense is lacking at times, making it a little bit of a volatile pick. Close combat from Zacian for Kosaku, bringing it down right into the yellow, making sure that as much damage impossible can be ringing. Of course, Zacian being so fast, Kiki will now have the chance to respawn, and that will be right into the Gigantamax Blastoise. But look how well it takes that hit.
But that's double damage from the Behemoth Blade, though, so that's still down to half, and the Max Overgrowth would be enough to get the rest.
Yes, making sure that you can deal just enough for when this Max Overgrowth comes off. It can finish this Blastoise off once and for all, the critical hit, just to make sure this is cleanly done. Get the terrain as well, heal yourself up a little bit, but a great position for Kiki right now.
That's an incredible turn from her there, because she knew Dynamaxing Kartana would mean Zacian would not be able to one-hit KO it, and double targeting that Blastoise slot would ensure the KO, giving Kartana its first Beast Boost of the game. Beast Boost works just very similarly to Grim Neigh and Chilling Neigh boost. Every time you get a knockout, the Kartana is going to gain a boost to its attack stat, meaning that next knockout is even more likely because you're even stronger now.
Yeah, and now 2 Pokemon already KO'd for Kosaku and down to his final one. That Calyrex Shadow Rider. We've talked at length about this restricted and just how strong and powerful it can be. And going up against this Kartana, known for not having the greatest special defense, be interesting to see how it fares.
Absolutely, and it's already such low HP at this point because of the close combat from the previous turn from Kosaku Zacian. So the tailwind is still here for both of these trainers, meaning that speed advantage would go to Kosaku because Calyrex Shadow Rider is typically faster than Zacian, and especially the Kartana there. Not clicking max Airstream means that Kartana would not be able to outspeed a potentially very fast Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side.
Definitely, and sure enough, the Astral Barrage, Zacian for Kiki, going to be nice and safe, but the Kartana is not going to be able to hold on and is going to be taken out.
And now with Kiara down to this Zacian who just protected, you're still worried about speed ties every single turn when you see your opponent also has a Zacian.
And we were just talking about the boost that these Pokemon can have when they KO something, and now that is going to be a special attack boost for this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is so fast, and having that boost under its belt when Kiki's now down to her final 2 Pokemon as well could be really dangerous.
And we talked about it all weekend, Sierra, the ability for Calyrex Shadow Rider to wait for the perfect time to come at the end of the game and start sweeping with Astral Barrage. Start getting those Grim Neigh boosts, increasing its special attack, and making it so scary for if this Zacian ever wants to go for an attack, it'll take a lot of damage from that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and the Kyogre now for Kiki's last Pokemon hitting the field, bringing the rain along with it. So this is where we talked about the speed that's going to be coming out. Sure, this Kyogre can deal some devastating damage, but it needs to be able to get to that point in turns to have that ability.
And anytime the Kyogre takes damage, if its main attack is Water Spout, that's based off of having as much HP as possible, which Kiara will not have.
Now the Astral Barrage, so much damage, bringing both Pokemon down to the yellow. And Zacian on Kosaku's side going to be moving first, targeting into Kiki Zacian. That is going to be enough to take it out and eliminate it. So it's going to be just down to Kyogre. The Origin Pulse instead, and it is going to connect onto both targets. See how much damage this does. Knocks out one, but not able to take down the Calyrex Shadow Rider, holding on with 19 HP and should be able to clean this up.
That's a huge survive for Kosaku. The Zacian was definitely going down because of that prior close combat earlier on in the game, lowering its defense and special defense there. So in the rain, that was going to be enough. But the Calyrex just barely hanging on. Now the Kyogre is at half HP, but Astral Barrage is single target. You're going to have to use this turn to get that misty terrain, or excuse me, grassy terrain recovery just to help out a little bit. Energy Ball's revealed.
Energy Ball from the Calyrex Shadow Rider to try and do enough damage, knowing that maybe after he feels that this grassy terrain recovery might not be enough, despite it now being a single target.
Yeah, and with the grassy terrain actually would be boosting the amount of damage that your Energy Ball does there. This is what we were talking about, where the junior division have a lot more room for tech moves like Energy Ball in this matchup.
Here it is, going for the second go. It will be enough to grab this KO, and Kosaku taking the first match here in the finals.
That was as close as you can get, just barely hanging on from that double Origin Pulse in the rain from the Kyogre. Very different game if that knocks out, obviously, and then Kiara would be in the front position. But Kanto fans can rejoice as potentially Blastoise is 1 win away from winning a world championship.
And really showing how important it was for that Calyrex Shadow Rider to grab this KO onto the Kartana and get that boost, because every single boost in those endgame situations too, maybe if it was neutral, wouldn't be able to do so much damage the first time around to where things could have turned out a little bit differently. But obviously a big missed KO from that Kyogre. Now you have to think a little bit, all right, is Kartana great against the Blastoise? What other ways can I maybe try and put this pressure on, or maybe even try and get that speed advantage? We talked about that lack of max airstream to secure this KO onto the Blastoise, but then when there's the speedier Pokemon on the other side, you're still in a weird position.
And Kiara is somewhat of a veteran in the juniors division, which kind of doesn't sound like it makes sense, but she's been around for so long. She has played so much VGC over the online era of Sword and Shield that she can definitely recover here. The benefit, though, for Kosaku is I did learn from our fellow commentator and junior division correspondent, Lou, that Kosaku in the juniors tournament this weekend was really good at learning information in game 1 and then adapting in game 2 and 3. So if Kosaku had already gained the advantage here by winning game 1, I wonder what other adjustments he can make. Thinking about the Whimsicott not having Focus Sash, it shows that pretty much all he can do is get Tailwind up, so you are never in the speed, disadvantageous position. You can always match that speed on the Tornadus' side that Kiara has, and then let Whimsicott get knocked out to let the real damage threats take care of the rest of the game.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see going into this game too, just exactly where those adjustments are going to be, because there was a lot of that aggression and that speed control, and I'd like to see just a turn or two different coming out here from Kiki to try and make sure things can be back in her favor. Obviously, the Kyogre dealing such devastating amount of damages is just not at the point to where it's able to outspeed the others, even though it was able to survive through the original turn.
And if you're looking from her perspective, she was almost one hit away from actually winning that game. So it's not like Kiara has to make too much of an adjustment in this matchup. Those 4 Pokemon really did prove to be very effective for her in this match. Just that one turn where that using the knockout on the Blastoise meant that you did not knock out the Zacian.
But now it's time to head into game number 2 and see how these trainers are going to fare. And yet again, an aggressive start from these players. There's going to be the Tailwind setters, and that Blastoise make an appearance back on the field.
And let's see this time around if G-Max Cannonade is an option for Kosaku. When you have a situation like this, if you're leading in the same thing, not often do you want to just click the same move you did in the previous game, because it's much more of an expected decision from your side. So we clicked Max Hailstorm in that first game for the KO, but G-Max Cannonade, in theory, if the Tornadus is going to get low enough anyway, would also be able to knock out and break through that Focus Sash just the same way that Max Hailstorm does. And then you have that residual damage every turn for those next few turns, just like Charizard and Venusaur have shown time and time again that Blastoise is also on their level.
And Blastoise, just like in game 1, is going to get on another level with just Gigantamax. We got to see just how strong it was the first time around, and it's going to be no exception here in game number 2. Now, considering the Pokemon on the field, we can only assume what's going to be happening, but instead, here's already a big adjustment, a Protect. The Tailwind will come out from Kosaku. This is what we talked about, though, with staggering these Tailwind turns. As long as this makes it through, it'll be fine. It'll be the Max Cannonade, though.
Is it going into the Protect? No, it's hitting the Zacian for full damage there. Zacian's already down to under half of its HP just on the first turn.
Yes, but of course, it's going to be able to survive, and it's going to be able to fire off attack in retaliation and take care of this Whimsicott. Now the support Pokemon from Kosaku is gone, and Kiki still has hers, and one more turn of Tailwind in that previous game could have been that difference between taking the win and the loss.
I genuinely loved that Protect from Kiara there, even if it didn't work out because the Tornadus was not targeted. If the same play worked out of the Max Hailstorm from the previous game into your Protect, would not be enough damage, would not knock you out, and now that Tornadus is still so healthy, you have access to your Prankster Tailwind and that staggered speed tiers there, so that at the end, the one turn that Kosaku speed has been returned back to normal, you would still have that double advantage. But the threat for Kiara at this point is Zacian is already so low, and you saw that this This Behemoth Blade into the Blastoise only does half to it, which is a lot since it is a restricted attack, but it's not enough to be able to take it out if the Blastoise wants to go for another attack into the Zacian slot. Luckily for Kiara, though, if she does click Tailwind on this turn, you would be back to that somewhat normal speed tier of double speed from both sides.
A protect from Zacian as the Tailwind is going to set the speed to at least match what Kosaku has on his side. Astral Barrage, Zacian's going to stay nice and protected, but the Tornadus is going to be a little bit of a different story. We did get to see the sash, but considering the residual damage, no longer has that. Still hanging on, though. Now, another round of G-Max Cannonade just to be dealing the damage. It is just going to be into Tornadus, though, and finish it off.
If that Cannonade went into the protected Zacian, it still would have brought it low enough to the point that Cannonade on this turn, that damage would have knocked it out, and it would have been a clean double KO for Kosaku. Instead, this Zacian, this is Kiara's last stand. You would be knocked out by the next turn of Cannonade damage, and Kiara used the Kartana in game one as her Dynamax attacker at full HP right now, and not worried about that close combat from the previous game since the Zacian's not on the field. The Kartana is definitely feeling much safer to yet again Dynamax and go for that max overgrowth.
Yes, but this is still such a tricky situation, especially considering how low the Zacian is. This damage that has been built up from this G-Max Cannonade and the damage it deals over turns has been devastating. Even when you had that survival on the Tornadus, it was unable to hold on thanks to that. So this is where the Kartana really needs to be making an impact. We talked about the overgrowth. We talked about the impact that a max airstream could have in this position. We'll have to see which one she's going to prioritize going into it.
That would be a way that if you have, you can try to outspeed the Calyrex Shadow Rider if you are going to go for the max airstream, but then that's not a super effective hit into this G-Max Blastoise.
So much damage onto the Kartana from the Astral Barrage, and that's a grim Nay boost now on Kosaku's side of the field. Kartana, though, is going to be faster than the Blastoise and go for this max overgrow.
Not enough.
Blastoise is going to hold on, bringing it just down to the yellow. Now you don't have the speed. You're dealing some damage, but sometimes, depending on how this Blastoise is being brought to the battle, that could be fine. Retaliation, though. Look at this, a max darkness. It's not going to be picking up the KO. Holding on with 30. We'll have to see how the residual damage adds up.
Yeah, max darkness being revealed on Blastoise here, meaning it has that extra move coverage, and the Cannonade damage is not enough thanks to the Dynamax. They're hanging on at 7 HP, and this is why Kiara went for the double target into G-Max Blastoise in game one, because max overgrowth by itself was not enough for the KO. So now she is down to her last stand of Kyogre and a very low health Kartana in this spot. Calyrex is still feeling very, very strong at this point to go for a spread Astral Barrage, and it just might be one of those situations that we were talking about, that Calyrex can come in later. Blastoise took the brunt of the damage, tried to get everyone as low as it could, and then Calyrex can finish it off.
And this is such a tricky situation too. I mean, the Kartana still has a turn of max left, but not having the same speed possibility, maybe a double protect. Look at this, helping hand from Blastoise. Not just this offensive, but making sure that it can help its partner Pokemon here. And Astral Barrage, it's gonna KO the Kartana, but Kyogre holding on with 10 HP.
And you got the Origin Pulse in the rain this time around, yet again, just barely hanging on. Kiara is going to need to get some KOs if she wants to force game 3.
And it's going to connect onto both of these targets here. We got to see how much it did the first time around, but yet again, holding on. Maybe this has been trained to take this. Maybe it's not Kiki's day, but regardless, not enough damage. And with this Kyogre so low, and the last Pokemon on Kiki's side, there is, though, that Tailwind. This is so important earlier on.
The Tailwind is now one turn left for Kiara and has expired on Kosaku's end. So the rain is up. Kiara is faster right now. Obviously, anything would knock out the Calyrex since it's such low HP, but this is all going to come down to this last turn. If you have Protect on either of these Pokemon, you can then wait out Tailwind if you are on Kosaku's side, so you can go back to being faster.
such a good protect at this point, but the quick attack from Zacian, another way to clean up the game, and that's going to be Kyogre taken out. Kosako Miyamoto, your new Pokemon World Champion.
That is an awesome 2 games we just saw by 2 of the best trainers in the juniors division. What an incredible display, and a round of applause for that helping hand Blastoise. The G-Max candidate showing up in London and taking names and turning Kosaku into a champion.
Never would I thought Blastoise would have been that first out of those 3 that would be taking the World Championship title, but hey, I'm here for it.
No, absolutely. Now Charizard and Venusaur are going to have to step it up throughout the rest of the day here on the stage, but it's just a very exciting matchup. I think when you have those tailwind turns, and I think we really talked about it well, Sierra, if you are going to tailwind at the same time, then it kind of almost acts like tailwind doesn't exist, right? Because the speed is doubled for everybody, therefore it's not benefiting either side. But then if you can get that 1 turn of a speed advantage later on, if Zacian did not click protect there, Origin Pulse can have some really exciting interactions. Maybe it hits, maybe it doesn't, but very safe play from Kosaku there to secure it. You don't want to take any risks in that spot. You want to make sure that nothing gets between you and your World Championship, and that's what Kosaku did.
Yeah, it's such a great accomplishment too. We talked about the accomplishments beforehand, 2022 Top 8 of Japan Nats, and now you get to add Pokemon World Championship to that title. That is insane. It was such a well-played match from both players, but just that adjustment and being able to make sure that there is those little outs that you had the protect, you had that quick attack, ways to make sure the game was cleaned up was really well done.
And shout outs to Kiara as well with a really cool, the Kyogre Tornadus combination has been very popular throughout many different years of the restricted formats that we've had in VGC, and seeing the Tornadus be able to have Tailwind and some of the other things that we didn't actually get to see, but I've loved that combination, so I like that Kiara brought something that is a very battle tested, a tried and true combination to the World Championship stage and performed so well with it.
Yeah, and there was those adjustments that we wanted in that game too as well. It was just sometimes when you're that far behind and the Kyogre had taken so much damage, it can be really, really difficult. It was played well by having the staggered tailwind, but those Grim Naboosts on that Calyrex Shadow Rider just dealing devastating amounts of damage. You're unable to match that at some point. There's a reason that this Calyrex has been so strong in the format. It's a late game monster, and this was the perfect display of it.
Yeah, and I really got to credit Kosaku for how he has trained his team here. That Calyrex was able to take an Origin Pulse in the rain of both games, as well as G-Max Blastoise being not worried about getting one-hit KO'd from a Max Overgrowth from Kartana, which is a terrifying position if you're a water type facing it, but Kosaku understanding that without the grassy terrain already being set up, it's just not enough damage to get rid of his Blastoise from full HP. And I love Sierra seeing that the G-Max Cannonade, that water type residual damage just being showcased on the big stage.
Exactly. I mean, hey, Blastoise needs a place to shine too, and this is going to be it. And I'm glad too that we got to see just how the trainers went about that. There was no scaredness. This was, I'm going to go out here, I'm going to attack, we're going to put this pressure on, and it really makes for an exciting World Championships and finals.
Yeah, this is the best part of Pokemon, being here with the crowd in the venue, in person, seeing everybody popped off when the Gigantamax Blastoise hit the screen. So this is why we all love Pokemon so much.
It is, but it's time now to head over to the stage with an interview with one of our world champions.
You're now world champion. How does it feel?
まずはですね、世界チャンピオンとなっておめでとうございます。今どんなお気持ちですか？めっちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。I am insanely happy right now.
The crowd is also insanely happy. Is there anyone you want to say hi to?
監修しているみんなすごい喜んでくれているそうなんですけども、監修している方々の中で特に挨拶したい方とか何かお父さんとか家族とか友達ね一緒に来てくれるんだったらお言葉とかありますか？
一緒にデイ3まで出てた 練習とかしてくれた子がいるとお父さんに言いたいですね。不挨拶とかしたいですね。
I want to say hi to my dad, who's watching in the audience here, who stayed with me all the way to today and watched all of my matches up until now.
Yeah, cheers for Dad. Now, you're the juniors world champion. In the future, will you also be senior and master world champion?
将来に向けてですね、今ジュニアの世界チャンピオンとなってるんですけど、シニアリーグにも世界チャンピオン、マスターリーグにも世界チャンピオンになりたいと思ってますか？
絶対なりたいですね。
For sure, definitely.
One more question. Since we know you're going to be a champion for so long, what advice will you give other people who want to become champions?
長い時間を得て今そうですね練習してきたと思うんですけど、結構ですねハイレベルなプレイヤーとなってるんですけど、今監視してる方々に何か一言アドバイスとかありますか？
クロバトザシアンすごい強いです。でもすみません。エルフーンが強いですね。
He said at first, he said, the crowned sword Zacian is really strong, but then he said, no, actually, Whimsicott is really strong.
All right, good advice. Let's take it. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, and we'll be right back with more after this.
Just crowned our world champion of the seniors division of the video game, and now it is time to continue on with the seniors, and I cannot wait to get this match started with my co-caster Adam Doricott. I am Rosemary Kelly, and we've got a ton of VGC action still ahead.
I think we started out with a really good match in the juniors. We finally got to answer a question that we were talking about right at the beginning of the weekend. Is Blastoise playable? Turns out it's just as good as Charizard and Venusaur, and it's just proved that by winning a World Championships and showing off all of its cool tricks. So at the end of the day, I'm pretty excited that it finally got its moment to really show off as the Gigantamax Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of Venusaur, we see a lot of Charizard, but that Blastoise, I think, was one of those Pokemon we were all hoping to get a chance to see in the spotlight this weekend. But we have another incredible incredible match ahead as we get a chance to preview who will be our seniors finalists that will be battling it out here today.
Two fantastic players, the seniors division always ready to step up and become those future potential Masters division champions as well. So a lot of potential here, players that in some cases have been playing for a number of years, players heavily supported by their family as well. You know, there's a lot of support around certain players. Just once you get involved with an older brother or sister, then you keep playing as a family. Mum and dad get involved, and now you know you've got a whole family playing and leveling up together.
Yeah, it's a family experience. That's what we love about Pokemon, and getting a chance to see how these juniors players, they end up aging up into the seniors division, still finding success there. And when they get to the Masters division, they're going to be scary. That's all I have to say.
Some of them are, and we've seen players actually in various regions really do well when they level up from seniors to masters. I think it's so cool to watch a player who plays against their peers, they all learn together, they all level up, and then being able to bring that kind of forward and say, you know what, I can take on anyone, I can take on those masters division players. It's always really fun to see that.
It really is, and I mean, like, we've seen that a lot, even just coming back to live events for this year, just how those players that were in the seniors division before leveling up into the masters division, and just how well they have been able to perform. And so I'm looking forward to just kind of seeing what the new generation of Pokemon trainer has in store for us in this next one.
It's definitely going to be a good time to be a world champion as well. Being the only world champion in the Sword and Shield format is something that you can definitely take and carry on with for a long time. We do have a future coming up, but you know, you want to kind of cement the end of this generation in competitive play and be able to say, you know what, I was, you know, the best at that format.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bittersweet that we're here, and it's the 4th day of competition, but it has been a really tough one for every trainer that has competed here. I hope, you know, that the trainers are proud of making it this far, because qualifying for the World Championships alone is difficult, and then also getting to the final 2. You are one match away from taking home that World Championship title.
The competition's now a whole day longer than it ever has been in the past. We extended things out. We broke up that day too, so the Swiss then becomes Swiss and Top Cut on separate days. We just got so much more to watch, and I think getting to watch more VGC is never going to be a bad thing, right? We get more fantastic games to see. We got to look at everything from top 8 onwards, so we definitely know that there's some top players out there and some really top strategies that these trainers can key into as well.
Yeah, and we've got a chance to, you know, talk about that a little bit in the pre-show, and, you know, when you and I were preparing to cover the seniors division grand finals, we were looking at the teams and looking at just, you know, how these players were able to get to this point where they made it into the finals. And it's not an easy road. You know, you still have to deal with day 2 of competition, and then also, of course, the Top Cut, where you are facing against the best of the best when it comes to playing this game.
Across all 3 divisions, we just have such a fantastic and worthy set of finalists too, and being able to put on a show is a memory that will stick with you for a lifetime. I hope the seniors realize, you know, just how incredible it is to make this achievement and be able to say, you know, I was at least the top 2, and in one case, I was the best Pokemon trainer in my age division at this game. That's so awesome and something you can take forward with you.
And we have such cool storylines coming into this next matchup as well. I know we have a lot of familiarity between the 2 of us of just Nicholas Kahn and watching his particular adventure through the video game championship series. And so, you know, getting a chance to see him on this stage once again and just one step away from claiming a 2nd world championship, I think that's something that everybody is looking at. Well, can you do it again from juniors and seniors?
Being able to claim titles in multiple divisions is going to be absolutely huge. And obviously, since we broke into the 3 different age divisions that we have in juniors, seniors, and masters, I don't think at Worlds anyone has been able to claim both of those titles once they age up. That's really going to be a massive achievement and something you have to say, you know what, no one else is going to be able to do this. Yes, we've had people win multiple Worlds. We've had it in VGC. I know it happened in TCG as well. But, you know, being able to say, I'm a world champion in multiple age divisions, it is a huge accomplishment, basically meaning whoever gets thrown at you, you're able to, you know, take them on and deal with it.
Yeah, and then also looking at just the seniors, or sorry, the juniors division, they play like seniors, they play like masters. Like, that's why I get so confused sometimes. But can Japan take home another world championship title? That's another thing that we've got on our plate ahead of us.
Well, the big thing that we were talking about in the pre-show with Aaron is Japan underwhelmed a little bit, right? Particularly up in the Masters division where we were providing all our coverage. Japan just felt like they weren't quite there. They, you know, they made it a couple players into top 16, one into the top 8 as well, but they just fell a little bit short at that final hurdle. And while they had a huge number of players here, they weren't quite able to convert. So if they they could pick up wins in juniors and seniors, that's got to feel like it'll take the edge off a little bit for, you know, that region and feel like, yes, at least we're still the top region in a couple divisions. We just got to catch up in Masters a little bit.
Well, even just looking at the team too, we're still seeing some interesting creative picks. The Bronzong was one that we were able to highlight in the pre-show where, you know, when it comes to Japanese players and how they end up team building and just the way that they approach the game, they are able to take these unique and creative approaches which allow them to use Pokemon that, okay, we saw a little bit of it in maybe some of the more previous North America regional championships, but Bronzong as well. Making it to the finals of the Worlds is so cool.
I think bringing Bronzong to the World Finals is actually very respectful. We decided to have our tournament in London. Many tourists, people like yourself, come over and ask to see Big Ben. Now, not everyone knows that Big Ben is actually not the clock tower on the Houses of Parliament. It is indeed the bell inside. So the thing that bongs on the hour is the bell. I really hope that is the reference. If not, I sound like a bit of a fool. But at least there's you know, an acknowledgement and a nod to our time here in London in the team selection. It's also a good Pokemon. Let's just get that out of the way. It is also very good.
No, it is. I like the call out there. I feel called out right now as one of those people that definitely thought that Big Ben was just the clock. So
it's the clock tower. The bell inside is Big Ben. So when Americans come over and say, when do we go see Big Ben? I always correct them and say, you're not going to be able to see it. You will be able to hear it.
True.
And then there's a whole conversation about how I was rude to the tourists. And we have to get past that.
We will get past that for sure, and we are just waiting for our players to get ready on stage before we do throw it over there and get a chance to introduce the players a little bit more and also talk about their teams. And with that being said, let's just get into it. Who is ready for the Seniors Division World Championship Finals? Let's go over to the stage to introduce to you our two players that are competing. They made it through such a gauntlet of games to get to this point, and now they are one step away from claiming that championship title. So let's head it over to Anna.
Thanks so much, Rosemary. This crowd is ready, I think, yeah? It's a good crowd. Are you ready? We're going to bring in our Senior Division Pokemon video game finalists. First, please welcome from Australia, Nicholas Khan. And from Japan, Yasuharu Shimizu. These two look ready, so give them some encouragement as we go to the casters. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Anna. We are so looking forward to watching the battle between these two incredible trainers. It is another OCE versus Japan matchup here, and we'll see who takes home the title. You know, looking at both of these players and how they were able to get to this point, I believe that Nicholas Khan actually went undefeated to be able to get here, so putting on an incredible performance so far.
The Khan family doing well at an international event. What a shocker. It's been done by his older brother Christopher, and now Nicholas is carrying the mantle for them, trying to pick up world titles to probably fill up the shelves. I imagine at their house, their trophy cabinet is looking rather full, so it's probably going to be another shelf needed if he's able to take this one home.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the other side of things as well, Yasuharu Shimizu from Japan just doing so well to be able to get to this point too. And you know, when you look at that Japan circuit and how they have to play just a little bit of a different format, it's also more high pressure. And so you know that after you've gotten through that one stage of competition, then you are going to be able to get to this one. I think you're feeling really good about getting a chance at the World Championship title here.
If you get this close, you always feel like you can take it home. And Japan, being able to pick up the juniors division probably feels good for them. Being able to pick up seniors would feel even better as well in representing this region. So definitely two top trainers. I know the Japan format usually throws up some more interesting teams as well because of the way they do play a different format. They play a lot more online. They play a lot more best of one as well before moving to that best of three. And that can impact your team choice. There is a little more wiggle room for the element of surprise when you've only got to play one round for the first few rounds of the game. So really well qualified players here. Just look at the roster from this year as well for Nicholas, coming in to the seniors division and absolutely crushing it. The junior world champion in 2017, then just this year winning EUIC and a couple regionals in his home region of Australia.
Yeah, and then on the other side of things as well, Yasuharu coming in here with a Japan national top 8. So already coming off hot off the back of some success to get here. And then of course in 2017 was a junior world's top 16. And so already getting farther than that in the senior division, but of course looking to close it out with that championship title.
And definitely a player that he would be familiar with, and they should be familiar with each other, right? Looking at 2017, they were both up there at the top tables of the Junior World Championships. So certainly a bit of familiarity may be a factor here in this game as they decide how they play this one out. But we finally get a reveal of the teams, and we've gone to some very standard restricted pairings, supported by a medley of fun and exciting choices.
Nicholas Kahn actually has a lot of experience with this team. He used a very similar version of this in order to win the Europe International Championships, and it will be sticking to a similar core of that Kyogre and that Zacian, but it's also that Shedinja that sticks out to me because that's a Pokemon that can really put a damper on things when it has that Wonder Guard ability, and you have to end up hitting it with a super effective attack. But we also saw just how powerful that Whimsicott can be. It's not about the Zacian sometimes. Sometimes it's about that Whimsicott.
The big thing is, is the Shedinja going to be able to get that position? And it's always something you have to look at as soon as you hit team preview with these teams that contain the Shedinja. Do you have the option that says, you know what, I know how to pin it, I know how to make sure it can't move? Or can you pull what we've seen on stream for the Masters Division, one of those nasty little bluffs with the Shedinja where you force their team choice, you actually kind of make your opponent play a certain way in team preview. They've obviously only got 4 slots to choose from, and if they're being forced to bring in something with those coverage options that can deal with the Shedinja, that can hit it through that Wonder Guard ability, then you can read into that, actually capitalize off it, and then decide to push on and say, you know what, now I've got you here, what I'm going to be able to do is take advantage of the 4 Pokemon you've bought that all answer Shedinja.
Well, you have to respect the Shedinja because you do not want to end up in an end game where you just have no answer to it. And so you're absolutely right. But I think that when you look at Yasuharu's team, there are certainly good options to be able to hit that Shedinja super effectively. So I'm not too worried about Yasuharu being able to bring 1 or 2 answers for an endgame that actually don't fit into his overall game plan approaching this matchup when you do have that Groudon versus that Kyogre.
And that's also the big bit of positioning that we have to start talking about, right? Is Groudon Kyogre, how do you play if you lose control of the weather? Do you just fight through it? We've seen a number of trainers really making those efforts to not pivot around so much because they're worried if they pivot, it can be capitalized on, especially when you know what's coming in. You look at these teams, and the most common switch in Incineroar, right? If you lose that lead matchup, as the Kyogre players say, then you're able to, say, oh, what's coming in? He's going to try and switch it out to reset the weather. Then you can capitalize on it and keep the ball really rolling from there, especially if you're something like a Groudon as well. So that's definitely a lot to do in team preview for both of these trainers, and that is just the first 10-15% of getting through these games.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen just how some of the Masters division also approaches this particular matchup. It's very positionally based. You're definitely looking at trying to control that weather. But then also, when you look at that Venusaur being available, well, wow, Blastoise with that G-Max Cannonade damage. We just saw how influential and pivotal that can really be to make sure that you securing knockouts, and so seeing that Venusaur also makes me a little scared for the Kyogre that's on the other side.
Well, there is the potential that we have a victory for Blastoise, Venusaur, and Charizard across all 3 divisions with the Gigantamax, and if there's ever been a debate, if anyone wants to, get into the nitty-gritty of what is the best max move, I'd say it's not a singular max move, it's actually the set that they have that leaves behind that residual damage and causes a lot of problems going from there. So plenty to think about with these teams, plenty to look at and say, okay, I've got to get a good lead, and then I'll be off to the races.
Yeah, but then you also want to look at just in general, how is that Bronzong going to fit into the equation? I think that's another Pokemon that we haven't seen a whole lot of when we look at just how the metagame has been approached. Obviously, yes, we saw it with some success, but I think the Bronzong in general, you look at that and say that's a little bit of a slower approach to the game, and so maybe that is one way that you can slow
things down. But one thing is for sure, it is about time we get into the first game of this best of 3 grand finals here at the 2022 Pokemon World Championships in the seniors division. And we will be seeing the leads from these trainers for the first time. Yasuharu starting with the Zacian and the Venusaur, and we will see the Whimsicott and the Zacian on Nicholas's side to kick things off.
Zacian, nice, safe, and solid from both of these trainers. They know how much it can do and how impactful it can be with some of these huge attacks. It definitely forces the hand a little bit when it comes to, do I just Gigantamax or Dynamax in some cases? The big thing here is it would be that Venusaur Dynamaxing, and what it doesn't have right now is access to the Chlorophyll ability. Also, if Chlorophyll gets set up, there is a world where Whimsicott is able to just balance that out immediately with a follow-up Tailwind, and then your advantage you've carved out is really not quite there. You're being outsped by so many things once again, and then you have to look at, is it worth it? The other thing is the sun's not here right now. That pivot in to get the sun set up is always hard. You then reveal the Groudon. There is an option later in the game where the Kyogre can come in and just capitalize with a massive water spout in the rain. So plenty of choices. I do like the Whimsicott on this team. I think it does a really good job of setting up the rest of the already very fast and very powerful team for success when there is a couple of issues you need to kind of get over and get through. The Incineroar coming in though, nice and safe. I think that's much more useful than the Venusaur right now.
Yeah, but the Zacian is actually just going to protect here on Nicholas's side, and so, you know, just playing it a little bit safe as the Whimsicott goes for the Charm. A huge reveal there to be able to drop the attack stat of this Zacian by 2 stages, so is now -1, and the Behemoth Blade as well being completely negated here for this first turn.
That Zacian's had an absolute western of turn number 1. Not being able to get anything done properly, just getting charmed, and then of course just attacking into a protect is a huge waste of a turn. And that's just a little bit of momentum that Nick picked up. It's not like he picked up a knockout. He balances up those attack drops on Zacian, so they're kind of both starting to look a little bit worse for wear. But, you know, the big thing here is now Charm is revealed. You have to respect that at so many turns. If you're not worried about the potential speed control from something like Tailwind, then you can just start lowering stats. And while the rest of your team, if you're Nick, is able to just fire off these huge attacks, you know, Kyogre, Kartana, and Thundurus, they can cause a lot of problems that way. Then, you know, you just let the Whimsicott help out by meaning you don't get knocked out in return as it sets up the Tailwind.
Yep, Tailwind is going to allow the Zacian to move quite quickly, so we will see that damage go in, and despite the fact that it is going to be at neutral, that is still going to bring Yasuharu's Zacian to about half, as it looks to also fire off a Behemoth Blade. But after that Charm, it is not going to do nearly as much to Nicholas's Zacian. You can see how well it is able to take that. As the Flare Blitz, though, to follow up from Yasuharu's side, actually will do enough to knock out Nicholas's Zacian.
Yeah, the double into the Zacian, kind of returning the favor for turn number 1. Didn't let anything happen really well on that turn, so gets it back by knocking it out. I really think that play is very, very wise, being able to cause those problems. And the Incineroar not going for the fake out just shows that, you know, Yasuharu is trying to loosen things up a little bit and play a little bit fast and loose.
Yeah, and we also see that now the Kyogre is able to enter the field with a free switch. The Tailwind is up, and so it should be able to move relatively quickly here to be able to put some pressure onto Yasuharu's Pokemon. They're already softened up a little bit, and that Incineroar certainly not looking to want to take something from this Kyogre.
Not at all. The Incineroar is going to be easily knocked out, and of course the Zacian is as well at low health. While there is control of the weather on board, it's even easier to reach for these knockouts. And the big thing here is, you know, once you get rid of these two, you could force a pair of potentially Groudon and Venusaur, which we've already seen in there, as there is the first Protect.
Yeah, and that's a big one. We don't usually see Incineroar actually carry Protect here, and so love seeing that option to be able to stop this water spout from being able to knock it out. But you also see that the Kyogre too just going to even the playing field a little bit, as now Yasuharu's Zacian is off the board. And
the Zacians are usually a pretty big piece of these teams, being able to do huge damage with the Behemoth Blades. Now both trainers may feel a little more free to, you know, try and open up the game a little bit and Dynamax without taking that double damage from the Behemoth Blades. That's something neither trainer has gone for yet, and you can tell with some of these very aggressive teams, particularly Nicholas's, then it's one of those situations where if you can carve out an early advantage, that way you can easily win the game, but maybe the board position is so important. The Kyogre's on the field, the Groudon hasn't shown up yet. We are going to figure out if that's the 4th and final Pokemon here. There it is. We're going to be playing in the sun for at least a little bit.
The weather is so important for Yasuharu to be able to get as well, just because you want that Venusaur to go super fast with that Chlorophyll ability, but also you're taking away a lot of the damage output that Kyogre will be able able to do, and we will see a Dynamax here to kick off this turn, and it will be that Venusaur Gigantamaxing.
Why not? You've got the Chlorophyll active. You knew you were going to have it active for at least this turn because you were switching in the Groudon. So with that piece of information, you want to be able to take some attacks a little bit better. Looks like we're not going to get a Dynamax from Nicholas on this turn, so definitely waiting. It's all about the position and the right time to use that key element of the game. That is going to slow things down quite significantly.
Wow, we see the Charm on the Whimsicott for that physical attack, and now we also see the Eerie Impulse to lower the special attack output of this Venusaur, and that Kyogre, despite that it had the Protect up, you know, it will be taking so much less damage. But more importantly for Yasuharu than just the raw damage output of that G-Max Vine Lash, you now have that residual damage on the board.
Pretty sure the damage between turns did more than the actual attack, and while I know it's a Protect, you know, usually it would still do a good amount, right? The Protect doesn't completely reduce it, but you can already see the impact the Eerie Impulse is having. And not being able to easily knock Pokemon out anymore means taking advantage of this Chlorophyll isn't going to be the easiest in the slightest. So a lot of things to consider if you're Yasuharu about maintaining this board position. It just gets so difficult. You've shown your son, you know, do you want to switch out the Groudon, save it for later? You kind of need the Groudon to leave at the same time as the Kyogre, so potentially they come back in together or force the Kyogre back in. That said, if you could maybe close out just down to the last two, you'd have control of the weather for the rest of the game. And I think with that Eerie Impulse, it's going to be a big ask to cause that problem. And honestly, with this Dynamax, you're definitely not getting easy knockouts anymore on to Nicholas's Pokemon. So is going to go for the Kyogre as the Dynamax choice. I really like that because you can control the weather without leaving the field.
Yeah, but you also need to look at how these speeds are interacting. You know, we did see the Tailwind potentially being on the field, but really is going to be about playing a bit more of a defensive game here. As we see Yasuharu's Groudon go for the Protect, and Thundurus just continuing to try to control the damage output that Yasuharu is able to get on the field, as Kyogre going for the Max Geyser too. It's just going to continue to try to shut down this game and getting a little bit of chip damage into the Groudon through the Protect, but more importantly, of course, setting up that rain.
Now, getting the control of the rain means this Kyogre is going to be able to do so much damage over the next few turns as well. As the G-Max Vine Lash comes through after two Eerie Impulses, it is still going to get the knockout. That is, has to be a critical hit. It's the only way after the two Eerie Impulse. So all that work from the Thundurus just isn't going to be valuable.
Oh, and this is such a difficult position for Nicholas to come back from as well, because you don't really have a lot of damage output left with the two Pokemon that you have. It's the Thundurus that we've seen use a lot of those support type options, and of course that Whimsicott. But maybe there is a way out, and you know Nicholas is a player that will find it.
There is a lot of work being asked of these Pokemon, and with Thundurus revealing the Eerie Impulse, you have to wonder, does it even have an attack? I know a lot of people will kind of dedicate one slot to the Thunderbolt, but then if there's no attack on that, you're looking at really, you know, the options on a potential Whimsicott, and once again, it's only going to be one attack maximum, and that's going to cause some problems. So I don't know if this pair can clutch it out, but maybe a little bit of time, no time thinking. Looks like we're heading straight over to game two as Yasuharu, with that massive critical hit in game number one, takes down the Kyogre, takes down the last offensive threat, and goes 1-0 here in the senior finals.
Yeah, look at the just expert positioning there, I think, from both of these trainers to neutralize that threat of the Zacian, and that patience to then go for the Dynamax after that. I think Nicholas did a great job overall of setting himself up to have a one-turn Dynamax advantage over Yasuharu, but absolutely, I mean, that critical hit it stings.
It completely turns the tide of that match. I think getting the rain set up, the Kyogre, if it was able to sit there for a little bit more, would have been able to start racking up the damage. It would have easily been able to deal with the Groudon, would have been able to deal with the Venusaur as well at some point. You know, definitely having access to ice moves in its kit. If Nicholas has one of those, he would have been able to do that. Would have, of course, lost the weather as well, though. So a lot of time being put in by Nicholas to control the Venusaur. That was the big focal point of Yasuharu's team. He threw it out in the lead, then positioned the board really nicely, and being able to get that sun set up and use that, make sure the Venusaur felt pretty safe, and just to have all of that work undid in one turn has got to be a real tough one. So Nicholas, back to the drawing board. I mean, step one, don't get crit.
Yeah, that's a yeah, it sounds easier said than done, that's for sure sometimes. But I think when you look at just the overall way that Nicholas also approached that first game, I think he definitely has a great head on his shoulders of how he wants to kind of adjust and look forward to game number 2. I love the way that he was focusing on that damage mitigation. That charm reveal on that Whimsicott was so impactful, and that's a move that we have started to see come to the forefront of these Whimsicott builds. In the most part, it really has been focused on Tailwind, even sometimes seeing it on a Sun team to have that sunny day. But Charm is one of those alterations that you can make to the moveset that can really put you at an advantage. You could see how well Nicholas Zacian could take the hit after that.
And just being able to eat up attacks when you're a very naturally offensive team, you know, it kind of gives you this pseudo defense, which feels really, really good, right? Being able to take a hit and not get immediately knocked out on something like the Kyogre, really, really important. So I think that's still got to be his strategy, right? He committed to 2 very supportive Pokemon, and that is a lot of work to have undid. If it works, Yasuharu could just be missing knockouts left, right, and center.
Well, it's time for game number 2 here of this best 3 series. Yasuharu in the lead right now with a 1-game win, and Nicholas looking to climb back into things and tie this series up. But we will see a little bit of an adjustment here as Nicholas is going to start off right away here with the Thundurus on the field, both Zacians and of course Yasuharu with the Venusaur.
That's an adaptation based off what he saw in game number 1. That Venusaur paired with the Zacian, definitely looking a little bit scary. That Zacian could easily switch out for a Groudon, and all of a sudden we've got this Venusaur at top speed all over the field. So knowing about that, yes, the charm was pretty useful, but it still did a good amount of damage. Maybe saving that Whimsicott for later and realizing that, you know, there's other ways to control speed. It looks to be the very supportive Thundurus, making sure we saw the Prankster already, so we know it doesn't have the Defiant. And without the Defiant, you know, it's just not an offensive threat in a lot of cases. I know some trainers think it's not quite there without a Defiant boost. So once that Prankster is confirmed, you have to be a little bit more concerned about what moves it actually has, because there's a lot of good Prankster moves available now.
Yeah, but you can see as well that Yasuharu's continuing with this trend that he was looking at for that first game, rotating in that Incineroar. But what's this? Thundurus is going to go for a scary face here to make sure that Nicholas Zacian has that speed advantage. So the Behemoth Blade from Nicholas will be used first, but at neutral because of that Intimidate drop.
It still should be a 2-hit knockout, and making sure you win the speed tie every single time is very, very helpful. The Zacian's play rough, though, easily deals with that Thundurus. It's another critical hit.
That is going to remove the Thundurus from the field, and now Nicholas has to look at what will be brought in its stead. I think the one thing that is really going for him right now is he has his free switch into the Kyogre, and there isn't the threat of that Venusaur on the field just yet. Of course, Incineroar looking at maybe some fake-out pressure here, but at least Kyogre could go for something like the Dynamax and just start getting out damage right away.
It's always a tough decision with the Kyogre, whether you Dynamax or not. I know a lot of trainers have been leaning into it, but the one thing it takes away is one of Kyogre's best properties, in my opinion, which is the spread attacks. Origin Pulse, Water Spout will be doing both. Kyogre getting caught there a little bit before the turn starts, and you know the Zacian had to fire off the attack before with the quick attack because of the speed drop from earlier and the scary face. So a lot going on there, but followed up with an easy knockout.
Yeah, Kyogre, of course, wants to go for that Water Spout, but that quick attack is really good as well because that Water Spout does scale damage relative to how much HP that Kyogre has, and so you are removing a little bit of that threat too, while you do end up seeing the Venusaur now rotate into that Zacian slot for Yasuharu.
And the big concern is there just going to be a world where the Groudon switches in once again? Yasuharu made that play in game number 1. It was very, very successful. I think if that's the case, the Kyogre is going to have to Dynamax and try and take that away. The big thing in this one, though, is if that play goes off, there's no Thundurus on the field, and the Thundurus was what caused the Venusaur to really struggle. Those Eerie Impulses took away the threat of the G-Max Vine Lash, and without that on board, I think they're still going to hurt through a Protect into a Dynamax. They're going to cause a lot of problems. So Yasuharu still in a very, very good position in this one. That early removal of the Thundurus took away a lot of the tools that Nicholas uses to get an advantageous board position.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's a little telegraphed here that Incineroar will be swapped out in favor of that Groudon to reset the weather, get the sun up, and of course, allow that Venusaur to start moving very quickly here. And of course, we're going to see a Dynamax follow it up.
I think the Dynamax is a little bit obvious when the
the Groudon's coming in, you know exactly how this one's going to go. And a G-Max Vine Lash here could really accelerate Yasuharu to the world title. It's going to do a lot of damage to the Kyogre, no matter how it hits without the drop to special attack.
Yeah, and whether or not we see kind of a follow-up that on Nicholas's side remains to be seen, as I think you don't have an option in this case. You really do have to go for it, get that boost to your HP, hope that you are able to survive an attack that comes your way. And Yasuharu, though, I mean, this is going to be a big battle of titans here. You saw that the Venusaur Dynamax first, so it definitely has the speed advantage right now, it looks like.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's got the ability activated, and it's going to be able to capitalize off that. But Kyogre playing it safe here with the Max Guard, I really do like that.
Whoa, but he calls it!
It's a big read. Max Flare into Zacian in the sun.
Oh, that Zacian is just going to be out of here right now. Yasuharu with a huge read on the board, just calling the Max Guard and going for the Zacian, and that play is absolutely huge. Now we're in a very similar position here, but whoa, what's this? It's going to be Shedinja now to get up to some tricks here on the board.
The Shedinja's got so much work to do. The big thing with the Shedinja here is it's not quite able to lock out the game. You've just seen Max Flare coming through from the Venusaur, so it doesn't really matter as the Vine Lash connects with the Kyogre. That is not enough, but it's still huge damage, and you know what happens between turns. The time is really limited for this Kyogre.
Really is, but at least it can go for the Max Hailstorm now. It will be doing damage into that Venusaur, and unfortunately not quite enough to knock it out, but you are at least going to help get the speed on the board to kind of limit that from the Venusaur now that the sun is gone.
I think the Kyogre just gets knocked out with the G-Max Vine Lash. The Rock Tomb even, then it's just going to get caught. Anyway, it would have been caught between turns. If the Rock Tomb had gone the other way, it could have been a bit different, but no more big damage. That is a very underwhelming attack from, the Kyogre. And yeah, the Poltergeist is going to get the knockout here on Venusaur, but looking at the remaining two for Yasuharu, there is no lock here with the Shedinja.
No, both of these Groudon and this Incineroar will be doing some work into the Shedinja, despite the Wonder Guard and the Hail that was set up as well will knock out Nicholas's Shedinja, and Yasuharu with a 2-0 to become your Seniors Division World Champion.
Looking at that Hail setup, I think at the end, Nick just knew and wanted to get rid of the Venusaur, but a phenomenal game by Yasuharu. I think game number one goes very nicely his way after all those eerie impulses, but he takes that information into game two and plays around it so spectacularly. He realizes what a problem that Thunderous can be, goes after it really aggressively, really early with that big play rough instead of just throwing Behemoth Blades around. As soon as that gets knocked out, the game plan becomes so much easier. Without seeing the Whimsicott, I assumed the Shedinja was going to be one of the options in the back, but I just don't think, as you said at the beginning of the game, there was enough room for it to kind of play and capitalize on that Wonder Guard.
And I think that was really cool for the Venusaur as well, is that, we've seen this Weather Ball tech on the Venusaur every once in a while, but the fact that it was included on this team and as such a good counter to such a strong Pokemon in the meta, that really did play favors. I mean, usually when you are looking at the Venusaur, sometimes it's that Max Quake that we will see as a type of response to these steel type attackers, but that Max Flare did so much work in that game.
That Max Flare, when you're putting the sun up for it with the Groudon, is going to do even more damage. Yes, you don't get a special defense boost, but you know what? It's got to feel pretty good to easily knock out a Zacian like that. Phenomenal play. I love that read. It's so aggressive, but you can do that a little bit more when you have the wiggle room. And after knocking out that Thunderous, no other support. The Whimsicott was dropped in lieu of the Shedinja. After all of that, I think Yasuharu did a fantastic job and played that game with the information from game one absolutely perfectly. Little disappointed we didn't see the Bronzong, but I'll get over it.
The Bronzong would have been a really cool Pokemon to see, but I think it makes a lot of sense that you don't really have the option to slow down in this matchup to be able to really get that Bronzong set up and go for, its kind of classic body press type of moveset. But wow, what a phenomenal performance by Yasuharu, and I mean, showing us the power of that Venusaur too. Blastoise Venusaur, is Charizard next to win the Masters Finals? Who knows? It's on the cards now.
It could be a very clear sign, and when we got the Gigantamax versions of them, I thought they were all very powerful, but now it's just being shown that they are world champion level powerful, and that is absolutely huge. Of course, the G-Max Vine Lash just doing so much damage, and the residual damage between turns is
kind of crazy to think about. That's the most sort of between turn damage we've ever seen. We've looked at damage like the hail damage, which really is truly chip damage. And that just takes it to a whole new level. It wasn't a huge factor in that game, but the fact that Venusaur finally got its chance to shine, I think a lot of people, particularly up in the Masters division, had shied away from it a little bit. It finally got a chance, and yeah, the Blastoise Venusaur Charizard dream is, it's on.
Well, I think on this particular team as well, that Venusaur is just so cool. We'll have to talk about that a little bit more as we head to the stage for an interview with your Seniors Division World Champion.
Thanks so much. You've won. How do you feel?
今のお気持ちを教えてください。
いや、すごい嬉しいと同時に結構緊張してます。
He was very happy, but he was very nervous at the same time.
What was the most important thing that helped you win that match?
今の試合に勝てたことでその試合を勝ったことで何が一番重要でしたか？
そうですね、ザシアンとカイオーガが相手のメインアタッカーだったので、それを重点的に落とすように考えました。
The Zacian and the Kyogre were the main attackers, so he focused on trying to paint them first.
You must have practiced a lot. I'm sure many people here have helped you. Do you want to say hello or thank you to any of them?
今まで一緒に練習してきた相手や家族や仲間に一言ありますか？
本当にありがとうございます。
He says thank you. He says thank you very much.
We always have to ask, because many people will now look up to you. What advice do you have for players who want to become champions?
今回優勝したことによってあなたを尊敬したり、参考にする方がいると思うのですけど、何か一言ありますか、彼らに向けて。
そうですね、本当にその人たちのおかげで勝ったと本当に思っているので、本当にありがとうございます。
Says still thanks to them, to those people that have admired him and looked up to him. It's thanks to them that he's able to win.
Now, what will you do to celebrate?
これからどうしますか？何かお祝いとかありますか？
そうですね、今まだ決めてないですね。
It's still undecided for him.
We'll give you time to think about it. Let's hear another round of applause for our champion. And we'll be right back with more after this.
Bueno, queda la mata y así nos vamos, ¿eh?
Well, 2 down and 1 to go. Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the Masters Division Grand Finals at the 2022 Pokemon World Championships.
Here we go.
I am so excited for this, Lee. You can hear the crowd in the venue, and I'm sure all our viewers at home are just as excited as we are to crown our world champion. I mean, we've seen so much history over the course of this tournament so far, and there's only one more trophy yet to hand out.
We're at the final stage, the final hurdle now, and this is what the deciding factor is going to be to crown our 2022 world champion. And it's an incredible position for us all to be in, because the match that we've got ahead of us is going to be an incredible one, Lou.
Well, it's an all-European final in the Masters Division. We have got Eduardo Cunha from Portugal versus Guillermo Castilla-Diaz from Spain. And I am so looking forward to seeing how these two players are going to battle it out and bring that trophy home to Europe.
Yeah, we've seen their journeys throughout this weekend, and they've done incredibly well to get here, you know, coming up against all odds to get to the finals. And now they're at that final stage where they've just got one more opponent to beat before getting the trophy. But they've got really interesting teams as well, both different restricteds on their sides of the field, and it's going to make for a really tough duel between both players.
That's the thing, a lot of speculation has been had coming into this tournament and throughout the course of all the battles about which restricted pair is going to be victorious. Now, if we take it Eduardo's side, we know that they're the two restricted choices there of the Zacian and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And on the opposing side, it's that Lunala and Groudon. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Lee, I don't believe they were ones that us or our fellow casters picked.
No, I didn't pick them. I didn't, no. But you know, it's no surprise after seeing them do so well throughout this different stages of this event that these are probably the best restricted combinations that we've got actually available in this format, and I think both players are utilizing them to their maximum potential. You know, the Groudon Lunala probably wouldn't have been something that I would have called, and I think I'm so pleased that Guillermo's proved me completely wrong on this, because I think the way he's piloted the team throughout this tournament, he's really showed that this is a restricted combination that it works perfectly together. And not only that, it's the way that he's built the two Pokemon, because they're a little bit different from some of the other Groudon Lunala teams that we might have seen. I think that's what's giving them the edge in this event itself. Then you go over to Eduardo's side of the field, and he's got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, you know, that it's such a powerful, fast Pokemon, and then paired up with the Zacian.
Exactly, it's a great combination when you're pairing up that, you know, like you said, very fast and strong special attacking Pokemon in the form of the Calyrex, paired up with, again, another fast but physically offensive Pokemon in the form of Zacian. And I know a lot of our co-commentators and Aaron on the desk was saying about Zacian, you know, not necessarily winning Worlds, but there's a 50-50 chance here today in the Masters division.
Yeah, his premonition might come true. I think it could come true, yes. And I think it's a good call as well. It shows his experience from all the years of him playing, you know, but the one thing that you can look at with the teams, I don't think it's just all about the restricted Pokemon. A lot of it is to do with the choices that these two have picked for the supporting members of their team, you know. You've got on Eduardo's side, you've got that Gastrodon. On Guillermo's side, it's not so much a support Pokemon, but it's a very impactful Pokemon, and it's that Regieleki, and we saw that showcase yesterday.
Well, we also saw the Gastrodon showcase beautifully by Eduardo yesterday. I mean, I remember when Sierra and Joe were commentating and they had the Dynamax Gastrodon on Eduardo's side. I believe it was in their top 4 match.
Yeah.
And it was just amazing to see a Pokemon that we've seen be so disruptive in previous formats. And we've seen Eduardo pilot it so well in that top 4, in the Trick Room matchup. You know, it was difficult for him. He needed to find a way to stall out that Trick Room, and using the Gastrodon so beautifully to kind of stall through those Trick Room turns and force his opponent to have to set up multiple Trick Rooms does just show, I think, why Gastrodon is a fantastic partner Pokemon. And I personally would love to see it Dynamax. We don't know if it's going to happen, but there'll be no complaints from me.
Definitely not from me either, but I think it's a really good kind of observation of the Gastrodon, and it's not only good in that Trick Room environment, it's good at disrupting the flow of what your opponent's trying to implement. They're not going to be able to get that kind of momentum shift, because if they get yawned, if they stay on the field the next turn, then they are going to go to sleep, and that is costly because you don't want turns where you aren't having any impact at all. So that is something that Eduardo is going to be able to utilize, and I think something that Guillermo is going to have to be very conscious of.
I think you make a really good point about the yawn. That's certainly really disruptive, because it then will force your opponent to have to make those switches that they may not want to be able to do. If you've got your Pokemon in a position where you just want to start dealing out big, powerful, damage-dealing attacks, and suddenly you get hit with a yawn, you have to, you know, roll that dice of, do I switch out and then possibly have a Pokemon come in and take unnecessary damage, or do I capitalize on the fact that I could get big damage now, but as a result, fall asleep at the end of the turn? So Gastrodon does start applying pressure to not only the Pokemon on the field, but also to the mindset of the player piloting the team, because you have to make those decisions. And this is the grand finals. Every decision counts. There are literally the potential of 3 games left in order to determine our champion.
When you just put it simply like that, it just really hits home, doesn't it? And, you know, we mentioned at the very start, when we sat down here, how the atmosphere, how the audience, and it really is electric. And, you know, it is just down to 3 games now, potentially, until we do get our winner. And, you know, we're talking about the Gastrodon a little bit, and the Gastrodon itself is, I think, one of the key components for Eduardo's side of the field. I think as well, the Rillaboom is something that he can quite handily lean on, because I feel like you're looking at Guillermo's side of the field in maybe what options he's going to bring into this match. You've got to say that the Regieleki is a big threat, and I think those two Pokemon in particular, the Gastrodon obviously with that ground immunity to the big electric type attacks, really does well there. It's got the disruption. Has to be a little bit wary about something like the electric terrain. If that goes up, then you can't utilize that yawn. But the Rillaboom, it is obviously resists electric type with its grass typing, and it has a multitude of different options that it can utilize against some of the bigger threats on Guillermo's side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you've mentioned the terrain, because that is something that we discussed a little bit yesterday, where Rillaboom loves being in the grassy terrain because it can get that priority grassy glide move activated and might be able to get a KO here or there. But if you've got a Pokemon like Regieleki that can go for something like a Max Lightning, then it's going to bring the electric terrain to the field, overwrite it, not only boost up its own electric type attacks going forward, but then stop the Rillaboom from being able to capitalize from using that grassy terrain in order to give it the priority move. And I think something like that is going to be interesting in this matchup, because potentially we're going to see the terrains playing a very strong role.
Yeah, on face value, when you look at the teams, you think, oh, the terrains probably aren't going to be that impactful, but when you really delve a little bit deeper into the teams, I think you make a really good observation where the terrains are actually going to be quite imperative to both sides of the field and both players' kind of strategies and how they're able to execute them. So I think the emphasis on being able to not only, you know, most of this format, the emphasis is on something like the weather, where you've got either Groudon with its sun or Kyogre with its rain, and it's always about the weather battle there. But now we're looking at this, it's a bit more like the terrain and who can get that terrain up, who can keep it up, because one is going to be favorable for one player and one's going to be definitely favorable for the other. So it's going to be a little bit of a duel there behind the scenes, I think, in this battle in regards to the terrain control.
Well, if you aren't already excited enough, we have a fantastic video to get you even more hyped for this grand finals. Let's take a look at our two finalists and how they got here. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships 2022 in London.
Each of you now has a chance to compete for the title of Pokemon World Champion.
Double damage, picking up this one-hit KO.
That was one turn!
Max Lightning.
Groudon from the back, knocking out its own teammate.
This is insane.
Come on, little Gastrodon. Yes, and it goes for another Ice Beam.
Against all the odds.
What a comeback.
This Landorus still has one turn, and it reveals it carries the grass move.
This is amazing, and it gets the one-hit KO. What a turn of events.
VMAX Vine Lash is going to go first, and 1 HP. Insult to injury here as you get the knockout onto the Incineroar. Astral Barrage, single target into the Torkoal, and it is a one-hit knockout here.
He reveals the wide guard!
He's going for it all.
There it is.
Enough.
But Life Support hangs on with 2, but Drill Run is going to return and pick up the KO. Charizard gets paralyzed, allowing Ringus Charizard to go for the knockout.
Paul having to sacrifice his Calyrex to try to win this game. But slow and steady wins the race.
It's a Max Guard on the Lunala's side, so Lunala can now do what it wants to do. Charizard goes down in one hit.
Zacian with the Sacred Sword, and that is going to be devastating. Eduardo moving on into the grand finals.
Regieleki just going for it with the Max Lightning. That is a monstrous knockout.
Guillermo Castilla Diaz will make it to the finals.
Are you ready for the Pokemon Video Game World Championship Finals?
Final.
Me too. We're going to bring our players up in just a moment, but before we do, let's take a look at what they had to say about this match.
Pequeño salto nacional.
My name is Eduardo Cunha, and I'm from Portugal. My name is Guillermo Castilla. I'm from Spain. My strategy for this tournament was using the Zacian Calyrex combination to set up a solid board position with Thunder's Incarnate, especially using the Dynamax mechanic.
That's going to be one KO to start.
My overall strategy is to take advantage of my Dynamax, trying to stall the opponent Dynamax.
One hit knockout.
My comfort with the team and my understanding of its inner works will really help me win. Advantage of the damage and the speed control.
He is one of the
Llegamos a
greatest
la última
European
transmisión,
players of all time, so
a la
it's
última del día.
an honor for me to share the final against him.
Este partido
Winning Worlds will be
promete.
like a dream come true, honestly. Never would have thought one day being able to be the world champion.
Pokémon is something that it was in my life during many, many years. Winning Worlds would be the top for me.
I'm gonna try my best to knock out every single one of their Pokemon.
I think he's really good, but I'm better.
Ay, Dios mío, España contra
We
Portugal.
are about to watch some dreams come true, and I can tell you are ready. So let's bring out our players. First, from Portugal, Eduardo Cunha.
Llega Eduardo Cunha, representante de Portugal. Ese que el título de UEFA, pero ¿para quién? ¿Portugal o España?
And from Spain, Guillermo Castilla Diaz.
Guillermo Castilla Díaz, que no puede ser representante español. ¿Qué más tengo que España? No pudo pasar a la fase de
I
grupos.
think these players are ready. Tell
Imagina
them how much
Blesu
you love them.
apoyándolo.
Players, we can't wait to watch you compete, so please take your seats. And casters, let's get this match started.
Thank you so much for that, Anna.
ahead
What a
and
great
Bueno,
introduction
llegó
there
el
we had for
momento,
both
la
players,
final
and they're just going to get
maestra.
themselves set up before we get into this match, Lou.
I mean, we have waited
Bueno,
3
desde
years
el canal
for
de
this
Javier
moment, for the
deseamos
Pokemon World
suerte
Championships in
más
London,
especial
and
a
here we are
Guillermo
at the Masters
Castilla.
Division Finals for the video game competition. I mean, these two players are so well known. We've gone over their accomplishments a couple of times throughout the broadcast during this tournament. But I want to just talk a little bit about Eduardo here. I remember back when Eduardo won the Oceania International Championships. I was there at that grand finals, and it certainly gave me a match to remember. So I am confident that going into this match, it's going to be another absolute incredible match.
Yeah, and I'll go back a few years before that. I remember back in Madrid in 2011, a long time ago, and Guillermo was crowned the national champion that year in Spain. Incredible, you know, both players very well established, have that experience from these big events before, but this is the pinnacle. This is the stage. It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is the match for both of these players. And you could see in the video there where we were able to see a little bit about the players, what the strategies were, how emotional they were getting, Luke, coming into this game, and what it means for both of these players.
That is definitely reflected into the audience here. You can feel the passion, the commitment, and the adrenaline that these players have coming down to this moment. Throughout their entire Pokemon careers, you're always building towards being the best of the very best, and that is what you are here at the World Championships to do. You want to be that champion, you want the title, and you want the trophy. Lee, I am so excited. I hope everyone is ready.
Yeah, well, we're nearly there now, Lou, and you can see there the recap of the accomplishments of these players. We did touch on a few before there. You've got Eduardo with that 2020 Oceania International finalist. Then you've got the 2019 top 16 at Worlds, and then you've got that top 4 at Worlds as well. So one of, you know, many accomplishments at this particular event, so very well established. And then you go down to Guillermo's, and I'm going to pass it over to you to take away.
Well, you can see Guillermo, like you said, Lee, over a decade ago was able to be the Spain national champion in 2011, has top 8 Worlds back in 2012, along with most recently in this season getting top 8 at the European International Championships. But the thing I love about these players, already they are at their best finish at Worlds. Guillermo has got top 8 before, Eduardo has got top 4, so already they have completely destroyed that record, and one of them will be able to take it one stage further and become the champion.
Yeah, and it's incredible as we are just setting up here, waiting for the players to start this match. The one thing that you can say is that we have to talk about it. We talked about it on the analyst desk even before Eduardo's run up to this point. He is undefeated in this tournament so far.
It's incredible to be undefeated at this level of competition and to potentially go undefeated in the whole thing and win the title. That is an incredible feat for Eduardo to complete. On the opposing side, you know, Guillermo is going to want to do everything in his power to stop Eduardo from having that undefeated run.
Yeah, and I mean, I go back to that video again, you could see the emotions really pouring out when Guillermo was talking about how much this meant to him. He's played for such a long time, so he is not going to let this go without giving it everything, and I think both players are going to give it everything coming into this one, which will make it an even better spectacle for us in this final.
Well, the moment is here, the pressure is on, team preview has started, and these players will have to start focusing on what Pokemon they are going to lead. We have seen a couple of times in this competition how important that turn 0 can be. And whether you are forced to reposition your Pokemon due to the offensive pressure that your opponent is emitting can really determine a match from the beginning. So this is a crucial moment for our players to think through every second and every opportunity in order to make the right decision.
Yeah, and it's quite an interesting matchup as well when you take both players kind of separately, because they have such unique play styles. You've got Eduardo on one side that's very, you know, he's got a lot of patience. He won't be over risky. He'll take his time setting up his board positions until he's got that perfect moment, and then he can execute his game plan to take the win. And then you've got Guillermo on the other side of the field, where he's very good at identifying opportunities that maybe other players don't see or overlook sometimes, and he capitalizes on those moments, and he's very offensive in those very short bouts, and that's what is very punishing about his play style, which is quite complimentary as a match, as a spectator for this particular game.
Exactly, we saw Guillermo not afraid to click that Sword Dance button or go for that Hypnosis yesterday, so he can definitely identify, as you've said, Lee, those high-risk, high-reward moments, and Eduardo is going to have to identify them too and find a way to play around it. But Pokemon trainers, here we go, the grand finals of the Masters division between Eduardo and Guillermo is about to begin.
Let's get into it, Lou. I'm so excited for this, and everyone let the players know that you're cheering them on. Here we go, Lou.
Out of the blocks for Guillermo, it is Lunala paired up with that Regieleki. Not the opposing side, you love to see it. Gastrodon and Rillaboom, 3 of the Pokemon we talked about, Lee, are on the field.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense for Eduardo to have that Rillaboom out and the Gastrodon, especially when you do have the threat from that Regieleki that has those big, devastating attacks. The one thing, though, that Guillermo has in his favor is if he does decide to go Dynamax here, go for that Max Lightning. It's not going to be very effective, but it will change the terrain, and it will give him a bit more immunity from those potential yawns that come out from this side of the field.
Well, Regieleki's just going to get in on out of here and retreat in favor of the Incineroar. That's going to be able to throw a cheeky Intimidate down against that opposing Rillaboom and negate some of the offensive pressure it will be emitting, as well as allowing Guillermo the opportunity to use Fake Out in the following turn. Lunala's also going to play a little bit defensively, going for a Protect, doesn't want to get its Shadow Shield ability broken so early on. As Rillaboom goes for the knockoff, that would have dealt super effective damage and been so destructive to Lunala. Gastrodon following up the Icy Wind, revealing its disruptive speed control option. It's only going to catch the Incineroar, however, lower its speed by 1 stage, but already Eduardo is applying that lovely mix of offensive pressure with the knockoff and setting up a little bit of speed control with Gastrodon.
Yeah, it's a great lead here from Eduardo, and going straight on the offensive here with that knockoff to potentially get rid of an item, which would be so beneficial for that Lunala. You know, it does rely on that Power Herb for the Meteor Beam to get that boost, but if you can knock it off, then it takes it out of the equation.
And really wise to Fake Out into the Rillaboom as Lunala applies Hypnosis straight into Rillaboom, identifying such a key threat of a Pokemon and shutting it down so expertly. Rillaboom, as you can see, is fast asleep. It's not going to be doing anything this turn, leaving the pressure up to Gastrodon to be able to capitalize on this situation and going for the Icy Wind. So it is going to break the Shadow Shield on Lunala and lower the speed, but I think that was a fantastic turn for Guillermo going forward in the match.
Yeah, going for that Hypnosis and actually hitting it is huge. The payoff here takes away the threat of that Rillaboom, where we know it's got that knockoff. It is going to threaten it really hard, and now the Lunala free to potentially go for some on the offensive, or even go for another Hypnosis into that Gastrodon slot this next turn.
I mean, that would be incredible, seeing a double blind Hypnosis, but I particularly love the knockoff from Rillaboom. When Rillaboom first came into the format, it was on almost every one of that Pokemon, but then it's kind of faded off in recent months.
En Londres es, a ver, la 1. Ah, bueno, se nos cayó la señal. Bueno, increíble.
Follow up the Max Quake. I like this being able to get
Bueno, ya lo tenemos.
good damage onto the Gastrodon and the KO to boost and get the special defense boost. Poor Gastrodon is gone.
Not able to take that double up there from the Lunala and the Groudon. A huge knockout, huge advantage that Guillermo's just giving himself there, and not going for that Hypnosis, kind of suspecting maybe the Thundurus is going to have something like the Taunt to shut down that option. And also it is kind of risky in that situation because of the low accuracy that something like Hypnosis has, going for the more consistent option and really capitalizing in this position.
Now they forced down to the last two remaining Pokemon. So Rillaboom is going to rejoin the battle, set that grassy terrain up, but it is still taking a little bit of a nap here. I have to really credit Eduardo's Thundurus in this situation. You know, we often see a Thundurus and go, is it Defiant or is it Prankster? And having that flexibility of still having status support moves while also being an offensive powerhouse on the field allows Eduardo to be able to go for those moves. Unfortunately, however, for Eduardo, Guillermo seems to be in such a strong position. You've got both of your restricteds here on the field. Yeah, you do, and I think the one thing that Eduardo does have in his favor is he's still got access to Dynamaxing something. Could go for either of these Pokemon that are sitting on the field right now. Probably not as favorable for the Rillaboom because is it going to wake up this turn or not? And that's always a question you've got to ask yourself. But also, if you go for the Thundurus, have you got the attacking options to hit that Groudon for super effective damage? Obviously, you can hit the Lunala for good damage with your Flying Electric and yeah, you could do some big damage with a max move for sure. But I think the Rillaboom might be high risk, high reward lead. As you mentioned earlier, with the move pool that it's got, it could go for something like a Max Darkness from that knockoff into the opposing Lunala, but instead it is going to be that Thundurus. I think Eduardo wanting to make sure that if you're going for the Dynamax, you want to be able to go for your moves, don't want to have to risk taking a turn of sleep. And the nice thing about the Thundurus on the field is, like we mentioned earlier, because of that Defiant ability that it's got access to, it's going to punish any time the Incineroar wants to come in onto the field and even further boost that Thundurus attack. Well, that time will be now because Lunala has been KO'd. Guillermo's going to be forced to bring that Incineroar onto the field and will be able to get the Defiant boost on that Thundurus. So Eduardo picking the perfect Pokemon's Dynamax, and this Max Airstream is going to be so critical towards the end game. Groudon is going to go for the Rock Tomb, not get the KO though, and I really like this play by Guillermo because, as I was about to say, the Airstream gives you the boost, but the Rock Tomb takes it away. But again, the Defiant is really paying off here. I think the speeds are going to be interesting going into this next turn because if that Thundurus can stick around, it's going to be able to get a KO thanks to all of the attack boosts it's getting. And it's going to get another one as we speak with this Incineroar. Inevitably going to hit the field for Guillermo, going to activate that Defiant boost. And like you said, so important in regards to the speeds here because if they can outspeed the Thundurus here, it's going to be able to knock it out before it is able to do something. So kind of mitigating any of the Defiant boost. Doesn't really matter if you're going to give it the boost if you can knock it out before it can attack. But on the other side of the coin, if that Thundurus is still faster than that Groudon in particular, then it is going to be able to do some big impactful damage this next turn and maybe put the Rillaboom in a position where it's able to close the game out. Eduardo got himself into a great position in this endgame that looked a little bit dicey earlier on. I mean, that's the thing. We saw the Thundurus move first in the previous turn, so it's very likely here, considering that you can't fake it out and flinch it, as it's in its Dynamax form, it could go for a Nullamax Airstream, try and pick up a KO on that opposing Incineroar and leaving the Rillaboom to deal with the Groudon. It's going to go for the Grassy Glide, takes it just below 50% HP remaining, as Thundurus can follow up with that Max Airstream into the opposing Incineroar. It's going to be able to get the KO! It's a huge KO into the Incineroar here, and that puts Eduardo right back into this game. Outspeeding the Groudon, like we said, is the biggest thing here. The Grassy Glide as well, doing some really good damage into that Groudon now. And for this next turn, we're going to have another Grassy Glide that's going to be able to potentially pick up the knockout there after that residual burn damage. And I mean, side relief for that Thundurus as well. The Sandstorm is gone because you can see it's taking that little bit of Life Orb recoil. If it was also taking that little bit of Sand Chip, then it could possibly end up going itself. It's not going to benefit from the grassy terrain as it's up in the sky. But I mean, what a fantastic way for Eduardo to put himself right back in the driving seat for these last couple of turns of game one. Rillaboom just needs to go for another Grassy Glide, deal a huge chunk to that Groudon, and at the end of the day, the burn's going to be the last bit of chip to deal with Groudon if it's even needed. Yeah, and you've also got the Thundurus to contend with as well, with all of this Defiant boost, and yeah, not realizing that, conceding the first game, and Eduardo Cunha going 1-0 up in this first set of the World Championships VG Masters Final. One game down, potentially one more to go for Eduardo in order to take that title, but if you're Guillermo, you're going to have to now think, I'm down one game, but I can still claw it back. We've seen it time and time again where players are able to focus and come in and take games 2 and 3, and this is going to be one big final to watch out for. Eduardo has the advantage now, and I think played so well around the Pokemon on the opposing side. We could see that Guillermo came in and immediately started targeting down that Rillaboom, but Rillaboom had the last laugh. It was there still at the end of the game and able to get those critical KOs.
Yeah, the whole way through that game, it looked like Guillermo was kind of capitalizing most turns and putting himself into a great position, and he was ahead. He got the Dynamax off, and he really got some return from his Groudon when he did Dynamax it, and it didn't look great for Eduardo. But I think in the back of his mind, he probably had that board position, the Rillaboom and the Thundurus, in his mind, thinking, okay, if I can get through these Dynamax turns of Guillermo's, and I get my board position set up, I know my Rillaboom's only got, it can wake up on this next turn, and it will be able to attack, it will be impactful. But then the Incineroar is not going to be able to do anything, because if it does, I can punish that with my Defiant ability and really close out this game with the combination of Airstream and Grassy Glide.
I think one thing that was really detrimental for Guillermo there was getting the burn on the Groudon. It was extremely awesome to see the Swords Dance go up, puts him in a great position, but then the Calyrex coming in on Eduardo's side was just able to completely negate that. And then, yes, you're Dynamaxing up your Groudon, you look to be in a strong position, but you're not going to be able to get the big KOs. And the fact that you were still leaving Pokemon on the field meant that they had the opportunity to retaliate and get a KO in return. And I feel like if you're Eduardo here, you're going to want to try and make sure that you keep that Groudon in check in game 2.
Yeah, because the Swords Dance are so threatening, you know. If you take away the burn like you mentioned, then how much damage would that Rock Tomb have done to the Thundurus? Would it have been enough to potentially knock it out? And like you say, take it out of the equation, so that endgame isn't a situation anymore. So the burn is something to keep in mind. It has got its pluses in this match because it can't be then put to sleep, but maybe there's another route for both of these players to look at going into game 2.
Well, they're shaking things up a little bit. It's Zacian with the Thundurus for Eduardo. And on the opposing side for Guillermo, it is the Grimmsnarl paired up with the fan favorite Charizard.
Charizard coming out here for Guillermo. And something he's not really leaned on too much in this tournament so far. So interesting to see that he's changing it up, going with his kind of plan B here, adjusting. And it's in a good position against the Zacian. But then you look on the other side of the field and there's that Thundurus there that really threatens it quite hard. But you do have as well the Grimmsnarl. It is known for having screen support, so it is going to be able to help the defenses of that Charizard, although it will be slower than both things on Eduardo's side of the field, so you've got to be aware of that.
Well, straight out of the blocks here, Eduardo is going to go for that Dynamax, judging by the item, and of course the Pokemon on the field, it's going to be that Thundurus. So immediately applying great pressure with something like a Max Airstream in order to try and keep the speed advantage on Eduardo's side, particularly when you're facing down against something like a Charizard that can also go for those amazing Max Airstreams. It does look like it's going to be a Dynamax apiece though, Lee. Do you think it's that Charizard?
It's got to be the Charizard. I'd be surprised if it was Grimmsnarl, but I think it will be. Yeah, both players going for their Dynamax here, or Gigantamax here with the Charizard. It is hitting the field. There's no sun up, so it's not going to have that solar power boost, but it'll be interesting to see what item is played on that Charizard.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment. Bringing Charizard into this game too, you can get that G-Max Wildfire setup and start going for the residual damage. Grimmsnarl's going to help out as well with a scary face, reducing the speed of the opposing Zacian by 2 stages here. Thundurus is then going to be the first to move outside of that Prankster ability and going for the Max Airstream, and you can see that it is not enough to get the 2 hit on the opposing Charizard. It is, of course, going to give the speed boost to Eduardo, but this does still leave the Charizard in the position where it can go for some big damage with that G-Max Wildfire. It's going to fall down onto the opposing Zacian. It is not enough to get the KO, but the residual damage will lead.
That's a huge survival here. The Zacian getting that speed drop, so you think, oh no, it's in the worst possible position. It's not going to get any attacks off here, but it is, and it is able to go into that Grimmsnarl and pick up a big knockout, Lou.
It may be slow at the moment, but Zacian is still powerful, gets the 1-hit KO on that Grimmsnarl. That now means Guillermo doesn't have the utility to set up things like a Reflect or a Light Screen. Zacian will go down to that G-Max Wildfire, so a big KO apiece very early on in this game too. But the critical thing here, Lee, is they now have the option to bring a Pokemon in from the back.
Yeah, they do, and it'll be interesting to see what both players have kind of opted for this time around compared to that first game, because they've obviously mixed things up a little bit from that first game. But a big turn here, both players kind of going straight in turn 1 with those Dynamax, the Gigantamax, and both players losing a pretty pivotal Pokemon to their side of the field, you know. The big thing for Guillermo is he's got no speed control now other than Max Airstream, but if you're going down the Max Airstream route, the Thundurus is already ahead of you, and it's already got a Max Airstream onto the field.
Yeah, we're now in a dangerous position for that Groudon, you know. It's great that it's coming in and throwing the Sun on the field to help Charizard out, using its solar power ability to boost up its moves. But we saw in the previous game how that Shadow Rider Calyrex that Eduardo has now brought in was able to just shut down that Groudon with a Will-O-Wisp. So if you're Guillermo now, do you play a little bit defensively, or do you maybe try and call a hard read and go for that Sword Stance?
It's hard to say, but the big thing is now when you look at the Calyrex, you'd be a bit concerned about the Focus Sash there, because you know, you need to break that, but with the residual damage that you're seeing, not going to get that, as we see that Charizard just go for the Max Guard this turn.
Yeah, so Charizard not taking any damage from the Max Lightning or the Astral Barrage, but Groudon is going to have to take a little bit of damage, does about a third there. And is able to fire off a Precipice Blade. Now, I love this play. You're not going to hit the Thunderous, but you're going to do a significant chunk to the Calyrex, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough when paired up with the Wildfire to actually get the KO. So Calyrex going to hang around a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to get another opportunity to fire off another Astral Barrage if it wants to, or go for another option potentially that's carrying. We have seen that Will-O-Wisp, it can threaten the Groudon. If you can land that again, you really shut down the kind of offensive presence that the Groudon has.
Thunderous is going to go for a Max Lightning, this time find its mark on that Charizard and get the knockout against it. Big KO there for Eduardo, leaving Guillermo with just 2 Pokemon remaining. Groudon still out on the field, and the electric terrain is going to be set as well.
Yeah, and now the Calyrex is going to be able to get a single target Astral Barrage. It's going to be more powerful than that spread attack into this single target Groudon, and will it be enough to pick up the knockout?
This could be huge and swing the momentum into Eduardo's favor. The single target Astral Barrage will not get the KO. It goes for the Rock Tomb, able to just hang on and deal with that Calyrex. Calyrex is out of there, but I mean, what a precarious situation for Groudon. Thunderous still being so formidable as well. I mean, wow, what a turn. My heart is racing.
Both trainers are just trading blows at this point, picking up knockouts left, right, and center. And here we go, the Groudon survival there, able to get the knockout onto the Calyrex. Huge. Just out of, obviously, with the residual damage there helping out a bit, but both players now down to that last 2 Pokemon.
I mean, Incineroar is not the Pokemon you want to bring in while facing down against that Thunderous. It's going to be able to get a Defiant Boost thanks to Intimidate being thrown down against it, and with the speed that Thunderous is applying at the moment, it's going to be in a great position to deal some good damage to something like this opposing Incineroar that we saw kind of play out towards the end of Game 1. The one issue we've got, though, is the Dynamax turns are over. You can now go for a fake out into Thunderous.
You can, yeah, and you've got to keep in mind that residual damage will be stacking each turn as well for the next couple of turns. So that has to be kept in mind from Eduardo. He does have Rillaboom on the field, though. The Grassy Terrain is up. He has got access to Grassy Glide. Can go for it into that Groudon. You remove that, you only need to concentrate onto that Incineroar.
Oh, Rillaboom going to go for the fake out into the opposing Incineroar. As Thunderous files out with a Wild Charge. Not going to be able to get the KO because Incineroar's not going to be able to move in this turn as Groudon goes for the Rock Tomb. Really targeting down the Thunderous and will be able to get the KO. It's just Rillaboom against Groudon and the Incineroar. Do you think Rillaboom's got enough, or are we going to see a Game 3?
This is going to go right down to the wire here. The Groudon on minimal health, but able to get the knockout onto that Thunderous here. And the Incineroar not in a great position, but is it in range from something that the Rillaboom's got? Maybe something like that high horsepower. Can it go into that slot, pick up the knockout, and then survive whatever the Groudon's able to throw out onto you to pick up the knockout the next turn with the Grassy Glide? Problem is, if the Groudon has got access to big fire type attack, boosted by the Sun, it will be able to potentially pick up a knockout onto the Rillaboom depending on how it's trained.
Yeah, Groudon just going for the Rock Tomb. Doesn't seem to be carrying that fire type move into the Rillaboom. Does a little bit of damage, of course, reducing the speed of that Rillaboom, allowing the Incineroar to go first. Hit the Sun with a Flare Blitz into Rillaboom. Gets the KO. We are in a Game 3 lead.
Here we go. There we go. Guillermo swinging that momentum back to bring this game back, tying it up, taking it to a Game 3 here. That was incredible. That was backwards and forwards. You know, they're both trading blows. What seemed like every turn, something was getting knocked out. A very fast-paced game, which is not what I expected going into a Game 2. Incredible set from both players. Guillermo doing extremely well, though, to get that end position like Eduardo got in that Game 1. He kind of flipped the tables there, and he pulled this back. 1-1 Lou. We're going into a Game 3.
I mean, both of our trainers there put the pedal to the metal, and the offensive pressure was on. I have absolutely mad respect for that Groudon as well, surviving on only 4 hit points remaining. It could have been a very different match and all over there for Guillermo if the Groudon wasn't able to survive, but it was able to and push through to get a Game 3. I mean, going into this point of the competition, it's one more game, and then we will have a world champion. It's going to be one of these guys, either Eduardo or Guillermo.
All comes down to this, Lou. I can't imagine how both players are feeling now, right now. They must be feeling so nervous with knowing that everything's on the line going into this next match, and it's so close as well. You can see the caliber of both of these players. You know, the skill level is the pinnacle of this, you know, this scene, you know, in the VG format. These are the two top players in the 2022 format, and they're heading off here, and they're showing and giving everything in this match, and it all comes down to this next one game.
I mean, it's incredible. There was so many adaptations going into that game too, and when you're now going into a game 3 and everything's on the line, do you maybe go back to the strategy of the game that you won? Or do you go for something completely different, throw off your opponent, and try and do something to enable you to get that win?
I think if you've got a trick up your sleeve that you maybe hold them back, this is the time to do it. Why sit on it? You know, this is the point. This is where the combination of that will pay off for you. So you've got to bring it this game if you feel and believe like it's the right thing to do, of course. I think we've seen some interesting approaches from both players here. We've seen which Pokemon are the pivotal ones for both sides of the field. I think for Eduardo, it's obviously that Thunderous, and can Guillermo kind of control it. He does have options to hit it for good damage. Obviously, we didn't see the Lunala in that match, but it does have access to that Meteor Beam. It is an option there. But on Guillermo's side, the big threat is obviously that Charizard.
Charizard is back. Paired up with the Grimmsnarl once again, and Eduardo has gone for the Thunderous and Zacian combination for this game 3.
Yeah, same Pokemon out for this game 3, so both players very comfortable with their choices here. Got the same situation again with the Charizard. It is putting a lot of, you know, it's threatening that Zacian, but without the Sun, we know the Zacian can survive the big G-Max Wildfire, you know, at least get an attack off before it goes down. So that's something to consider, maybe adapt to change a little bit going into this turn.
I was going to say, I'd probably love to see just the Rogue Groudon switch in, but not happening here. It's going to be a Dynamax on that Thunderous. Going to be playing out very similarly to the way Game 2 is. Both of these trainers decided to Dynamax very, very early in Game 2 and apply that offensive pressure straight away. We see the Dynamax for Eduardo, but not for Guillermo in this turn, instead opting to go for a Protect and play a little bit defensively. Coming back onto the battlefield, Grimmsnarl's going to set up the Reflect, and I really like this adjustment. The Scary Face wasn't too beneficial in the end. Being able to get the defensive measures up are going to protect you from both of these physical attackers on Eduardo's side. Behemoth Blade comes out from the opposing Zacian, however, it will connect onto that Grimmsnarl, but with Reflect in play, it's still not going to be able to survive.
No, it goes down, and that, I think the decision here, you know, Guillermo's like, if the Zacian stays on the field, which will this turn, I'm protecting with my Charizard, I have to get some more out of it. I didn't get any value out of it that last game because the Scary Face, it was gone after the Zacian kind of was knocked out. Now you've got the Reflect in play against these big physical attackers. It's way more impactful, especially protecting your Charizard that you saw obviously taking the Max Airstream there that turn, but not taking as much damage as Guillermo would have been taking that previous game without the Reflect.
I mean, this is where things could change slightly. You've got the Sun on the field. Charizard could be in a position to go for that Gigantamax and put down big pressure with a G-Max Wildfire to try and deal with the Zacian. But the issue is Eduardo has got such speedy Pokemon at the moment. Something like a Max Lightning followed up by Behemoth Blade could be enough to completely remove that Charizard from play.
Yeah, and that's the you know, if you get a Max Lightning into that slot, you've got to be very aware, but the Reflect gonna at least help you take that a lot better. And then you get that the G-Max Wildfire off. You're a bit later on in the game as well when you decide to go for the Gigantamax, if it is the Charizard at all. You know, you've got an extra turn of that Gigantamax because you kind of protected the last turn, whereas, you know, Eduardo's got this turn with his Dynamax Thunderous and then one more turn, and then that's the end of it. So he needs to really make sure that he's getting the most out of these turns while it's still intact. And be interesting to see if Guillermo is indeed going for that this turn.
I mean, you're right, picking the time to click that Dynamax button can be so critical, and even though Eduardo's already gone for it, Guillermo held back a turn, and Gigantamax Charizard is now going to be on the battlefield applying pressure, doubling up its HP stat to give it the extra bulk it may need in order to survive a double up. If you're Guillermo, you want to get the G-Max Wildfire out on the field. Zacian is going to move first, going for that Behemoth Blade. Now, even though it's not necessarily super effective against the Charizard, It's still in its Dynamax form. It's going to do a good chunk of damage and possibly put it in a vulnerable position to take a super effective attack like the Max Lightning. Thunderous goes for it. Charizard takes it, but is not able to survive.
It's down. That is a huge turn. I think you were banking on that Charizard surviving here. It was slower than both the Pokemon on Edwardo's side of the field. If the Charizard was able to survive through that reflect, then it would have been able to get an attack off and really swing that momentum back into Chimera's favor, but unfortunately that was not the case. Now that huge Behemoth Blade able to get enough damage where the Thunderous able to capitalize and pick up the knockout and not have any impact from that Charizard at all.
I mean, the crowd is going wild here with 2 turns in, 2 KOs down for Guillermo, and Eduardo in such a strong, commanding position to try and take the title.
Yeah, and now it gets a little bit worse as well with that Thunderous's Defiant ability activating, getting an attack boost from the Intimidate on that Incineroar. And the difference is this time around, Eduardo has still got that Zacian on the field and a very healthy Thunderous now. Boosted attack, it's going to be doing a lot of damage into that Incineroar.
Well, Zacian, I think, wisely going for the Protect here. You've got Fake Out on the opposing side. You don't want to be accidentally finished, but there's no Fake Out actually. It's just going to be a max airstream into the Incineroar, not enough to get the KO, but again, Eduardo just dealing so much damage against Guillermo that there isn't really the respite to have any option for recovery. Speed is obviously going to boost up on Eduardo's side as Groudon goes to the Rock Tomb, trying to counter that speed boost, but just dealing such insignificant damage. Thunderous is just in such a healthy position with a Nulla Defiant boost that it is so strongly positioned to get a KO on this next turn. That said, it's so much to say about it. It's like, I'm sorry, Luno, I've had enough of Thunderous, let's get it out of here. I want the KO too.
Yeah, and you see that the double up really nice as well. Obviously taking advantage of the turn where there is fake out pressure. That's why we saw Zacian protect there, not do any damage this turn, and really Guillermo capitalizing on it. And he has to capitalize like that every turn going forward now. Unfortunately, the Calyrex Shadow Rider now hitting the field, which is going to be faster than both that Groudon and the Incineroar, and Zacian in a position to potentially pick up the knockout here, and the double up on Groudon looks like it's incoming.
And in contrast to previous matches in this set, we know the focus dash is on that Calyrex, but there's no wildfire and no stand to chip away at it. So if you're Guillermo, you have to double into it to remove it from the field. Zacian's going to go for the Blade into Groudon, not dealing too much damage, but just chipping away at it to allow the Calyrex to return with an Astral Barrage. Now the Crimson earlier did not set up a light screen, so this is going to deal big damage, get the KO on the Incineroar, and put Groudon in range of a KO in the next turn.
This is getting right down to the wire here. We are seeing that Grimnir ability activating, getting a boost in its special attack for the Calyrex here, so it's going to hit even harder that next turn. Precipice Blades does connect, but not enough to take down the Calyrex here for Eduardo.
I mean, you get rid of Zacian and you bring Eduardo down to the last 2 remaining Pokemon, but we've already seen the way the speeds are playing out. Rillaboom's going to join the field, however, set that grassy terrain, and I think Rillaboom's one of the key Pokemon in games 1 and 2. But in this game 3, it's really been coming down to the way that Thunderous was able to pivot around and have this Calyrex in a position where it's going to be able to get a KO.
Yeah, and I think the key factor there was how long that Zacian was allowed to stick around on the field. And as we see, Eduardo
is your 2022 Pokemon World Champion!
Incredible games, incredible set. Massive congratulations to Eduardo at 2022 Pokemon World Champion.
That was incredible. The crowd is going wild. Eduardo is celebrating on the stage. Huge congratulations to our champion. Wow. I mean, what a set.
I'm still catching my breath. I'm sure everyone here is. What a moment. And for us to be here to experience it, incredible. Massive congratulations to both of our competitors here. Performed extremely well throughout this entire event, and what a set. It was perfect. A perfect way to end a perfect weekend.
And you know what makes it 10 times more perfect? Gastrodon is a world champion.
I knew you'd be happy about that. Yeah, the Gastrodon has, and it was, you know, it might not have been as impactful as we wanted it to be in that game, but it was there, and it definitely did a job when it was called upon throughout this tournament. The plays there from both players were incredible. You know, we saw the game 1, Guillermo taking, capitalizing, and using his kind of, what he's renowned for, play style, to really take the game to take the game to Eduardo's side of the field. And it was just incredible to see. Then Eduardo adjusts a little bit in that second game. Incredible to see how he was able to maybe identify some ways around what Game was trying to do. Obviously, there was adjustments as well for both sides of the field, but that Thunderous was so impactful, was able to really shift the momentum there, and then we really saw how impactful it was that second game and how getting rid of the Charizard was the big thing for Eduardo, and closing that up and him winning in the title.
I mean, I think the Charizard adaptation for Game 2 was really good for Guillermo. You know, being able to get the Max Wildfire on the field and applying such formidable pressure with a Pokemon that can deal so much damage to a lot of the Pokemon on Eduardo's side, like the Rillaboom. You can also deal well with the Thunderous, the Zacian, for example. And I feel like coming into that Game 3, Eduardo just knew that he had to get rid of it and called all the double targeting perfectly in order to get those KOs. And we saw in the Game 2 how close he was to actually wrapping it up in a 2-0 set if he'd been able to KO that Groudon. But thankfully for Guillermo, it was able to survive and push to a Game 3.
Yeah, and that's the big thing there. We were treated to a Game 3, which is what it's all about. You really want these games to come down to the wire, and I really think it pays tribute to how, you know, skilled both of these players are, and it was a real showcase today and an exceptional game between two top players from Europe. And I think the big thing from the game were that the Thunderous was a massive impact, and the adjustment where Eduardo decided to bring it over the Gastrodon, didn't decide to lead it, and said, well, okay. I mean, you saw how fast-paced that second game was. It was way more fast-paced than that even first game, where they just trading blows one after another, and then it got to the end position where Eduardo was in a position to you know, close that one up.
I mean, it is the World Championships. You have to lay it all out on the table and have no regrets about your play. And one thing that I really loved about the way Guillermo played that, particularly, I think very early on, going for the Hypnosis so early, going for the Sword Stance, he was prepared to take those risks and capitalize on them. But just unfortunately for him, Eduardo showing why he also was worthy of this finalist spot, because he was able to play around it and go, I see the opportunity you're going to try and go for, and I'm going to negate your impact of it.
Yeah, and almost switching role reversals with these Pokemon choices as well, you know, like I mentioned there, just leading out with the Thunderous and saying, oh, well, I'm just going to get these airstreams onto the field. I'm just going to get the damage on, and I'm going to prevent you from bringing that Incineroar in whenever you feel like it. And if you do decide to go for the Rock Tomb, well, I don't mind the speed drop, really, because I've already had a speed boost, so you're just kind of mitigating my already fast speed. So, you know, I think that things like that identified throughout the set were the big things, and why Eduardo's been able to kind of move on and take the trophy.
Well, I think it's time to kick it over to Anna and the stage to interview our newest world champion.
The casters just called you the newest world champion. How does it feel to be called world champion?
It's insane. I'm speechless. Well, not really speechless, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But I'm just so happy. I don't even don't know how to describe it. Thank you for everything, everyone. Really.
Let's reflect on the match just for a second.
Yes.
What was the moment that you think, when you look back on this in many years, what's going to be that most memorable, important moment during this match?
I think trusting myself on not going back to my Game 1 plan in Game 3, knowing that it was likely that it would stick to his game-winning plan in Game 2 was extremely key, and also believing that attacking there with Zacian was the right play, going in and getting rid of the Grimmsnarl would be the right spot to clean up, and yeah, just trusting myself, trusting my ability to flowchart the matchup and know what to do in the end, and yeah, I'm just happy I stuck to that.
Learning how to trust yourself takes some serious practice and preparation. I know that there are a lot of people who have helped you with that. Do you want to say hello or thank you to anyone?
Yes, thank you all so much. I would, trust me when I say this, I know it's cliche, but I would not have been here without all the support and help I get from everyone. Obviously wouldn't be here without my family either, especially my mom, who've been, just supporting me always and, making me a better person, helped me develop into a much better human being than what I was, and being able to stand here proud of my accomplishment despite what I might have done in the past.
That's wonderful. And what advice now from this spot would you like to give others who someday will look to you for advice as world champion?
Of course, the advice is to, never fear learning from others. There's no shame in reaching out, asking for help, be it in Pokemon or in life. It's absolutely no shame. We all need help. We cannot leave alone. And yeah, just, you know, stick to your friends too, because those are the ones that you will take out of this game. It's not the trophies, it's not the Pokemon itself, it's what you learn and the friends you make along the way.
That's such meaningful advice. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
So much, Anna, and thanks, Eduardo, for what are some wonderful words there. Massive congratulations to him. But fortunately, this is the sad part, because that is it. It's exciting, it's overjoying, because we've got a brand new champion, and we've had, you know, day 1, day 2, and then we had the top cut, and now we've had Championship Sunday, and it's over, and we've been able to crown our champion. It's been an emotional roller coaster. We've seen some amazing games this weekend. We've had some amazing experiences. People sharing them, coming here, you know, after so many years where we weren't able to have this event, and for it to be back now, and then to kind of cap it off with this match, that speech right here with all of you, it's just a really precious and special moment.
I couldn't put it any better myself, Lee. I think I'm tearing up a little bit. The emotions have been incredible, and we're now here finishing off Championship Sunday after having day 1, day 2, top cut, and that phenomenal finals, and it has just been the most incredible weekend of memories for Pokemon. But let's just refresh a little bit how the final bracket looked for the video game series. There were so many amazing players throughout all of the World Championships, but you can see how our top 8 came down to top 4 to the finals, and there you see Eduardo being the victor at the end of the day.
Incredible routes, you know, you look at the players that these two have kind of overcome to get to the finals today. It's absolutely incredible. The caliber of players, you always want to judge yourself against the best. And that's what these two players have done to get to the finals. And Eduardo obviously judging himself against the best, against Guillermo, because he is an extremely high-level, top caliber player. So amazing journeys. It's been a special one to be a part of and kind of watch the journey unfold this weekend.
I mean, the show's not quite over yet. We will, of course, have our amazing closing ceremony, which I am sure everybody is looking forward to. But just to kind of sign off a little bit from the desk here, I have been advisor at Josh Cromie, casting alongside Lee Provost, and it has been such a joy to cast with you after so many years working together.
It's been
to be
amazing.
Here at Worlds, at Finals, amazing.
I'm going to cut you off. Before we do anything else, throughout our time, we have had a bit of a trend, especially this season, and it is our cheeky little friend. So we got you a gift to celebrate Gastrodon. And obviously you're doing well in the final as well.
It's a world champion. I'm honored to have you join us here on the desk, Gastrodon. Oh, I mean, he doesn't look too happy, but you know.
He's happy.
He's only got a little bit of screen time. Let's pop in there, and he can round out the show. And from both myself and Lee, our other video game casters, Rosemary, Adam, Sierra, and Joe, we want to say a thank you for coming on this journey with us. And sit back, relax, and enjoy that closing ceremony.
Hey guys, Aaron Cybertron Zhang here, and today we have crowned a bunch of new Pokemon World Champions, and to recap the action, I have some wonderful casters for all of you. Got some new friends here on the couch. I mean, first of all, that finals was crazy. As the VG person, you know, actually, you know, a bunch of us are VG. Gabby now on Go. Sorry. But, I mean, first of all, that finals was truly incredible. I think it lived up to the expectations. Congratulations to Eduardo, obviously, for one of the most, if not the most dominant World Championship victory in video game championship history. And I kind of want to just go through all of the respective games and what the most exciting moments for all of you were this weekend.
Well, we definitely have that VGC representation around here, so it's fantastic. But no, honestly, at every point in the competition, you cannot deny that he was on a different level this weekend. Every point of the road, and it was so cool to see this face-off in the finals. And we were out there watching it with the crowd. There is some points in the competition, and you do not know at any point who's going to come out ahead. And I think being able to have that going down into the World Finals is spectacular.
Yeah, for Pokemon Go, I mean, we had some really fun times in our finals. We actually had a best of 5 into a bracket reset, into another best of 5, and both best of 5s hit all 5 games. So it took 10 games to determine the first Masters Division World Champion in Pokemon Go, which was super, super hype. And it's only the beginning. I mean, this was our first year at Worlds, and we're already on our way to our next regional championship series. And who knows, you know? Who knows who's going to be there next year?
I think when it comes to the TCG, just the thing I was most excited about was just the wide variety of decks that we got to see. Like going into day 1, going into day 2, we had expectations about the metagame, and one thing that happens consistently with the TCG is the casters expect one thing, and the players are always mixing it up. As the field narrowed down, we still got to see decks that, like Palkia for sure, that were all over the place that we were expecting to see. But even those individual matches were incredibly hyped going to game 3. You know, when your opponent plays Roxanne, that resets your opponent down to 2 cards, and then you have no resources left, and you have to get that final top deck to bring yourself back into the game. A lot of clutch moments in the grand finals for those two.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we had some really great finals throughout all the different games this year. And of course, we had 5 different games alone at this World Championship. That's the most, I think, ever. And it's just amazing to see so many Pokemon fans from all around the world come to Worlds after a very long time. I'm sure all of us missed it. I missed it very much, and the energy out there was absolutely electric. You know, I want to also let you guys highlight maybe some of the biggest moments where maybe players who don't follow the respective games that you all casted this weekend, you know, what's the big picture summary? You know, what were the most exciting moments that you think you can convey to the viewers?
Well, I think one of the biggest things for VGC doesn't really come down to a particular moment that happened over the weekend, but the fact that this is the first Worlds in a while, and it's going to be the only World Championships for the Sword and Shield era. We're going to Scarlet and Violet soon, so the World Champions this weekend was the only show of what the Sword and Shield meta has to offer, and the people who were able to come out on top can indisputably say that they were the best at this era of Pokemon competition, and I think that's really special in a way.
Yeah, I think for Pokemon Go, the thing that jumps out at me as being the most special was just how excited everybody got. You know, the energy in the hall during the finals, even during the matches leading up to the grand finals, was just absolutely electrifying. And it's such a great time to pick up the game. There's an event going on right now where you can actually catch a lot of the Pokemon that ended up being super relevant to the tournament. And I'm hoping that people see the excitement and just want to join in. And I think that this weekend overall was a great showcase of, hey, this is what the game is, this is how you play, and maybe you can be that next champion.
And when it comes to the TCG, the fact of the matter is when we went into the top of the bracket, the players were already prepared to counter the best deck from the previous big tournament in NAIC. And so the quick adaptation, I think, is really the name of the game for the TCG. If you don't follow it, that's one of the reasons it becomes hard to follow, is because things are constantly adapting and changing. So if you want to jump into TCG and really have it speak to you, you've got to get your friends together and just dive in head first. The community is incredible, and they want to show everybody the magic themselves.
I absolutely love that. And a quick reminder for all of you, this is not the closing ceremony. We're just recapping some of the fun action here. We're all very excited to watch the closing ceremony ourselves. So if you're in the arena right now, don't go anywhere. We're currently setting up for that. If you're watching online as well, don't go anywhere. Don't exit out of your browsers, because we have some really exciting announcements and obviously a very exciting celebration for our brand new World Champions. But as we kind of just set up for the closing ceremony right now, I also want to ask all of you, what was maybe the most exciting match that was on stream that maybe viewers weren't able to tune into the entire tournament you would really highlight?
Do I have to go first for this one? Because I feel like I need a moment to kind of...
Yeah.
There's a lot of great stuff.
I feel like I know Gabby's
reverse
answer.
Order?
But
reverse order.
Okay, great. So for the TCG, I had the pleasure of actually casting the junior finals, and great glimpse into the future of the card game. But I talked a little bit earlier about Roxanne, where your opponent can set you down to 2 cards left in your hand, and you have one more draw to kind of make the magic happen. One player got that card, played the Roxanne to put their opponent in the same situation, and then right back. That clutch final draw into the back and forth into the final draw was glorious. Please rewind the tapes, watch it for yourself. It was amazing.
Yeah, I feel like my answer's a little bit cliche, honestly, but it really was the Masters Grand Finals. I think that it was a really good showcase of, okay, this is what the game is currently. It wasn't just all your Trevenants, your Registeels, your Walreins, which is a core that's really dominated the regional championship series up until now. There was a Shadow Venusaur, there was a Altaria that did really well. And it's just, again, a really great showcase of this is what the game has to offer, and this is what high skilled level play is. So a little bit cliche saying the grand finals. I think there were also some amazing matches leading up to that as well, but maybe start with that one and just work backwards, you know, get to the beginning.
Then the spoilers, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I can't pick just one for VGC.
That's okay. I'll give you two.
So sorry. Well, I just want to say there's a couple of matches that featured some really unique picks. The fact that we got to see Glycopod come out, we got to see a couple of the restricteds that we don't get to see quite as often that have actually been really strong in the format, like Lunala. And any matches that start to feature those sorts of Pokemon, there is even Ditto coming out at some point, are really nice because I feel like there was actually a lot for this meta format to offer. I know that there has been a lot of Groudon and Kyogre and Zacian running around, but there's actually so much more. We can't highlight every single match. So being able to see those games that had those unique Pokemon, realizing there is more than just, you know, the finals that we have going on is cool. But to say just one, I like Blastoise in the juniors final.
Blastoise actually dominated the junior finals. I was so happy to see that pick. I think juniors, especially across all our games, right, is always an exciting division to watch because maybe it's not always, you know, just the very meta stuff that makes it all the way to the top. And of course, you see surprises in seniors and masters as well, but in juniors, I feel like there's just a lot of room for that kind of variety. And so, of course, it was a long road to get to this World Championship, and we actually have a video recapping the road to this World Championship specifically.
Every player's goal is to compete at the World Championship of Pokemon.
It's like magic.
With a break as long as this, people are here to show that they're ready to keep things kicking.
I'm predetermined to prove myself.
When the season got announced again,
claro, la recapitulación del año del Mundial pasado, 2019.
That's why I love it so much, and that's really why it all means so much.
It's so good to actually be back in that scene.
Hopefully I'll get the trophy this year.
Camino al mundo, próximamente.
Well, yeah.
Cool.
No puede creer, de
Short,
verdad.
hype video. I mean, I like to hear the thoughts and little snippets from everybody who's been involved up to this point. Players, casters, even our wonderful production staff who've been running around behind the scenes.
Recapitulación del Mundial pasado.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this World Championship was definitely more magnificent than any one that I'd participated in before. I've been to almost, I think, every World from 2011 onwards. In the one in Orlando back in 2008 as well. And yeah, it was like I walked in, and I remember I turned to the right side, which is kind of where all the players were competing. I was like, okay, this looks like normal. And I turned to the left side where the stage is set up, and it just looked absolutely crazy. We had, you know, it's like double story. The stage itself is grand. There were bleachers. I think it was like 1,000 people. It was also amazing to see the crowd out there, right? Like, there was literally full. People were trying to get down to watch the finals. And all the seats were filled up. And so we've been talking a lot about our individual games, but I also want to hear what excited you most about this one.
I mean, I'll go first. I think that it's just been incredible to be back. Like, it's been such a long time since the Worlds in 2019 in DC. And I had this amazing moment on the first day where I saw a good friend of mine who I hadn't seen in years, literally since that Worlds. And like being able to say hello and hug and be like, I haven't seen you in forever, how have you been? And just having those moments consistently really is something special. And definitely something I'm going to remember from Worlds.
no podrás participar.
We've waited so long to have Worlds again. And I never wanted to have that wait, but it was worth the wait. The way everything has leveled up. There was the cable cars that were outside. Yeah, if you all got a chance to ride them.
I rode them before they got the decorations on, and I was like, come on.
You have to go back.
I know. Hopefully they're still there.
Yes. But like everything that they've done to level up this Worlds is amazing. And as well, we've all been playing online. There's been these communities that have evolved, and being able to meet people for the first time that we've gotten to know for years, and then meeting people we haven't seen for years. It just seems like the biggest family reunion, and I know it goes back to your answer, but it's really true, and that's why this World is going to be one of the more special ones for me.
I mean, this is my first time in London, so I have that double whammy of being at such a big event and finally being here in this beautiful town. And it's just, everything is so grand. When I saw the stage for the first time, you know, we were here for rehearsals and they were still getting everything set up, but even not fully put together, it was still jaw-dropping. Just the love and care that's put into every single aspect of this venue, all of the Pokemon posters and everything, larger larger than life, and it's just a great love letter to the fans of the community, and I can just feel that love and energy the first moment you step into this building.
I think for me personally, there were a couple things, but first of all, when I saw that stage, I was like, man, I want to be out there as a player again. Like, it feels so sick, right, to be able to win on that kind of stage with those kind of fans cheering. And I think each year as the game grows more and more, all the games grow more and more, it's amazing to see it become more of a spectator sport, right? And so I think it's just amazing how much larger these events have been. And I think also one thing that's really exciting is that I've met so many people who this is their first tournament. This is their first time attending not just Worlds, but a Pokemon tournament. And I think for a lot of players or a lot of kind of casual fans, you know, it's not about, oh, I really, really love TCG or VGC or Go specifically. It's more, I just like Pokemon. And I think this year's World Championship was such a beautiful celebration of that, where there were so many cool things that you could do outside of just watching the competitions themselves. And I think that's amazing, right? The number of just, fans that I've met who are maybe local to London. I also love that, you know, this is the first European World Championship. Feels long overdue. I'm very excited to see where the next World Championship will be as well. I think we'll be finding out shortly. But yeah, you know, I think it's just amazing to be able to celebrate Pokemon and not focus just on the competition part. Obviously, the competition part is what we're here for, but there's so much more to the table as well. So I think one point I want to talk about is, Sierra, you earlier mentioned, you know, that's it for Sword and Shield. We're moving on to Scarlet and Violet. So what are you all looking forward to in the subsequent World Championships and the upcoming season?
Man, I don't even know. I haven't even thought about the next Worlds. I've been so focused on this Worlds and everything that it has to offer. I think for myself, being pretty new to VGC, being able to play from the beginning when Scarlet and Violet comes out and see how everything involves is really exciting for myself personally. And I think it'll be really cool for the people who did just start playing while there was that break in that off season, to be able to come into a game right at the beginning and experience the entire competitive season all at once, be able to go for your invite at the start of the competitive season, be familiar all with that format and go to Worlds. And I think just that translation, our own VGC Road to Worlds, I'll steal it from TCG here, it'll be really cool to see how that pans out.
I feel like my answer is a little bit different, because while I am looking forward to the competition, and you know, I'm sure that there'll be many new Pokemon available to Pokemon Go players over the next year, of course, but the Pikachu that's always revealed with the cute outfit and the costume and the art, I mean, I love the artwork that's always made for the World Championship so much, and I feel like they've done an incredible job over the past couple years of bringing in like local flair. So I'm really hoping that next year's Worlds is somewhere where Pikachu can get a cool outfit, because that's what I'm looking forward to.
And for the card game, I know that we are a little bit luckier in that aspect. I feel like our formats are constantly evolving and changing because of the new sets that we get. And the upcoming set, we're getting the Return of the Lost Zone. So that's going to be a flexible mechanic that a lot of players are excited for. There is, you know, hints here and there that the format might be slowing down as we move away from Pokemon V Max to V Star. Less prizes on the line per knockout. So games are going to be extended a little bit more. And I know our competitive players really like to have a lot of turns in their game. They want to have tons of decisions, way more avenues to try to outplay their opponents, and I hope that, you know, the glorious Pokemon card game designers can deliver.
Absolutely. I think one thing that makes Worlds really special for Pokemon is that it's not just one game, but we had 5 different games, right? We had VGC, Go, TCG, Unite, and then Pokken as well. Pokken, of course, had a very beautiful send-off. This is the last time that it'll be here at the World Championships, and for Go and Unite, this is the first time it's at the World Championships. And so I'm sure there are a lot of people who are watching right now who might not be specifically tied to one game. Maybe they're interested in one, but let's say they want to make it to the World Championships, right, or start their competitive journey. What advice would you give for your respective games on how they can get here and maybe be a world champion next year?
Just do it. Just don't wait. Don't wait to learn how to play the game properly. Don't wait until you feel like you're good. Just go out there and play. It does not matter how bad you are. Sword and Shield, the rentals were amazing. Pick one of those up and go and lose a bunch of battles and slowly learn how to play the game. Find that time to enjoy and love the game for what it is. And then start building up from there. It's okay to go and play games with your friends and slowly learn along the ways. We're watching the top tier competition at World. Not everything is like that, and I think there's something beautiful about that as well.
Yeah, I think one thing
Pero
that's true
a
about
mediano
VGC
plazo.
definitely and Go as well is that
¿por qué
sometimes
no
you get this
Asia?
mindset like I have to do it all. You know, I have to build my team. I have to be perfect,
fuera
with
para
the
los
perfect
candidatos,
player, the perfect
por
team
nuestro
builder,
continente
and
Sudamérica,
analyst and all that. And that's not true.
Brasil.
You know, you can just pick up a rental code in VGC, or you can
A
just,
ver,
you know, look at what
para-
the top trainers are using in
para
Go and
África lo
say,
veo
well,
muy
I have
imposible.
these 3 Pokemon. You know, why don't I just jump on
África
the
no juega
ladder
mucho
and just
en ese
start
continente.
practicing? You know, start learning my counts,
Está
start
ahí
learning
por
my
Sudáfrica.
matchups, and pick up the game and try. So I agree. I think if you want to
Ahora
be here
está muy
next year, the first
evolucionado
step is
la
to just start
tecnología.
trying. And then
En
as you
Europa,
play with your friends, as you get that practice in, you know, you'll start building those
posiblemente sea
skills
Ma-
and you'll take your
Madrid,
first step on the
porque no
way.
es
You'll
en
eventually get
España.
better. Yeah, exactly.
For
En
the card
Asia,
game, you
posiblemente
have
puede ser
the
Japón,
opportunity
claramente.
to
No
connect
tiene
with
rival
other
con que
people who enjoy
competirle.
that hobby. So don't be afraid that
Por
you
ejemplo,
aren't good when you
Corea
jump
o
in,
otro
right? Because
país.
everybody's just there. They want to share
Oceanía,
with
¿por
you.
qué no?
And for the
Posible
the
candidato podría ser
TCG,
Sydney,
that's what the
Australia.
players want. They want
O
you to
Wales,
play
como no hace
no
nada.
matter what format, no matter what level. They're going
Ya
to help you
traeremos
out.
más
And I think that
detalles
the key is
próximamente.
if you want to start your journey into the competitive scene, you just have to play at your local shop. You can play online. There's lots of great communities and tutorials online to teach you. But, you know, I started out just collecting the cards before I even knew how to play. So I think, as you said, Sierra, just rekindling that love and finding your favorite Pokemon and bringing it with you wherever you go is going to be, I think, the key to getting into the card game.
I absolutely love that. I think for me, Pokemon has been so important in my life. I started playing this when I was a little kid. I literally competed in the World Championship in the juniors division when I was 10 years old. Here we are, literally 14 years later, right? And it's just meant so much to me. And I think what's really beautiful about Pokemon is, one, it's a outlet for competition, right? And I think there's so many different ways that you can choose to have that outlet because there's so many different games that you can pick, right? If you are skilled at a card game, the trading card game's for you. And if you're skilled at mobile games, right? You've got Go and you've got Unite and of course VGC. And so to me, there's like a little bit of everything for everyone, which I think is beautiful. I also, you know, really just love, once again, that in Pokemon we have the different age divisions. I think it was so important for me when I was a kid to be able to, you know, compete and also be able to actually perform well, you know, because I was competing against kids around my age. And so I think Pokemon has so many things that make it unique as a franchise and as us, you know, for competitive games. There's just so much to offer for everyone.
Bueno, una pregunta
So
que va
I
a la
think we're actually
ceremonia de
ready to
clausura
get started with
a
the
las
award
4.
ceremony very shortly. But thank you so much for joining me. I had a blast here, and I think, once again, one of my favorite things about Worlds is being able to interact with so many different people from all kinds of different communities in Pokemon, not just one specific game. So thank you so much for joining me for the couch. This is my final time on the stream here as well. And so, yes, really, really appreciate you all for tuning in, and let's take it to a short break.
Nosotros le agradecemos. 1 minuto. Bueno, sé que la verdad, una lástima, vale, lo de España. Lástima por lo de Guillermo. Ha sido una actuación muy buena, una pena. Nosotros esperábamos un poquito más de Guillermo Castilla. La verdad, la actuación no ha sido muy buena. No sé si se viene la ceremonia de clausura, como lo dice el aspirante. Yo creo que viene lo de Pokémon GO. Bueno, le estaremos dándoles resúmenes para ver qué es lo que se nos viene, qué se viene después del minuto. Ya queda poco. 6. Ya falta menos, ya. Fue eterna la final. Una final que va a pasar a la historia porque es la primera vez que se celebra fuera de los Estados Unidos. Por primera vez. Ah, no, la primera vez no. Es la segunda vez, perdón. Porque en 2013 se jugó en Vancouver, Canadá. Y de ahí vino la seguidilla. Washington en 2014. 2015 en Boston. 2016 en San Francisco. 2017 en Anaheim. Esa última fue la última vez que Venezuela tuvo participación en ese campeonato mundial. Y hasta ahora la única vez que Venezuela estuvo presente en ese campeonato mundial, que ha sido histórico para Venezuela tras ese histórico cuarto puesto que le dio el pasaje a Anaheim para nuestra selección. Después vino Nashville 2018, Washington 2019 y hasta llegó el momento más difícil, 2021 la cancelación producto de la pandemia del COVID-19. Así que la verdad ha sido unas finales que van a pasar a la historia del juego tanto del juego de cartas coleccionables Pokémon como del espada y escudo que por desgracia en 2023 pasaremos al escarlata púrpura en el presente curso. Claro, hubo victorias, alegrías, hasta decepciones. Pasó de todo en la clase senior. No sé si se viene la ceremonia de clausura. Vamos a estar muy pendientes. Claro, ese campeón mundial es histórico. ¿Cómo no ser? ¿Cómo no ser campeón del mundo? Y histórico, ¿cómo no? Unas finales. Creo que se viene la entrega de premios. Sí, se viene la entrega de premios. Se viene la ceremonia de clausura. Se viene la premiación para los 6 campeones, tanto del TCG como del VCG. Mira el podio, mira. Se acerca la ceremonia de clausura, ¿cómo no? Y también con él la transmisión. Casi 7 horas de transmisión interrumpida. Ahora que está haciendo el directo más largo desde que el canal nació en 2013. Como van a echar muy de menos a Londres, echarán de menos. Mira los trofeos, además. Los trofeos que te acreditan. No solo como el campeón del mundo, sino que también te acredita como maestro Pokémon en la era real. Lástima que España no pudo disputó una de las 6 finales, lamentablemente la perdió. Y por desgracia Latinoamérica no pudo llegar más allá de las semifinales. Una verdadera pena. Para Brasil, se estábamos muy pendientes tanto de la evolución como del mexicano. Pablo Mesa ya estaba en un montón también. Que fue uno de la destacadísima actuación de Guillermo Castilla, que llegó a la final y si no era lástima que haya perdido la final contra Eduardo Cunha, representante de Portugal. Para mí, unos mundiales que van a pasar a la historia. Las primeras que se celebran en Europa. Segunda, fuera de los Estados Unidos. Sé que van a echar muy de menos a la espada de escudo. Creo. No solo eso, sino que también se viene el trailer. También el tercero que va a poner Escalofriante. Claro, en esa grada hubo claro, un grupo de españoles apoyando a Guillermo Castilla, lamentablemente no pudo ser posible. Claro, ahí están los amigos mexicanos, el grupero. Es el grupo de españoles que está en el centro. Estaban apoyando desde el primer partido hasta el final. Pero lamentablemente España llegó a nada de la consagración, de estar ahí en ese polo celeste. Bueno, parece que llegó el momento de coronar a los 6 campeones.
Wow, trainers, after 4 days and thousands of epic
Claro,
battles,
después
it
de
is time we come
4
together
días, primera
and
vez
celebrate our champions.
que se juegan 4
Each
días.
of you played your very best through friendly competition and are deserving of congratulations as world competitors. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. This year we have seen some of the highest levels of competition ever at the Pokemon World Championships. And I hope that you've made many new friendships and memories. To honor our champions and finalists of the Pokemon TCG and Pokemon VGC, once again, please welcome Mr. Ishihara to the stage.
Parece que llega el momento. Los dos organizadores, Ishihara, ¿cómo no? Parece que se viene el Tetsuya Ishihara, presidente y CEO de The Pokémon Company.
この週末のポケモントレーナーの皆さんのバトルを見て、喜びとインスピレーションでいっぱいになりました。
Trainers, your battles this weekend have filled me with joy and inspiration.
皆さんが情熱を持って
Bueno, Japón se va por lo menos con un título nada más de
ポケモンの
6.
ゲームをこうして作り続けることができています。
It's thanks to all you passionate players that we're able to continue creating Pokemon games.
Claro, piensa continuar con los juegos de Pokémon además.
ポケモンの世界の新しい地方での冒険が始まります。これからそのカードとゲームの最新の情報をお届けしたいと思います。
This fall, a new journey in a new region in the world of Pokemon is about to begin. And today, I would like to share some news about our upcoming games and the future of the trading card game.
Ah, bueno. Se viene el futuro además de las cartas y además de la nueva aventura.
まずはこの映像をご覧ください。
First, please take a look at this video.
Se viene el video, atención. La novena generación, atención. La que se va a usar para la novena generación de cartas. La mecánica. Ah, claro, estos son los 10, este era 9. ¡10! ¿En serio? ¡Vuelven los 10! El nuevo estándar, próximamente en 2023.
皆さんこんにちは、クリーチャーズの長島です。ご覧いただいた映像は2023年から始まるポケモンカードゲームスカーレット&バイオレットシリーズの世界初公開映像です。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップスにご参加の皆様と放送を見てくださっている世界中の方々に向けてご覧いただいた映像についてより詳しくお話ししたいと思います。映像内で登場した EX は今回のシリーズを象徴するロゴとなっており、生命感を感じるスマートな強さを表現したデザインとなっています。 ポケモン EX は種、1進化、2進化、それぞれの進化段階で登場し、高い HP に加えて強力な技や特性を持っている代わりに倒すことができればサイドを2枚取ることができます。そんなポケモン EX の中でも特に進化のポケモン EX は取られるサイドは2枚ですが、ポケモン VMAX に並ぶ高い HP と少ないエネルギーで強力な技を繰り出せるポケモンが多く、一気に戦況を覆す力を持っています。このように強力な2進化のポケモン EX をはじめ、さまざまなポケモンたちが活躍する幅広い環境になっていきます。さらにスカーレット&バイオレットシリーズでは逆転も大事なテーマになっていて、逆転のきっかけとなりうる能力を持ったポケモン、トレーナーズ、エネルギーなどが登場予定となります。今後シリーズを通してまだ見ぬポケモンやおなじみのポケモンたちもポケモン EX として登場していきますので、続報をお待ちください。ここまでお話をさせていただきましたポケモンカードゲームのスカーレット&バイオレットシリーズは、ポケモンカードゲームのニュースタンダードとしてこれまで以上の拡張性を持たせ、さまざまな形でゲームに刺激を与えていきます。ぜひこれからのポケモンカードゲームの進化をお楽しみに。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Gracias, pues mira. Qué bárbaro. Y es. No lo vemos desde la Z, es lo que pedía Galia. Increíble, lo que pedía Galia. Tremendo la ceremonia de clausura.
長嶋さん、ありがとうございました。来年の世界大会では大きなインパクトがありそうです。
Thank you, Mr. Nagashima. That looks like we'll have quite the impact on the TCG at next year's Worlds.
それでは今年の入賞者とチャンピオンを表彰する前に、もう一つお知らせしたいニュースがあります。
Now, before we honor our finalists and champions, I have one more
Ahora
announcement I'd
viene
like
la
to share.
presentación de los finalistas y de los campeones.
Please take a look.
Bueno, pero antes se viene el tráiler de Escalate y Violeta. El tercer tráiler. Bueno, trago normal, suficiente. ¿Cierto? Claro, crea un sustituto. Ah, qué interesante. Bueno. Interesante esa nueva. Y así la mecánica. El Terastia cambia los tipos por turno de las tablas. Bueno, hasta así. Bueno, pero hablas, cambia equipo mientras usa la especificación. Claro, es que la TV y Violeta vaya para todo el mundo el viernes 18 de noviembre. Y además reciben un regalo de Special Pikachu como no. Qué bonito,
11月18日発売のポケットモンスタースカーレット、バイオレットをぜひ楽しみにしていてください。
Please look forward to Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet coming November 18th.
Thank you.
Claro, próximamente.
Wow! Thank you, Mr. Ishihara, for those exciting announcements.
Lo que se
And now,
viene
it's
en
time to turn our attention to
2023.
crowning this year's World
2023
Finalists and
para
World Champions
los
of the
mundos
Pokemon
Pokétubers
Trading Card
2023
Game.
prometen
Are you ready?
muchísimo. Y ahora
First,
llega el momento
welcome the
de
Junior
coronar.
Division finalist from Canada, Tristan C.
Esto es para la clase junior. El finalista de la clase junior.
Junior Division World Champion from Japan, Rikuto Ohashi.
Con el campeón de la clase junior. Después del TCG. Vamos, el japonés que le ha dado el único título hasta ahora a Japón. Vamos con el senior.
The Senior Division finalist.
El finalista de la clase senior.
Sebastian Lasmet.
Claro, por Estados Unidos. Claro, para que quede claro. Claro, son 6 hay cosas que pueden tomar.
World Champion.
El campeón del mundo. De Estados Unidos.
Liam Halliburton.
Liam Halliburton. El Palkia arrasó con todo. En la clase ese ganó 2 y solamente el Pica Globo pudo ganar 1 nada más.
Clase maestra. From Japan, Daichi Shimada.
Ah, no. Ahora no vamos a decir. Alguien dice que no. Premio del Junior al Senior. Esta es la clase maestra. Claro, Master Finalist. Tachi Shimada.
The 2022 Masters Division World Champion from Czechia, Andrzej Skubal.
Bueno, pues. Claro, por la República Checa. El texto se hizo de las suyas. Contra todo político le dieron el título. El checo.
Congratulations to all our 2022 Pokémon TCG World Championships finalists.
Felicidades
And
a
now,
todos los jugadores.
let's meet your 2022 Pokémon video game finalists.
Y ahora viene el video game.
First,
primero,
the Junior Division
finalist
from Australia,
por Australia.
Kieran Wen.
Qué lástima, Kiara, como una verdadera lástima que termina llevándose la finalista. Y certísima de que en las mujeres también hubiera un campeón del mundo en la rama española.
The 2022 Junior Division World Champion from Japan, Kosaku Miyamoto.
Kosaku Miyamoto, imagínate. Bueno, al menos 2 títulos para Japón. Bueno, fue el que derrotó al australiano. Dios de nada.
The Senior Division finalist
Clase senior.
from Australia, Nicholas Khan.
Nicholas Khan de Australia. Perdió las 2 finales. Una verdadera lástima.
Senior Division World Champion.
El campeón.
From Japan, Yasuharu Shimizu.
El Japón también. Bueno, él casi se lleva todo. La mitad de ellos son campeones del mundo. La maestra 2022. El finalista por Italia. Claro. Me gustó la participación y claro, cómo no, tiene que celebrar. Bien. Entonces te quedaste cerquita del título. Qué merecido el título. Al final te quedaste finalista. Y aquí el campeón del mundo del TCG. De Portugal. Eduardo Cunha. Apenas en su cuarta participación, ya es campeón del mundo. Ya es un maestro Pokémon. Tremenda la actuación del portugués. Felicidades a todos los víctimas.
And now, trainers, let's give a
Y ahora,
final round of
trainers,
applause for all of your 2022 Pokémon World Champions.
Qué tremenda felicidad. Felicitaciones a todos los campeones del mundo, tanto del PvC como del TCG.
Once again, congratulations to all of you on your performance this weekend.
Felicidades a
performance.
There's one more thing I'd like to share with you.
それは来年の世界大会の開催地です。
And that is next year's location for the Pokemon World Championships.
Ajá, la sede
こちらです。
del próximo
Here it
año.
is.
¿En dónde? ¿Será el próximo año? Pues el Mundial de 2023 será en Yokohama, en Japón. Bueno, histórico. Bueno, Asia, lo sabíamos. Asia también tendrá su propio mundial. Bueno.
Yeah, Mike, yeah, please.
Tremendo, ¿eh? Va a ser una fiesta tremenda en Asia. En Yokohama, Japón.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. Thank you for watching this year's World Championships, and we will see you next year in Yokohama.
Nos vemos el próximo año en Yokohama, en Japón, ¿cómo no? Bueno, gracias por mirar. Bueno, está terminando las transmisiones. Nosotros también estamos llegando al final. Vaya pedazo de tráiler que se nos viene. Así que Pave Pokémon, vuélvelo si es. Otra vez. Y además, entrenadores, créalo o no lo crea, la próxima edición del Mundial se mudan de Europa a Asia. Por primera vez en la historia, el Mundial de Pokémon este año, el año que viene, será en Asia, específicamente en Yokohama, Japón. Sí, increíble. Bueno. Qué histórico momento. Bueno, ya es hora de casi cerrar la transmisión. Bueno, entrenadores, el Mundial de Londres es historia. Nosotros llegamos al final. Ha sido 4 eternos partidos. La verdad, fue un mundial que va a pasar a la historia de los campeonatos mundiales, porque fue la segunda vez que se celebra fuera de Estados Unidos y la primera en tierras europeas. Así que el próximo año será en Yokohama, Japón. Nosotros nos vamos. Te digo, si no fuera por Anzuati Mora, ha sido posible. Que vale el día 1. Muchas gracias. Más. Bye.